86 loyalist skulls in the pile. 86 loyalist skulls. Crush one to dust and drink it with blood. 85 loyalist skulls in the pile. Now, the timeline has advanced to 1994, October 5th. 15 hours, 25 minutes, and 24 seconds. It's come a long way. Quite a bit of a way. Yes. Now, then, we can now properly begin. Hello, hello, hello. No, wait, that's not correct. Greetings and welcome. I am Carionta, and today we'll be continuing with Root Double Before Crime After Days Xtend Edition for the 13th part now. Lengthy, 60 hours in now. And I don't think we're that very close to ending it yet. Maybe this part, or maybe one more after this. Well, definitely one more, at least, for the Xtend parts and extensions and stuff like that. But you know, that's all well and good. But before we can begin properly, there are some things to address, I guess. What is there actually? Oh, I fucked around with the audio settings again, so the sound is slightly different. I turned off the noise suppressor because it kept suppressing my own voice occasionally, and I do not like that. That just makes it sound a little bit odd. Fiddled around, and honestly, the background noise is very faint. You can only hear it if you go insane and actually like turn up the headphones really fucking loud, thus damaging your ears. I wouldn't do that. Don't do that. That's a bad idea to do. I only do that because I'm insane a little bit and apparently don't care about such things. But anyway, beyond that, there's nothing. Let's just proceed to the vocal exercise of today. And then we can go on to the recap. Then, oh fucking boy, okay, we'll get to it when we get to it, because that's a doozy. That's gonna be a doozy. I might break my mind trying to do that. Anyway, we must escape the reality that we all know and love or hate or are indifferent towards, and into one that we can all relate to and understand, and have a commonality amongst us. And today, theonion.com presents us with the indisputable facts that Andy Reid grumbles something about a rebuilding mode as sandwich falls apart in hands. Published July 28th, 2012. Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. During an hour-long lunch break in Eagles training camp Friday, Philadelphia head coach Andy Reid mumbled something about rebuilding mode as a homemade Italian sandwich began falling apart in his hands. "Everything's in disarray right now, so it's important to set up a solid foundation and build from there," said Reid, muttering to himself while ham, capicola, provolone, and mayonnaise slipped out of a Kaiser roll and fell onto his lap. "Need to be patient while we get this thing back to the level that we all want, because it'll take time. Have to plug up all the holes in the middle for sure, maybe with some roasted peppers or a few cuts of salami with ranch dressing. Still need to acquire several more key pieces of cheese." After struggling to reconstruct the sandwich for several minutes, a frustrated Reid told team sources he may need to start over with a few fundamental components, and shoveled a wad of meat, bread, and cheese into his mouth. Initiative. Take initiative. Recognize when failure is at hand, and approach the problem from a new perspective. Indeed, wise words. Brilliant. No wonder he's the coach. Yes. Now, then. A fucking recap now. Okay. So, last time, we dove into Watas's mind to recover his memories. And turns out he's doing this whole terrorist thing out of the goodness of his heart, basically, to rescue the two S-rank psychics that were in the bottom basement of the thing urged on and basically initiated by Ukita himself, who is also not a fan of the unethical behavior happening at Labo. And so they had their plan. They're part of the organization called Q and doing things and all sorts of stuff. Did a lot of preparation, lots of planning and stuff like that in order to make this go. Planted the explosive fire extinguishers, supplied themselves with guns and martial training and everything else and all that good jazz. And turns out the plan to escape through the hatches, the pipes, the coolant pipes, was actually also the original thing. But they knew about the the filtering thing mechanism, whatever. So they also planned to destroy that with like a jackhammer or something. But the impromptu version of this plan didn't include that bit, so that's why they failed back in the After Days route then. And then as we delved into his memories and recovered them, we learned that his malice, his bloodlust and bloodthirst and whatnot, was caused by one of the two psychic children that they went into rescue, who has been subject to so much experimentation and melding of minds, like 351 brains, like they melded with and basically copied over their memories into herself, and thus kind of losing the ability to distinguish who she is at all. That was the little girl that we saw shot by the elevator way back when. And so she kind of became essentially just a manifestation of malice incarnate itself, acting on instinct rather than any kind of a sentient reasoning, and just kind of hopping into minds and amplifying whatever little malice there may be into them, blowing it out of proportion, changing the memories in order to further amplify and strengthen all kinds of hatred and anger and whatnot. That's what happened to Ukita, Jun, and Kazumi. But Natsuhiko has learned how to deal with that by going into the memories, looking for the telltale signs of altered memories, which is the floral scent thing, because she was suspended in the room, surrounded by floral scented, like some kind of gas to calm her or something like that, keep her sedated. That's what that was about. And so now Watasa is gonna go out and about and get those three one by one into this little locker room they have, and so that Natsuko can delve into their mind and deal with the subject N. What she's called, she doesn't have a name, doesn't remember it, because melded with 350 plus people. And then there's Yuri there to keep the subject N from infecting and what Natsuhiko's mind. So it's a team effort. Basically, that's what's happening there. The gist of it. There's probably a bunch of details that I completely forgot about and glossed over. Oh yeah, right. Important detail. In the memories. We also got the Jun's backstory where Watasa saved her like 9 years ago or something like that. Or 10 or something like that. But anyway. And that's why she got like super pumped to become a rescue squad member herself, basically. She was rescued by a dashing man herself, like that. And then in another one of his memories, we saw a girl who looked exactly like Louise. Like exactly. I'm not sure if the eye color is the same, but other than that, it's identical. She's also from France. She's subject A, someone named Alice. I bet that's not a coincidence at all. There's some kind of relation there, that has to be. Because why would they introduce it? Why would they make her look identical to Louise? We don't know about that though. And Enna Tsubakiyama. She was not present at all. She's basically the last character. We don't know her past, we don't know her background, we don't know anything really about her. Other than that she's a teacher. But like that's probably just an additional job she was given to watch over these subjects, all these psychic kinetic children. And yeah, that's where we are. Watasa is about to go out and try to capture the people, And Natsuko and Yuri are gonna try and heal them of their madness. Oh, and right, Mashiro Toba's still unconscious on the floor, receiving blood pack. She wasn't mentioned in the last part as well, because she's just kind of there. And yeah, let us dive in now into the continued story. I'm quite excited to see where this goes, what answers it will give me. Now, we continue properly. Oh yeah, right, there's also the moment where they realize that, you know what, you're maybe a good person, but I still kind of hate you. Natsuko said like, to Wata's like, I hate you, and Wata's was like, I don't like you too, kid, because you messed around with my brain and everything else. But they kind of chuckled there. That whole thing like, I hate you, but see you tomorrow. That kind of attitude they have now. Partners. But rivals as well. That's neat. I like that. Anyway. Once he and Natsuko had formed their pact to team up, Watase first retrieved his gun from Natsuhiko. He figured he would need a weapon for self-defense, since he didn't know what dangers were lurking out there. Indeed. Natsuko had been a bit reluctant, but he ultimately complied. Watase then addressed the two kids before he left them in the shelter. Just to reiterate, you guys mustn't leave here at all. Yeah, it would be bad. We don't know for sure who's been infected with malice, so we don't know what thoughts are driving them either. Consider everyone except me to be an enemy. Yeah, I know. The shelter door only opens if you punch in the password from the inside, and we're not gonna be dumb enough to do that unless you call for us. Natsuko was no longer speaking formally with Watase. Oh yeah, right, that also thing. Well, I guess this is just how he normally talks to people. Besides, it would have been weird for him to treat Watase with respect when he's the terrorist who attacked Yuri and shot him and Mashiro. I guess that's also correct. It felt odd to Watase having kids their age treat him like an equal, but this way probably fit Watase and Natsuko's relationship better anyway. Okay, I'll be counting on you, Watase. Make sure you keep your promise with Yuri. Oh yeah, they made some kind of promise. Oh yeah, right. Oh yeah, right, that bit. Yes, Yuri intervened again and made a deal with Watase that, since she's kind of the major witness, Watase and the Q group kind of want to take her with them to, expose the horrible things that Labo was doing and whatnot. And so she agreed to do that if if Watase agrees to save everyone and get them out of here alive and all that jazz. Similar to how she offered herself to be locked up in Labo in the first place to let Natsuko live a normal life. A relatively normal life. Anyway, of course. Okay then, I'm off now. Take care of Yuri. Watase was about to run past the steel door when he heard a voice call out to him from behind. Captain Kasasagi? Ah, what is it, Yuri? Please be careful, okay? Oh, he'll be fine? Probably. Yeah, he'll probably be fine. He's the Terminator, basically. Watase gave a wry smile and left the shelter. He thought back to the conversation he had with Natsuko earlier as he walked with extreme caution. Keep your promise, eh? It went without saying that Watase intended to do so. He never planned on getting others involved with this terrorist plot to begin with. Since he was the one who inadvertently dragged everyone into this mess, he had a responsibility to get them out of the facility safely. But he had qualms about his mission to take Yuri away with him once they had escaped. It was true that he would have caused this whole incident for absolutely nothing if he didn't bring at least one test subject back. Then the Rockame City government's wrongdoings would never come to light, and their cover-ups would just continue unabated. But was Yuri really okay with going with him? And what about Natsuhiko? I mean, it's Yuri's decision ultimately, and she said yes. And, I mean, ultimately, no one likes to be, in captivity. But, people make tough decisions like that. Anyway, naturally, there was no chance in hell he wanted that. Well, of course not, but, it's Yuri's wish, basically. It's her decision. Completing the mission might necessitate another confrontation with him. But that was all in the future. For now, all he had to think about was living up to his word with Natsuko and keeping his promise with Yuri. So to do that, first thing I've got to do is collect all the guns still lying around in the facility. There technically should only be 3. But we don't... I don't know if the one Enna has is one of the 3. But must be. Probably. Anyway, much like him, Dojima and Hiyama had also brought guns into the facility. If no one had picked them up yet, that meant they were still lying around somewhere. Watase headed to Area 3 with that thought in mind. B1 Area 3 in a ring. Ah yes, the gruesome death scene of Hiyama. He went back into the room full of corpses. He hadn't yet examined the place in detail. The room was littered with the bodies of Dojima. Okay, it was Dojima. I mean, they're kind of interchangeable, honestly, so... and the two unknown researchers unmoved from where he had seen them last. I mean, we had seen them last as well. But like, yeah, why is Dojima's corpse so mangled, though? That doesn't make sense. That still hasn't been explained. And might not be explained. Maybe it will be. All the blood staining the place had completely dried up and turned black. A dull yet fierce pain stung at Watase's heart when he saw the wretched form of his friend. Dojima. Watase started to break out in choked sobs. When Watase had amnesia, he hadn't felt the sorrow of having lost his best friend of 10 years, but now it burst through him like a waterfall. They had been fighting side by side ever since they joined the fire department. They both passed the rescue work exam in the same year. It wasn't long before the junior Hiyama joined in, and with their similar past, the three of them became brothers in arms who understood each other well. And now they were both dead. Dojima's body lay before him, with Hiyama's only an area away. But no matter how painful their loss was, now was not the time for grief. Dojima, Hiyama, I'll carry on your dying wishes. I will make sure that you're fulfilled, that they are fulfilled. Watase muttered that and looked up. He then endured his sorrow and began diligently searching the room. It wasn't long before he found two pistols lying around, one in the corner of the room, the other under a desk. Okay, so Anna has her own gun. That's not one of the guns she found. That's a lie. That's confirmed now. At least, there are at least 4 guns. Wait, no. 5. Wait, no. No, I know, the one she found Ukita has. Okay, yeah, never mind. 4 guns. Watase has 3 of them now, but Ukita has the 4th one. So, yeah. Who is Anna? Come on. They were both NZ-75s, just like Watase's. There was no doubt that they were Dojima's and Hiyama's. Okay, there we go. But they're both out of bullets, eh? Dojima and Hiyama, infected with malice, had likely used up all their bullets on the researchers. Yeah, connecting the dots. And yet, in spite of that, Subject N had gotten away, and was later shot. Anna killed him. It. I guess the malice contagion causes you to lose your composure too. But you couldn't help it, could you, Dojima? We are rescue workers. We never learned how to kill people. Watase looked at the corner of the room with those bitter thoughts in mind. The broken jackhammer was still there. Alright, the jackhammer. It was essential to their plan to escape through the pipe. But even if he could repair it, it would take about 3 hours for it to destroy the pump in the intake pipe. They wouldn't make it in time before the bomb went off. Right, if worst comes to worst, do we need to find another escape route aside from the pipe? But we tried that. We agonized over trying to figure out how to do that. There was none. Was there? No, there wasn't. But where could they even find one? Watase exited the corpse-littered room as he left that thought in a corner of his mind. Once he was out in the hallway, he threw the 2 empty pistols to the floor. He then stomped on them with all his might, with his safety boots, destroying both the guns and the magazines. Oh yeah, safety boots, I guess they would be like steel plated, basically, especially at the bottom, so that you can walk on sharp objects and stuff like that. Those are heavy. Fuck, he's been walking in those the whole time, running around, dodging left and right. Those boots are heavy. They weigh at least like 1 kilo or 2 each. Fuck it out. That way, he didn't have to worry about someone picking one up later and misusing it. This means that the only guns left are my own and the one the old man has. Yeah, that's an unaccounted pistol. It was a silver lining that not many people there had gotten their hands on guns. Now that he neutralized the threat those guns posed, Watase decided it was finally time to start searching for the people infected with malice. Alright, the first one I should catch is Old Man Ukita. This place is huge though, so to find him, but those three are just roaming about. You could just stumble upon them right now. Watase thought, then soon found an answer. The surveillance room. There were still several live monitors there. Oh yeah, that's a thing as well. If he used those, he could gain a slightly better idea of what was going on in the facility at the moment. He headed off for the surveillance room with that thought. He slowly went down the staircase, being particularly careful to remain hidden and silent. His greatest fear was Ukita suddenly shooting him from a distance. But it would actually be advantageous for Watase if he was able to physically spot Ukita first. I mean, Ukita's not a very good shot, so it doesn't really matter. It'll probably take him time to reload bullets too. Yeah, because no magazine, just some bullets. I should just run up to him and throw him to the floor. That would work, yeah. Watase had trained in martial arts ever since he joined Q. Now that his memories were back, he fully remembered how to use all of these skills. Never thought I'd have to use them on the old man though. He finished descending the staircase when he thought that. And just as soon as he left the stairwell, Watase heard a familiar voice. Is with you too? Kasasagi is with you too. Okay, Anna. Who are you talking to?
Yeah.
No, he's a traitor. Ah. Complicated. Complications. He heard voices apparently coming from a room right next to the staircase. The surveillance room. Those voices, isn't that the old man and Teach? Yeah, shit, Teach is in danger. But not really, no. They're conversing normally. Watase frantically dashed for the door to the surveillance room and opened it up. Stop it, old man. Don't hurt. No. She's the one with the gun. Interesting. Watase gasped before he completed his sentence. Okay. Right. He had been rendered speechless by the most unexpected scene unfolding before him. Eee, who are you, Anna? Hello. Uh-huh. And Ukita turned around in surprise. Yeah. It wasn't Ukita who was attacking Anna. It was Anna who was pointing a gun at Ukita. Uh-huh. What the hell? What's going on? Very good question. Who are you, Anna? Come on now. Captain Kasasagi, you... look. Anna glared at Watase with hostility. She's gonna shoot? Nah. Watase drew his body back in surprise, only for Anna to run out of the room after a moment's hesitation. What the hell was that all about? That's a very good question. Okay. Nice. Watase stood there in shock. Just then, Ukita started talking to him in a low voice. Ooh. That woman wasn't a mere teacher at all. Yeah, I suspected that for a while. What? I tried to take her magazine from her, but then she ended up stealing the gun from me. Then she threatened me. She said, tell me everything you know right now, or I'll shoot to kill. Yeah, that's a... Her intent to kill was the real thing. Next thing I knew, I was confessing everything to her. All about the terrorist plot and how you betrayed us halfway through. Look, he lost his memories. The plan's a failure. It's all over thanks to you. Ukita lunged at Watase as he shouted that. He's still infected with malice, though, obviously. What? You've got a gun too, right? Give it to me right now. That woman is probably an assassin sent by Labo. If we don't hunt her down and kill her now, she'll kill us. Oh, what? I don't know if that's false, though. Like, here's the thing, we know nothing about her. Ukita tried to steal Watase's gun with bloodshot eyes. It was clear he was completely possessed by madness. Damn it, is this also the malice's influence? A little bit, yes. Watase dodged around Ukita with a little effort and circled behind him. He then wrapped his arm around the old man's neck and squeezed. It was a sleeper hold, a technique to render someone powerless without actually harming them. Yeah, we've been over this several times. Ukita's arm soon dangled limply. Phew, this should be fine, right, Natsuhiko? Watase sighed heavily and picked up Ukita. He then ran back for the shelter. Alright. Meanwhile, Natsuhiko was in the shelter with Yuri. The two of them were gazing at Mashiro's face. Mashiro was groaning in pain. Mashiro looks like she's in pain, eh? Yeah. Natsuko was frustrated at being powerless to help her. There were so many things he wanted to talk about when she woke up. He wanted to tell her that Yuri was alive. Oh yeah, right, Mashiro has been out for all of this. Hey Masha, that must have been how you felt 9 years ago, eh? This is what it must have felt like to watch me stupefied, unable to wake up. That incident had shattered their daily lives. Natsuhiko became stupefied once he was told of Yuri's death, and when he woke up, he started to see a phantom. The three kids who had once been together had become distanced in many ways. But after such a long time, we're finally all together again. And yet, Mashiro had watched over Natsuko until his time of awakening came. And now, Mashiro was the one lying down, wakeless. What if, before Mashiro woke up, Watase handed Yuri over to Q and she was taken away somewhere? Those two best friends might never meet again. Yuri, are you sure you're okay with it? You mean the deal with Captain Kasasagi? Yeah, at this rate, that might mean you'll have to part with Mashiro too, you know? Just how sad would it make her to hear about everything after the fact? Yuri suddenly sighed in reply. You know, Hikarin, I'm sure it might make Mashiro sad, but sadness is only temporary, you know? I mean, every emotion is temporary. That's just how life happens, you just move on from one feeling to the next. Eh? Well, I'm sure she'll have mixed feelings about knowing that I'm alive. Why is that? Why is that? You can't tell me you haven't noticed it, can you? Mashiro really loves you, you know? Like, look, of course he hasn't noticed, he's kind of a dumbwit. He's typical dense protagonist. She loves you so much, she risked her life to come with you all the way to Labo. Yeah, come on now, but if I were to suddenly appear and steal you away after all of that, then even Mashiro would get mad. Oh, hey, hold on, Yuri. Of course, the deal with Captain Kasagi was to ensure everyone got saved. But it's also a good opportunity for me to back off too. God damn, stop being so selfless, Yuri. God damn it. You're too nice. With me out of the way, you and Mashiro can be together. Yeah, so it really is the best of course of... Come on now, that's nonsense. What about you? Be a little selfish, come the fuck on. What are you saying, idiot? Like, I agree there. Natsuko couldn't bear to listen anymore, so he interrupted her. Idiot? Well, yeah. Yuri's eyes widened. It was understandable. That was the very first time Natsuko had ever badmouthed her. But nonetheless, Natsuko hardened his heart and continued. Yuri, don't you know just how much Mashiro loves you? Do you know how much it pained her heart to learn that you had died? But that was ages ago. So? So? Who cares about a dead friend who's been gone for 9 whole years? That's dumb. That is dumb. Yuri, you're being dumb right now. Emotions don't just, like, disappear. Yes, you move on, they change all the time, but they don't disappear, they still linger in your memory. Like, people have nostalgia, like, for decades, like, especially a childhood memory like this of a best friend, like, come on. Besides, Mashiro owns a way more amazing girl than me. Well, you're two different people. Don't compare yourself like that, that's pointless, that's meaningless. There's no way a girl like her would care about someone like me forever. Come on, Yuri. You saw Natsuko's memories. Mashiro's not like... Come on now. You're being dumb right now. After all, Mashiro's so cute and cheerful and popular with all the boys. Oh, come on, who cares about that? None of that matters to her, and you know it, don't you? Of course she does. Yeah, you know it. Yuri pouted her lips. It was a conversation 9 years in the making. Natsuko and Yuri were speaking not through BC, but with their own voices. Not through lies and falsehoods, but from the heart. Mashiro would always communicate with you through me. You're not just some 9-year dead friend to her at all, of course not. She still cares about you. There's no way in hell that Mashiro would be upset to learn you're alive. So please stop this nonsense about backing off for Mashiro's sake. I'm sure that's actually the one thing she'd hate the most. But... Yuri looked more and more confused. Natsuhiko sighed. Say, Yuri, can you please drop the mindset that it's okay if I suffer as long as nobody else has to? Like, be a little selfish. Come on now. Eh? I'm not just talking about the thing with Mashiro. You're like that with Watase's deal too. You were confined here for 9 years, and at the end of all that, you fall into Q's hands. You're not okay with that, are you? I don't want you to go through that again. I want to set you free. Once Natsuko had said all that, Yuri smiled ever so slightly. If only. Why not? If only I could go outside, bask in the light of the sun, and walk freely in the park. I'm sure it would be fun. You can. If only I could go on a trip somewhere with you and Mashiro, and Luis, and the professor too. Ah, well, the professor's we still have to deal with that bit. Maybe the professor. Then Yuri interrupted Natsuko when he tried to speak. But I can't. Why not? Even if we disregard Mashiron's feelings, I really still can't be with you guys. Why not? Because I'm a test subject. Labo has their eyes on me. I mean, I guess that's correct though. You don't know just how frightening Labo can be. I guess we only got a glimpse of that with the subject and them testing like that whole mind melding capabilities and limits. That's fucked up. So yeah, okay, fair enough. Fair enough. They're an institution that's confined people for years on end, you know. They could even be above the police for all we know. Even if you stood against Labo as an individual, you'd have no chance to succeed, Hikorin. Only organizations can oppose organizations. I guess, yeah, you need resources and people and whatnot to do stuff like that. So you see, that's why, if I want to leave here, then I have no choice but to let Q take custody of me. Natsuko was speechless in light of Yuri's sad words. Now he understood why she had been so obstinate. She didn't want to get Natsuko or Mashiro involved. But still, in the end, that still means Yuri has to endure suffering all by herself, doesn't it? I mean, not necessarily. She can make herself part of the organization and do some good there from the inside, I guess. I mean, I guess Q is kind of like an outside group or something. It's complicated. Yeah, it's complicated. It's always complicated. Once that thought crossed Natsuko's mind, he suddenly heard a sound coming from outside the shelter door. Yeah, there we go. Let's correct Ukita's memories. Who's there? It's me. Please open up. It was Watase. Relieved, Natsuko input the password on the keypad beside the door. And he brought Ukita. And soon enough, the iron door opened and Watase appeared. Look who I brought! Watase was carrying a limp Ukita under his arm. Mr. Ukita! Relax, he's just unconscious. Watase gently laid Ukita down on the floor. And sure enough, Ukita had not a single visible wound. Natsuko was unsure how exactly Watase had apprehended him, but it couldn't have been easy to apprehend someone who had a gun without hurting them, could it? It's complicated. It's excitingly complicated now with that. Well, now you see exactly what my stance is, don't you? Watase. Watase had kept his promise with you, of course. Evacuate everyone safely. It seemed Watase was striving to make sure nobody got hurt during the process either. Yeah. Damn, I'm not sure if this guy's got integrity or what. He has fucked of integrity. Of course he does. While Natsuko had found himself at a loss for words, Yuri spoke for him. Captain Tasasagi, thank you for keeping your promise. I mean, he's kept his promise 1 out of 3. Well, 1 out of 4. Sorry, currently, because we still need to get... no, 1 out of 5. No, 1 out of 4. Yeah, no, 1 out of 5. We still need to get Jun, Kazumi, Luis, and Anna here. So yeah, that's 5 people who still need to be here. Wait, there's 9 characters. Wait, what? Jun, Kazumi, Luis, and I'm confusing myself for no reason. Anyway, Watase looked uncomfortable and just turned up his nose. Anyway, if you're gonna do it, then just do it already. That malice erasure thing. There's no doubt that the monster's screwing around inside the old man's head. He'll probably go berserk again the moment he wakes up. And that's definitely gonna be a pain. Yeah. Natsuko had seen a deranged Ukita up close too. He was no doubt infected with malice. But I won't do something as crude as a full memory erasure anymore. That was a decision Natsuhiko had made. So he would only erase the malice within Ukita, in the same way he had done with Watase. Okay, Yuri, This time, let's start off by accessing and repairing just the floral-scented memories from the get-go. And then we'll erase subject N's spirit. Aw, huh? Are you sure? That sounds a little different from the process we used for Captain Kasagi, though. Well, cause you didn't know what you were doing with Captain Kasagi then. You now have a better grasp. That's how it works. You refine the process through trial and error. I want to minimize reading other people's memories to only what's absolutely necessary. I'm sure even Mr. Ukita wouldn't like it if we just peeked into his mind without permission, you know? That was something Natsuhiko had been prohibiting himself from doing. But in response to that answer, Watase said, I see. So you're prohibiting yourself from abusing your abilities, eh? I admire that intention of yours, kid. But I think it's dangerous. Dangerous? Why? Just erasing his malice doesn't necessarily make him safe, does it? What? Mr. Ukita is one of your comrades, isn't he? You don't believe in him? That's not what I'm talking about. It's just there's honestly a lot about the old man as a person that I don't understand. I know I'm not one to talk, but there's just way too much about the old man's behavior that's suspicious. Like how he tied up Yuri. Oh yeah, that happened. I forgot about that. So don't you think it's worth checking out what's been driving him, just to make sure? Yeah, I agree, actually. It was a little unexpected for Watase to say such a thing despite not being a communicator. I mean, he's smart. He's like the smartest character in this entire story so far. Like, evidently so. But Yuri spoke in support of that opinion as well. Hikarin, I can understand why you'd have qualms about doing it, but don't you think it'd be best if we did a proper check of Mr. Ukita's past? Huh? I get the feeling that repairing the falsified memories will require as deep an understanding of Mr. Ukita as possible. Or else we'll have no way of knowing for sure if the memories have been properly repaired or not. Yeah, you do need context. That is true. Watase and Yuri made sound arguments. Though it was important to know the dangers of his ability, it might have been more dangerous to fixate on such moral issues. Oh, fucking hell, choices. Guide, tell me. Where am I? I guess perhaps he should follow Watase and Yuri's suggestion. Where is that? Where is that? KG at maximum, Natsuko at minimum. Okay. Sure. There we go. Fuck me. I got a little confused by the text file myself. I'm not very good at reading guides. I typically don't do that because I just wade through them, but... Okay, I should do this. There we go. Just delete the things that are no longer relevant. There. Fuck me. Alright. Anyway, apologies about that. This will be cut. Perhaps he should follow Watase's and Yuri's suggestion. Everyone's lives hang on my shoulders. I can't be too careful with malice erasure here, can I? But just how detailed of a check should he run? Should he look through Ukita's memories in detail, or only the bare minimum? I want to keep it at the bare minimum. He considered that course of action for a moment, but then Natsuhiko second-guessed himself. No, I really do want to know the details, so do I. Why would a diligent man like Mr. Ukita dabble in terrorism? Natsuhiko decided to have a detailed look at Ukita's memories. Yes, details. Okay, let's dive into Mr. Ukita's memory then. As Natsuko held his breath in anxiety, Yuri gently grasped his hand. Hikarin, I'm here for you. Yee. Natsuko nodded at her words, walked up to Ukita, and activated Senses Sympathy. Fuck yeah. It was 4.5 years ago. After graduating from college and completing over 10 years of hard work in the field of physics, his dream of being admitted into the 6th laboratory of Atomic and Biological Organization was fulfilled. Before his admission, he was informed that Labo was no nuclear research facility, but instead a BC research facility. Labo was lying to the world, but that mattered little to Ukita. All that mattered to him was his own research. It was said that by joining Labo, a vastly accomplished laboratory, one's career was more or less set in stone. Ukita looked to his own future with pride and high hopes. And when he first visited Labo, he met her. How do you do? I'm Keiji Ukita. I've just been assigned here. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hello, Miyoko. I'm Miyoko Tenkawa, the supervisor of this section. I look forward to making your acquaintance. The woman greeting him was none other than Dr. Miyoko Tenko, the world authority on elementary particle physics. She had been active in the world of physics before she'd even hit 20, and despite her young age, had soared her way up to become one of the highest ranked researchers at the facility. Finally, I can finally work actively in the most cutting-edge elementary particle physics research under her leadership. Ukita was burning with passion that day. But after half a year of work at Labo, Ukita found himself faced with a number of problems. He spent his breaks in between work in the reference room, worrying to himself as he pretended to look for documents. Damn it, why is it that everyone I know is getting results except for me? Up until that point, he'd basically never been inferior to anyone else when it came to his field of study. But even the most outstanding of prodigies were easily overshadowed in a sea of geniuses. And Labo was filled with that very sea. Does all of my scientific training amount to nothing more than this? He gritted his teeth in frustration at the thought. Just then, he heard the sound of the door opening up behind him. He turned around and saw Dr. Tenkawa there. Oh, you're looking for some documents too, Mr. Ukita. Oh, no, but are you looking for some yourself? I can give you a hand if you'd like. Thank you, but I know where they are, so I'll be fine. She reached out for the top of the bookshelf as she said that. What's going on? She looks a tad unsteady on her feet. Just as he thought that, he saw Dr. Tenkawa's knees give out. Look out! Uh-oh. Ukita quickly caught the professor, a number of papers raining to the floor. Professor, are you alright? Oh, I'm sorry. I've been working several sleepless nights recently, so I was a bit dizzy. You should get some sleep, come on now. She let go of Ukita and stepped away from him, but she was still walking on unsteady feet. Seriously, how pathetic of me. I didn't expect to be reduced to this after just 3 nights without sleep. 3 nights without sleep? Fucking hell. That's... Go to bed. That's dumb. You can't do science and like logic and stuff like that without sleep. Fuck that. Go to sleep. You're being dumb right now. 3 nights? Wouldn't it be better for you to rest a little then? It would be. It's alright, no it's not. I'm used to it, that's bad. You shouldn't be used to that. That really doesn't work, that doesn't help your cognitive function. Like your brain needs sleep, it needs to process the information it acquires during waking hours in order to function. If you don't do that, then you'll start to hallucinate. Like, I once went without sleep for just like 30 hours and after hour 20 or so I started like, my vision got a little funky. My hearing was a little off. And my stance was, if I sat down, I would fall asleep at any moment. Like, mind you, this is going off of a hangover after like a party or something. Like no energy drinks, no caffeine, none of that. I don't drink any of that. I don't need those. I don't want those. So it's like, that's bad. Like that was not great, but that was only like 30 hours. But this is like over 70 hours. Fuck that. Before he even knew what he was doing, Ukita called out to her. Dr. Tenkawa? How do you think I can become an amazing scientist like you? Oh, that's such a stupid newbie question. The professor's eyes widened at that question. Ah, amazing scientist? That sounds like something a child would say. It is. He's flustered. Just so you know, Mr. Ukita, I am by no means an amazing scientist. I've merely found a major problem that I need to solve. A problem worth foregoing sleep to research. What do you mean by a major problem? Dr. Tenkawa quietly answered Ukita's question. There's still so much we don't know about BC, and it's dangerous to leave it that way. We've kept this hidden from the world, but the truth is that if a high-level communicator misuses BC, there's a chance their mind will break. And the chance they'll break other people's minds as well. Is that true? Yes. Actually, there was a communicator I once knew whose mind broke because they misused BC. That's why I'm working to solve the mysteries of BC, so that something like that doesn't happen again. So then that means you skip sleep and meals and immerse yourself in research so that all communicators may have peace to look forward to. Well, like if you kill yourself doing that kind of stuff, then that doesn't help. That doesn't help. Like, you can't keep doing this. That's silly. You're devoting your life to clearing a path for the communicator's future. But like, if you do it this way, your life will be much shorter. than if you just take proper care of yourself. Like, say you keep this kind of insane workload up for, constantly. Like, you'll just burn out and not be able to do anything productive in like just a few years' time at best. But if you take a regular sleep, you can keep doing this kind of work for decades. So like, it's really, really dumb. It's really dumb, people who overwork themselves all the time. It's like, it's really not good for you, and it's not good for your results as well. Like, you're not gonna get the best results when you are sleep deprived, when you are just anxious and constantly like just jittery from like stimulants and stuff like that. It's not a way to get a good result. It just isn't. It's stupid, it's silly. It's nothing as grand as that, but if there's a problem out there, then I want to solve it with the power of science. Isn't that the thought that drives all scientists? I can't tell anyone about my research right now, but I believe that someday the fruits of that research will benefit communicators and society as a whole. That's all. Ukita found his heart moved by Dr. Tenkawa's words. Now that he thought about it, he pursued his research wholeheartedly because he wanted to be acknowledged by the world. That's the kind of person he was. But Dr. Tenkawa was different. She would likely achieve her current position out of a conviction to save communicators. Ukita quickly grew embarrassed of himself the moment he realized that difference. Thank you, Dr. Tenkawa. You've helped me open my eyes. Except for the, sleep part. Do sleep. I'm glad to hear that. Talking with you has made me feel a little bit less drowsy to go to sleep. That wasn't exactly what Ukita meant, but as the professor left the room, he felt that the mere sight of her was like looking at pure light. Ukita changed from that day onwards. He threw himself into his research without sparing time for sleep. That's really stupid. Don't do that. Don't fucking do that. God damn it, you idiots. He made efforts in research related to improving the BC insulator. If we can popularize a high-quality insulator, then friction between communicators and normal people should decrease. It was with those thoughts that Ukita sought techniques to create low-priced insulators with high energy absorptivity, achieving results after results. And a year and a half later, Ukita encountered Dr. Tenkawa in the reference room, much like he had that one day. When she saw him, she broke out into a smile and spoke up to him. Mr. Ukita, you've been working quite hard since that day, haven't you? Congratulations. Human Affairs has decided to promote you to a junior fellow. Is that true? Like, he should... Okay. Yes, as of tomorrow, you will be working for the research team directly under my command. I look forward to working with you. Yes, the honor's all mine. Now he could finally work together with the scientist he so admired. Ukita's heart trembled with that thought. Okay. So far, nothing too unusual, just some background there. It had happened 2 years ago. Ukita had gotten special permission to enter N with Dr. Tenkawa that day. And then... the truth. So this is the WX particle amplifier. Conflict. Yeah. Ukita was overwhelmed by the 6 towers standing in the giant hall. Well, what are your impressions of the genuine article? I've heard about it before, but it's incredible what Labo was able to create by mustering all of its efforts. Indeed, but there's still a long way to go before it's completely stable. That's why you'll be mainly in charge of the operating WX particle amplifier. Most of that is conducted in the system control room though, so you likely won't get another chance to come back here. I see. Incidentally, what is that transparent tube in the middle of the room? I'm sorry, but that information is only to be divulged to senior fellows. So it's top secret information, I take it? Yes, but leave your inquiries at that. The look in Dr. Tenkawa's eyes became slightly pointed when she said that. Yeah, she knows literally everything that's happening in this facility. Like, curiosity killed the cat. It would be best for junior fellows to remember that phrase. Jeez. I don't want to intimidate you, but it would be safer for you not to take a government-managed facility lightly. I take it you'd rather avoid any unnecessary trouble, yes? Yeah, that's very... understood. I'll keep that in mind. Well, that matter aside, there's actually one more job I would like to entrust to you, Mr. Ukita. And are there some data you'd like me to examine? No, it's not related to your duties as a researcher. I'd like you to be my son's observer. Ah, this bit. What do you mean, by observer. Okay. You see, my son Natsuko actually has an IGF-2R gene abnormality of type S. Type S, that's... yes, an extremely rare occurrence. They say it occurs in only 1 out of every 30 million births. But Natsuko hasn't manifested his BC abilities once. However, Labo still cannot ignore his case. Thus, they made him an observation target. His former observer lived in a house across from ours, but he retired the other day. And you live next door to us, so... Please wait a moment. I live right next door to you? Oh, were you not aware of that? Not at all. We haven't seen each other out once in our neighborhood, so... True, perhaps we never did have any opportunities for that. I practically live here in Labo now, after all. Anyway, could you please be his observer? All you have to do is watch to see if his BC abilities ever manifest, and report at least a little bit about his day-to-day life. Dr. Tenkawa was always extraordinarily busy. There was no doubt that she had very few opportunities to see her son, which is not great. Understood. I'll accept your request. Since Ukita was also quite busy, he wrote up his observation reports once a month. Natsuko had been given the rather pretentious designation of Special Observation Target NA2. Special Observation Target NA2, 66 Periodic Report. Current Observer Keiji Ukita. Date May 3rd, 2028. Location in front of Na2's residence. Status: I exchanged greetings with Na2 for the first time this morning upon leaving for work. He appears to be a rather polite boy. Report: no signs of BC ability manifestation. Special Observation Target no 68th Periodic Report. Current Observer July in front of residence. Status: met and Na2 and his friend M put a bamboo tree in front of the entryway. Na2's wish was for the three of us to always be friends. It appears that he has one more friend in that house, but I have not been able to make any visual confirmation of them. Furthermore, when Na2 inquired to me about Dr. Takawa was doing, I told him she was working hard. He did not show a particularly positive reaction to that, but it looked more to me like a disguised love. No signs of BC ability manifestation. A thought suddenly crossed Ukita's mind as he wrote his paper on Natsuko's day-to-day life. Come to think of it, Mashiro is always with Natsuhiko. Could that mean that Mashiro has feelings for Natsuhiko? Who cares, dude? Like, a smile crossed Ukita's face as that thought guess filled his mind. Ah, young love. However, his emotions soon changed when reality hit him. He had already heard from Dr. Tenkawa that Mashiro Otoba had IGF-2R gene abnormality of type B. Those with the IGF-2R genetic mutations were doomed with short lifespans. According to statistics, the life expectancy of communicators who were type B and higher was roughly 33 years. Ukita himself had just turned 33. The thought that Natsuko and Mashiro might not even make it to his age was heart-wrenching. I guess that's fair enough. Yeah, that is kind of sad. The big sad, one of them at least. I want to protect their futures. He probably would have never thought that way had he never met Dr. Tenkawa. And it was extremely likely that the fact that she had a Type S son had only strengthened her desire to save communicators. But what does Dr. Tenkawa plan on doing if her son, a special observation target, manifests his BC abilities? No, now that I think about it, I've never been told why special observation targets exist to begin with. Natsuko has been designated as Na2, which means there was likely a Na that came before him. Ukita accessed the network using his observer authority and typed target Na in the search engine on that hunch. But he found nothing relevant. All records had probably been deleted for some reason. He then just tried searching special observation target. What's this? How to deal with special observation targets. Ukita opened the file under that name. Proposal for how to deal with special observation targets. Okay, it's a proposal. August 1st, 2020. Oh, that's even before that incident. Proposals for how to deal with special observation targets are as follows. The observers and the administrators of Area 0 wish to deliberate this matter carefully. First of all, they wish to determine new consideration criteria regarding confinement procedures for special observation targets. Up until now, the single criterion has been that special observation targets will be considered for confinement after reaching ability level 4. However, we believe this single criterion to be lacking in foresight. There have been many cases where IGF-2R gene abnormality level S communicators have displayed abilities that defy the norm. Thus, Labo believes that we should adopt unique criteria and supplement them to the existing criterion. That's fine. Special observation targets will be considered for confinement in the event that they display unusual BC abilities, regardless of their ability level. This includes cases where they display extraordinary long-range telepathy, and cases where their ability level rises considerably in a short period of time. Should a special observation target ever meet any of the above criteria, they will be immediately considered for confinement. Depending on the situation, swift and pertinent preparation shall be made, and the special observation target shall be transferred to Labo at the best opportunity. Afterwards, they will be imprisoned in Area 0 as a test subject. Okay. Up until the last sentence, it was all, you could get away with, you could word it in the legalese way to not get into trouble, but the last one is like, that's just straight up, no, fuck off with that. Imprisoned and test subjects. Like, there's no getting around that. There's no legalese you can use to, like, make yourself look like, innocent with that kind of language. Fuck that. Furthermore, the test subject born in Labo shall be confined there permanently unless a special case occurs. Changes in circumstances, revisions to laws, etc. Also, should a currently confined test subject be released for any suitable reason, they shall be reclassified as a special observation target. We would also like to establish different criteria for dealing with the aforementioned special observation targets. Area 0 Administrator Shuya Eriguchi. They will be imprisoned in Area 0 as a test subject. Yeah, that's the big one. What does this mean? I mean, it's pretty blatant. It's explicitly stated imprisoned and test subjects. It's pretty clear there. What in the world is Area 0? As soon as he thought that, he suddenly remembered what he had seen in Area N. I'm sorry, but that information is only to be divulged to senior fellows. What if that was actually an elevator leading underground? Hey, correct. It wouldn't be all that odd for there to be a place under Area N that normally researchers didn't know about. So what does that mean? Does this document suggest that special observation targets whose abilities manifest are imprisoned under Area N? Yes, obviously. Special observation target Natsuhiko still hasn't manifested his BC abilities. That was probably why he'd been able to live a normal life ever since surveillance on him began in 2021, but will Natsuhiko be confined if his abilities manifest? What's more, this proposal mentioned a currently confined test subject and one who was born here as well, meaning that they have at least one test subject confined in Area 0 at this very moment. Oh yes. Ukita tried typing Area 0 into the search engine with shaky fingers. There should be like a system like this would like have alerts for when someone accesses certain information. Like there's alerts like going on about. But when he did, the only thing his monitor displayed was confidentiality level 5. It appeared Ukita could not access the information with his ID and password. But on the other hand, if there were people out there with level 5 clearance enough, which there are, such as her, then that meant Dr. Tenkawa and the other senior fellows could access it. Yes. So that means only a select few researchers know about the existence of any test subjects. Indeed. But what are the senior fellows hiding from us junior fellows? Oh, a lot of things you don't want to know. Test subjects for what? Come on, it's a BC research facility. You're a smart man. In the first place, test subject was a word that was used to talk about mice and such used for experiments. Correct. But if that word was being used to talk about a human, then that meant it can't be. Is Labo performing human experimentation? Bingo! There we go. No, I won't believe it. Believe it! There's no way that Labo, that Dr. Tenkawa would ever partake in such barbarity. But they are. Science is complicated like that. Like you need hard data to actually make stuff advanced. There's only so much you can glean from testing on mice and stuff, you know? But the seed of doubt in Ukita kept on growing day by day. And before he knew it, one day he started searching for information on any test subjects. They really don't have any safeguards in their own database to like alert someone that, hey, this information was accessed by this, at this time and date by, these credentials, That's like a standard thing in most secure facilities, right? At least it should be. If you care about confidentiality and keeping secrets, like this place does, apparently. But that's a major oversight. They should have caught him, you know, accessing this information literally on the day it happened. That's sloppy. That's a very, very sloppy of Labo here. Very, very sloppy, you know. Poor security management. I mean, we know they have poor security. I mean, children get in here. Like twice now. And like, yeah, no. Nah. He found the information he was looking for in a document located in a room where all the undigitized paper media was stored. This is... Ukita was shocked at what he was written there. Labo fire incident, July 10, 2021. All relevant parties are most likely already aware of the fire that occurred in this facility 3 days ago, July 7, 2021. Although the worst possible outcome was averted at the last moment, there were inadequacies found in multiple security systems. This document contains a compilation of the problems hinted at by this incident. The cause of the fire lies in the deranged actions of Senior Fellow S. S had been appointed as an administrator of Area 0 on April 12th. As a result, he had quite a great number of opportunities to come into contact with the research results in Area 0. And about 3 months later, S committed his crime. He took the power-generated gasoline stored in Area 0 and scattered it at 6 points throughout Labo. He used timed lighters to set them all on fire and intentionally caused the WX particle amplifier to go haywire at the same time. He also unlocked the gates to Area N and Area 0. He is believed to have committed the arson in order to escape with certain research results during the fire. Though this is nothing more than a guess, seeing as how S is now dead, the possibility of this is quite high. Furthermore, these research results shall be designated as N amongst all senior fellows to conceal the relevant details. If he hadn't had any context about the document, Ukita probably wouldn't have paid all that much attention about it. But when he put it together all the information he'd gathered so far, a doubt arose to his mind. It says here that Senior Fellow S was in charge of Area 0. What if he did all that to try to get the test subject out of Labo? Could the research results designated as N be a secret codename for the test subjects? It was nothing more than a guess, but Ukita felt he was on the right track. A senior fellow had gone deranged and set fire to Labo. Ukita couldn't come up with many reasons for why he would do that. S probably took advantage of the fire to try to get the test subject out of the facility. But Labo found out about what he did. So he failed and was killed. He remembered what Dr. Tenkawa had once told him. Curiosity killed the cat. It would be best for junior fellows to remember that phrase. The words once spoken by the woman he respected so much now sounded horribly cruel. He knew it. Labo really is secretly conducting human experimentation. Ukita's body started trembling the moment that suspicion turned into conviction. He alone was being tormented by the fear of having looked into the abyss. 3 days later, Ukita decided to question Dr. Tenkawa as a scientist. Is something the matter, Mr. Ukita? Why did you call me out here? My sincerest apologies. There's something that I simply must ask you about. I'm certain every scientist has thought of this at least once. But do you believe that robbing the happiness of one to develop the technology to save a million is forgivable? Look, it's complicated. It's fucking complicated, okay? Like... I mean, consent is important. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. As Spock once said. So, if there is consent on that one, then yes. The professor answered Ukita's question honestly, as if she had realized how serious he was. Ethically speaking, no. However, ethics can fuck right off sometimes, you know? Ethics get in the way of progress a lot of times. But fucking society runs on ethics more or less, so it's complicated. It's fucking complicated sometimes. Sometimes it's very simple and straightforward, but sometimes it's not. Like, it's something we must do even if it's not forgivable. Huh? What we're dealing with is a power that is very high risk in human hands. I mean, so it's a very high risk, because there's no one else to use such powers. That's all. If humanity can choose whether or not to use BC, then I don't think they should use it. But regardless of our wishes, more and more new communicators are being born. So there's no chance that we can stop researching it. We can't leave a power that mind-bogglingly strong unchecked. That is correct. Just like you say, maybe it is necessary to continue with PC research. But shouldn't we think more carefully about the methods involved in that? We have our ethics as scientists and our ethics as humans. I believe it is when we forget those things that technology goes down the wrong path. Well, no, not technology doesn't go down the wrong path ever. It's the use of that technology that goes down wrong paths. Like, technology itself is just there. It just exists. The problem is how we choose to use it. What are your thoughts on that? Hold on, what sort of question is this? Please just answer the question. I need to hear it. Perhaps you're right. However, at the end of the day, all we can do is pursue the truth and solve the problems before us. Whether that's good or evil is not for us to decide. It is history's job to vindicate or vilify us. That is the way science has always continued to progress. So likewise, I will do whatever it takes to achieve my goal as nothing more than one of those scientists. With those words, something precious in Ukita crumbled apart with a roar. In that case, please let me ask you one more question. What do you plan on doing with Natsuko if his abilities manifest? Mr. Ukita, don't tell me you... Ukita didn't answer her question, but you know, by not answering it, you answered it. Finally, she sighed and spoke. Mr. Ukita, as of today, you are hereby relieved of your duty of observing Natsuhiko. And as of tomorrow, you will be transferred to another research team. Is that your answer, Dr. Tekao? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. But Dr. Tekao didn't answer and simply walked away from Ukita. I mean, that's your answer. You got your answer. You got your answer. Ukita went outside Labo after that. The sky was filled with heavy clouds that threatened to start raining at any moment. He'd started laughing to himself without even noticing it. I worked myself to the bone all this time because I wanted to save communicators. I finally grew a desire to do something for others' sakes. Yet I never would have guessed that Labo of all places was using those very same communicators for their own experiments. Look, science is complicated like that. What a sick joke. He couldn't stop the dry laughter coming from his throat. Suddenly, he noticed that there were tears running down his cheeks. Must I find a clear solution to this? As a scientist, must I write off this sacrifice as insignificant in the grand scheme of things? That depends on your own personal moral radar. Indeed, if he had just committed himself to that mindset, he could have continued living his life as he had up until this point. He could have lived as a highly paid labo scientist with no inconveniences in his life. Whatever happened to that test subject he'd never even seen before would have had no bearing on him. He should have had no issues with any of that. Yet... preposterous. Oh, that's a good word. Preposterous. A bit too many P's though there. There is no way in hell I can accept that. He couldn't bear to live in such complacency. Scientists and test subjects are both human. No just cause in the world is worth sacrificing them. I mean, sure. But, I mean, people get sacrificed for completely unjust causes all the time throughout history and, like, modern days. So, it's, like, it's bad. But that's just how the world works so far. Hopefully that can change. And should change, but, like... it's not gonna be easy. It's not gonna get there. We're not gonna get there without more pointless sacrifices, unfortunately. Probably. Yeah, I mean, it's happening right now, isn't it? Doesn't matter what time period you're listening to this. It's still true, isn't it? There's pointless conflict happening all the time. People sacrificing willingly and unwillingly. So, yeah, that's just how humans roll. Assuming we're still alive by then. Although then there's no one to listen to this. So, anyway, that's meaningless. An emotion welled up from his heart when he shouted that, and the rain started raining down. I had to put a stop to it. It was a rage that smashed his devotion to his job to pieces. There was also the pure disgust of participating in such wrongdoings. But by no means was that all. Oddly enough, it was what Dr. Tegawa had shown him that gave him this conviction. Her good heart that lived for others. I'll do it. I'll save that trapped test subject. He was probably the only one in the city who knew of the test subject and wanted to free them. If he were the only one who could act, then inaction was a sin. Sins and stuff like that. Perhaps my motivation is but a fragile, powerless sense of justice. Perhaps I'll be erased just like Senior Fellow S was. Regardless, Ukita turned around and glared at Labo's gargantuan shadow. It's not that big of a facility. It's only 2 stories high, plus that little tower thing. Cold rain suddenly poured down and crashed upon him. But the flame that had been lit in the depths of his heart would never go out. Okay, context. After that night where Ukita learned the truth about Labo, he began his lonely battle. He's been reassigned somewhere. He worked all alone in his personal office. The only work he did was the mind-numbing process of examining data sent to him, a fitting job for someone who had been kicked upstairs. There was a surveillance camera in his office, so he would have been found out immediately if he ever showed the slightest sign of doing anything suspicious. But they couldn't read his mind. Ukita was thinking over his next course of action as he did his job. What should I do? How can I stop the human experimentation? The Rokome City government must be in cahoots with Labo if they are keeping up such a large-scale cover-up. So that means going to the police is out of the question. And leaking word out to the media will be difficult as well. Labo performed a strict body search on anyone entering or leaving the facility, so it will be extremely hard to smuggle out the damning documents. And what's more, Ukita still didn't know anything more than the basic details about the test subject. One wrong step and he would most likely meet the same fate that Senior Fellow S had. Then that means the only reliable groups are online terrorist groups. Yeah. When that thought hit him, Ukita began participating in various internet forums to find organizations who looked like they'd help his cause. He then posted the question to the users on those forums. Do you think you could forgive Rokome City if it turned out they were secretly using communicators for human experimentation? But their responses only served to betray Ukita's hopes each time. I mean, you're posting on internet forums, something like that. Like, you're gonna get troll responses all the time. You have to sift through all of those to get actual responses. Their comments of, think you're getting a tad delusional there, or lol conspiracy theorists, show that not only did they not believe him at all, but they also didn't have any sense of impending danger. Yeah, this was written back into a tell. That was, I guess, the writers decided not to use the language that, you would find on more fringe forums. Fair enough. Damn it, what should I do? The test subject could be suffering even at this moment. So how? Just then, Ukita's PDA rang with a faint beep. He took it out and looked at the display to find it read caller unknown. Though it made him feel vaguely anxious, he still picked up the phone. So, okay, so this Q group is so fucking advanced that they are, like, getting alerts and stuff like that, observing various, commenters and asking questions, like they're able to track him down, and yet Labo, a government-funded secret facility, has piss-poor security. I guess, fine, I guess that makes sense. As stupid as it is, it might actually be legit. I mean, governments run on very outdated tech as well often. Like, some still use floppy disks. Even if you're watching these in 2030 or beyond, I'm sure there's some government facility that's still using floppy disks for something. And has their passwords for top secret nuclear powers set to 0000, because fuck you, that's what. That's what you get, that's what you pay these people to install it for. Fucking hell. Anyway, though it made him feel vaguely anxious, he still picked up the phone. Hello. Speaker you, I presume. What? Who are you? No, first things first. How do you know who I am? Ukita had taken special precautions every time he participated in forum discussion to keep his identity from being leaked. Speaker you, come on, you can come up with better nicknames than that. Come on. Using your own initials there. That's dumb. Come on. Inexperienced with internet. You were born in like 1990... something. 94? 95? No, 97 I think. It would be. No, 95. Yeah. It's 2030, he's 35, so yeah. 1995. Come on now, dude. But someone's actually calling me. That means... Just then, the voice on the other end spoke gently as if he had anticipated Ukita would panic. Wait, hold on. I'd like to hear your story before you hear mine. My story? I am quite interested in the things you've been writing. I'd like to have a more in-depth discussion about them. However, our talk will get a tad complicated. Could we perhaps move this discussion somewhere else? Do you mean you want to meet me face to face? Something like that. So come to the location I'm about to give you, alone. You're free to refuse, of course. For some odd reason, Ukita couldn't defy that voice. Then, the address he was given was the old Orokame City Hospital that had burned down in the Great Orokame City arson 14 years ago. If this is a trap by Labo, then I might be erased. He kept up his guard when he walked into the ruins, but there were no signs of anyone else there. Hey, is someone there? Ukita's shouts echoed ineffectually through the ruins. Ukita became convinced that it might have been a trap and was about to run for it, when he spotted a shining object in the corner on the floor. Magpie instincts. What's that? He walked over to the object and picked it up. It was a PDA. The words "Call in Progress" were displayed on its screen. Ukita timidly pressed it to his ear and then heard the voice of the man who had called him earlier. Good. Looks like you really did come. What's the meaning of this? Don't tell me that you don't plan on showing your own face after you called me out here. I truly am sorry, but I cannot meet with you face to face. It would be impossible for me to enter Orokame City due to my special social status. So I prepared this PDA and had a friend of mine deliver it to that location. A friend? Who could that friend be? What? Why would you choose such a roundabout method to contact me? Wouldn't it have been better to just keep talking on the phone if you never intended to meet me face to face anyway? Oh my, then you didn't know? All the phones in Orokame City are tapped, obviously. Obviously, dude. Ukita gasped. Though he had indeed heard rumors to that effect, he simply dismissed them as a rather sick joke. Orokame City has created a voice analysis system that analyzes the vast amount of voice data exchanged over all phone calls in the city. Should anyone say anything of inconvenience over the phone, it will automatically be intercepted and reported to the security department. God, that is so ripe for trolling, though. Something like this, for example. Can you all forgive Orokame City? Then does that mean this conversation has been being monitored too? No, this PDA is a direct call digital transceiver that doesn't go through any relay stations. The call is also encrypted, so we don't have to worry about unwanted ears listening in. Ukita felt his spine grow cold as they talked. He was of course shocked about the tapping, but he also felt spooked out of just how thoroughly prepared the caller had been. Anyway, relax. We can talk all we want with this PDA. Wait a moment. Before we get into that, let me ask you something. Who in the world are you? Me, huh? The man paused before he answered Ukita's question. If I said Q, would you know what I meant? Q? That terrorist group that hates communicators? No, we are not terrorists. Sure. I mean, every man's terrorist is someone else's freedom fighter. You know, so, I plan to tell you the whole story about that, but I'd like to propose something to you first. As I'm sure you've already realized, you are trying to take on an enemy that is too big for you to fight alone. So what do you say about using us to achieve your goal? Don't be absurd. My goal is to save the communicators imprisoned in Labo. I could never accept help from people who hate communicators like... No, it is not communicators that we hate. Huh? What was that? We are indeed not fond of communicators, but what we hate above all else is the Orokame City government. Why them? Q was once not a terrorist organization. We were a simple citizen group with good intentions. We pleaded our case to the world. It is only a natural right to not want others reading your mind. Okay. But that didn't go by so well. We caught the eye of the Orokame City government, who then had us framed as a terrorist organization. The man then told Ukita about the trigger that turned Q into a terrorist group. About how a communicator called A caused the Great Orokame City arson 14 years ago on September 16th, 2014. About how in spite of that, the Orokame City government had covered up the facts and blamed the entire incident on Q. About how A had been confined in Labo after that, and then passed away a year later. Hearing that story finally gave Ukita the information he needed to connect all the dots together. I see, so that's why Labo has been confining communicators with immense powers like A's under the facility. I mean, it's not unwarranted. honestly, but you know. Labo's research probably benefited tremendously from taking communicators as powerful as A and using them as test subjects. That was how they had been able to produce so many results up until that point. So what you're saying is that the true culprits of the great Rokome City arson are Communicator A and the 50 men and women she infected with her malice, correct? Yes. And those 15 people had nothing to do with us. They were just normal citizens in the wrong place at the wrong time. The Rokome City government covered up the truth behind the incident. However, that simply turned the whole thing into an incoherent mess. No one would ever believe an absurd story that 15 unrelated men and women just happened to all commit arson on the same night. So to fill in the inconsistencies, the Rokome City government decided to use our group as a scapegoat. We were branded as extremists who hated communicators so much that we set fire to the city, thereby lumping us in with the 15 true culprits of the great arson and receiving the same blame they did. We were then sentenced to jail. By the time we were released, our group was no more. The former members had all dispersed. We pleaded our innocence afterwards, but none believed us. It seemed as if our voices would fade away for good, but we didn't give up. We gathered up our scattered members a few years later and rebuilt the organization into its current form. We felt that if Rokome City called us a terrorist organization, then we should turn that lie into the truth. We will do whatever it is necessary to achieve that, even if it meant taking up arms. Why are you doing all this? To prove your innocence? Who cares about that anymore? That's not all. Far from it. We have chosen this path to protect society. To protect society, how? The thing we've all taken home from the great Rokome City arson is that BC is an extremely dangerous power. Correct, it is. A power that is very high risk in human hands by its very nature. I mean, it's created by humans in the first place. It only exists within humans. So like, you can't really get rid of it. It's just a biological thing that's just gonna manifest now. Constantly. So there's like, there's no choice but to live with it. You can't exterminate it because like, people with those powers are just born now to just people who don't have such powers. So like, Ukita gasped. In what was perhaps the epitome of irony, those words mirrored the ones he had once heard from the woman he had respected. You understand as well that BC is something that the world would have been far safer being ignorant of, don't you? I mean, that doesn't really work though. The cat's out of the bag, so yes, really. But they keep its true self hidden away from public knowledge and only emphasize the good parts of it. I mean, that's literally impossible to keep up for a long time. Even if problems do arise, they'll either deal with it behind closed doors, cover it up, or announce to the public in a false, sugar-coated form. That is what we truly cannot forgive. Yeah, just let the truth out. The society will deal with it. Like, the society has always dealt with big changes to everything. Like, it's adapted all the time. Like, we've adapted mostly to, you know, when cars became a thing. We adapted. We learned how to deal with that now. With these metal beasts, you know, speeding along at fatal speeds. We dealt with that. Planes, we dealt with that. More or less. I mean, those are safer than cars. Like, electricity. Like, stuff like that. Or let's go back even further. Like gunpowder and stuff like that. That changed society. Fortresses, armor, and stuff like that became all useless. That changed society drastically. Like instant communications today, it's changed society, like the world even. We are in the process of adapting to that, I guess. But yeah, I mean, this is just another thing. It's just another thing. Humans have always adapted. That's kind of how we survive. That's the point. We adapt. You can't keep things stagnant. That's literally how you end up dying. Change is what survives. Because the world changes with or without you. Anyway, a small percentage of people influence society's trends, make a mockery of the sanctity of individuality, and show no remorse for their deeds. Okay, you're just talking nonsense now. If that is decreed to be the natural order of things, the way that society is structured will change, yes. I mean, that's just gonna happen. You can't stop that. Then don't we have to object to it, even if it means separating from that structure? No, this doesn't work. This is not gonna work. You're just dividing. That's just gonna create conflict. That's pointless. This is a bad idea. This is not how it works. This is not how it works. You're just gonna create more conflicts, isolating yourselves from others. That's just like, that's not gonna work. You know, if say you do that, you separate, you know, all the communicators from non-communicators. Like, it's a biological thing. You're gonna, like, the non-communicators are gonna have children who are communicators. Are you gonna exile them then as well to the other side? Like, that just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. Fundamentally, this is not a workable strategy or goal. Like, it just doesn't work at all. Don't we have to pose the unrelenting questions to this insidious world through our own actions? I mean, sure, do that. That's part of the process of change and adaptation and restructuring society. But don't you try to just excise parts of it. It's not gonna work. Unless you're going for genocide, which I don't think you are. And like the people are still gonna be there, doing their own thing, living their lives and stuff like that. Every word the man spoke hit Ukita to the core, for he had been thinking the exact same things ever since he discovered the existence of the test subject. I'll ask you one more time. What do you want to do? Tell me what it is you feel you must do. Ukita answered the question in a clear voice. I want to save them. I want to save whoever Labos imprisoned as a test subject, no matter what it takes. I simply cannot allow them to continue that barbaric research. Those words came straight from the bottom of his heart. The man from Q appeared to have expected that answer. That's right. Meanwhile, we wish to expose Labo and Rokome City's treachery. So how about it? Doesn't it sound like we share a common interest? Well, that may be true, but we are your tools. We will prepare everything you'll need. The rest depends on you if you have the will to act, that's all. He did have that will. Very well, I'll accept your offer. However, promise me one thing. Swear you won't harm any test subjects that get rescued. You have my word. Our goal is to return to a world where we can advocate our natural rights. I mean, that world doesn't exist and has never existed, though. Like, I mean, sure, you can advocate for them, but, like, it's not gonna return to that. That's just not how that works as well. It's just not how that works, is it? What is a natural right in the first place? Define that. Other people, everyone has their own definition of those things. So, like, yeah, this is not workable. Anyway, good for them though, they have their beliefs. And thus Ukita decided to join Q. He then spent his days after that secretly working in Labo to gain the information he'd need for the plan. He'd occasionally hack a senior fellow's computer. It was a very high-risky move, but he always took the utmost of caution, and in time he gathered more and more information. According to this document, there is definitely more than one test subject. There are children named Subject N, Subject Y, and Subject Y2. Eh? Wait. We know Y2 is Yuri, and N is, well, N. Who's Subject Y then? If one of them was born in Labo, that means they must have abducted the other ones. But it says here that one of them has already been discarded, so that means they died? No, they didn't. Because there's a threat, a risk of them regaining their memories, so that's Subject Y that was discarded. They'll pay for this. I swear I'll save the other two test subjects. Case N. It appears that this is the code used to prevent a test subject from escaping. Its specifications were revised to be stricter after 2021. Huh. So how are we gonna get past this? This is it. If we can exploit this hole in the disaster prevention system. But it's not something I can do alone. As he quickly gathered more and more information, the structure of the plan began to form in Ukita's mind. After about a year or so had passed, he reported his life-endangering plan to Q. In summary, the plan is to cause a man-made accident inside of Labo and seize that opportunity to save the test subjects. Incredible! It sounds like it'll be enough to overcome Labo's strict security. But I do not believe I can accomplish this all by myself. It's essential that we get help from a firefighter or someone. Understood. Then leave the recruitment of our new comrade to us. No, all you have to do is pick out people who look like plausible candidates. I'd like to select my own collaborators. Does that mean you still don't fully trust us? Isn't that only natural? I don't even know your face and name. Fair point. Very well. Then start your investigation into the matter right away. I don't think I have to remind you, but be careful about your calls being tapped when you're recruiting our potential comrade. I'll prepare another digital transceiver for you. Use it. Ukita did exactly what he said on that front. Then one evening a week later, Ukita got home from work to find a PDA in his mailbox. It had to be the digital transceiver meant for the call. He checked the data folder to find a file labeled Comrade Candidates. Captain Kasagi of the Watase Kasagi of the Special Elite Rescue Squad series, eh? The file contained information beginning with basics like his address and phone number to extensive details such as his personal history. Surprisingly enough, it even contained key points to be used in persuading him. But how did they obtain all this information? Yeah. And you're worried about like communicators spying on your thoughts. Like fuck that, that's kind of bit hypocritical, isn't it? You're utilizing methods of gathering very personal private data on people, but no, communicators, mind reading bad. And yet, I mean, who needs mind reading? You have like people like algorithms and technology and smartphones and everything else, it's already like happening effectively. In essence. Like, honestly, mind reading would just add so much extra white noise to all of that. That would be useless. For the most part. Anyway. Just who in the world is that man who calls himself part of Q? Judging from his attitude, he most likely was telling the truth about being a member. But Ukita had grown uneasy about how the man always seemed to know exactly what he was thinking. Yeah, a little bit unsettling, isn't it? I feel I can rely on him now, but I don't think he's someone I'd ever open my heart to. That was exactly why Ukita had wanted to pick the person he'd truly call his comrade on his own. Ukita took a deep breath, then took the PDA and dialed Watase's number. And the rest we kinda know. Mr. Watase Kasagi, I presume. Who is this? I'm not one to give away my name. The truth is, there is something I'd like to tell you. Ukita then began talking in a quiet voice, following the information Q had prepared for him. The words he'd need to recruit his comrade. And thus Ukita had gained a comrade named Watase. The two of them worked on the plan together. What they most hated were Rokome City and Labo. So they planned to deal a fatal blow to them by saving the test subjects. It was an extremely dangerous plan, but with Watase's help, it looked like it might just work. And the structure of the plan was as follows. First, Ukita would detonate incendiary explosives inside Labo, then take that chance to save the test subject with Watase and his comrades. Ukita decided he used an ultrasonic wave detonator to detonate the bombs while watching the explosions from the monitors in the surveillance room. Furthermore, the PA wasn't limited to facility-wide broadcasts, but could also selectively choose which areas to broadcast to. If he used that feature to his advantage, then it was in theory possible to make the bombs go off only in places without people. Ultrasonic waves could not be heard by the human ear, so he didn't have to worry about someone realizing what was going on. He also prepared various kinds of sound data to cause the detonations, for both timed and instant explosions. By loading the data into his PDA, Ukita could detonate the bombs in the facility whenever he wanted. The plan then proceeded smoothly. Then one day, a year later, Ukita was casually playing a game of chess in the surveillance room with a security guard. Checkmate now. Looks like losing that piece at the start really did cost me the game. Up for another round? No, I may have a crappy job, but I need to get back to it now or I'll be in trouble. We'll have to save that rematch for next time. Then I'd really appreciate if you could bring some of that coffee next time you drop by. Me and the rest of the boys here think it tastes great. I'm glad to hear that. Guess that's the one good thing you can say about me, eh? These games and conversations were also a part of his plan. Ukita then left the surveillance room and happened to come across Dr. Tenkawa. Mr. Ukita, what are you doing in a place like this? Dr. Tenkawa. Ukita felt surprised, but he managed to compose himself and replied with a normal look on his face. Oh, just loafing around with the security guard, I know. I have a lot more time to kill these days, you see. I see. Though that said, I've wasted a bit too much time. I'd better be getting back to work, if you'll excuse me. Ukita then quickly tried to leave. However... Wait, Mr. Ukita. Huh? I received an inquiry from Security Sector 6 yesterday. They wanted to know why I had you taken off the team. Security Sector 6. He wasn't familiar with that name, but it was most likely a division of Rockaway City's security department. So what did you tell them? Nothing, just that I took you off the team because you didn't have the aptitude or the ability for it, that's all. Huh? What's that mean? Why did the professor lie for me? Impossible. Could be that deep down she has her misgivings about the current state of Labo. Ukita rose one more question to Miss Dr. Tekawa in order to confirm that. Then could you perhaps answer the question that you left unanswered that day? What do you plan on doing if Natsuko's power manifests? Dr. Tekawa grew quiet, much like she had that one day, and then she spoke up in a faint voice. I'll incarcerate him. What? How can you call yourself his mother after saying that? Dr. Tenkawa glared at Ukita when she heard that question and raised her voice. How can I call myself his mother? You don't even begin to understand. You can't even begin to understand. I love my son. There's nothing else in the world I treasure more than him. But Rockaway City, Labo, and my research are all required for him to keep on living a peaceful life. That's why The professor bit her lip resentfully when she said that, almost as if she were trying to convince herself if it were true. Could they be using Natsuko as a sort of hostage against her? Who knows, it's complicated. If that were true, then Ukita's plan would most likely end up saving Dr. Tenkawa as well. No, that's what Ukita hoped for. I apologize for asking you such a bizarre question again. I know it's late for me to be saying this, but I am grateful for you covering for me. Our ways of thinking may differ, but you really are an amazing person. Mr. Ukita. You know, Dr. Tekawa, if it were possible, I wish that we could work together once again. With those words, Ukita left. He could tell Dr. Tekawa was still looking at him, but he ignored her. If possible, eh? But in the end, it's just a dream that will never come true. Ukita had learned that truth about Labo. I've gone too far to turn back now, Professor. But an unexpected change happened on his way home that day. Ukita noticed suspicious-looking cars following his. Have those cars been tailing me the whole time? I mean, you're currently on the single 10-mile-long road with no, turns anywhere. You can't say that someone's following you, tailing you on this road. You have to turn into the city and then do a few test turns across some streets and whatnot to make sure that's true or not. You can't say that on this single road. Do we have a map? Yeah, you're literally in the middle of the one road. There's nothing else. That's come on now. That's just paranoia talking. Currently. It's probably true, but, come on now. Come on now. They kept on sticking to his tail even after he had slowed down. Okay. Could they be from that Security Sector 6 thing the professor spoke of? Okay, them slowing down as well. Okay, then that's suspicious. Ukita's phone suddenly rang at that thought. Ukita felt his heart leap out of his chest at the abrupt sound of a ringtone. He frantically shifted his car into ADS mode and picked up his PDA. Hello? The voice that came out of the other line was the man from Q's. It seems that you're being watched. How do you know that all of a sudden? How did you know that? We have collaborators even inside the security department. They could more or less tell from the way those guys are acting. God damn. Anyway, your car could have bugs in it, so choose your responses carefully. Try to make it sound like you're having a normal conversation. Alright, sorry about that. The cat demands attention and I must give it to him. Plus he complained that there was only 85% water in his bowl instead of the more 95% he likes. And now he's purring. Maybe you can hear it actually. Oh, you can. It says that you can at least. Alright, anyway. Go on. Stats. Damn stats. Go on. No, not. Hey. Go. Good night. Go on, catch. Alright. Still not leaving. No? Alright. Guess he'll be driving shotgun for a little bit until he gets bored and decides to leave. Alright, anyway. continuing on. Anyway, your car could have bugs in it, so choose your responses carefully. Try to make it sound like you're having a normal conversation. Alright. I'll make this very quick. It is very bad that they have you under surveillance, considering you're the core of the plan. But seems like the boys at the security department are still having trouble deciding which end of the grey zone you're on. So we'd like you to be a victim of our terrorism in order to throw their eyes off of you. We will commence diversionary tactics in various places all over Rockamy City starting tomorrow, to improve the plan's chances for success. But getting you caught up in one of them, we can trick those people into thinking you're just a virtuous citizen. There will be some danger involved, but do you understand? That's... understood. Well, I'll manage somehow. It didn't change the fact that he was in a dangerous situation either way. Then I'll send the details to your PDA. There's a chance there are bugs and surveillance cameras in your home as well, so check it outside. The man hung up with those words. Ukita checked the rear view mirror to find his pursuers apparently still on his trail. For this hardship to show up now of all times. Ukita gripped the handle tightly and glared into the rear view mirror. A few days later, the plan to pass off Ukita as a victim was put into action. Oh, so that's why he got into an accident like that. His car had its ADS and brakes sabotaged and was crashed on purpose. Okay. Clever buggers. Ukita had figured that his problems with the people watching him would be solved when it was passed off as an act by Q, but I never thought they'd go this far. I mean, it has to look convincing, so he hadn't expected in the slightest that he'd get stuck in the car with its whole frame bent out of shape. It really shouldn't have bent out of shape, like, cars have crumple zones and stuff like that for exactly that purpose. Though, like, come on now. Oh well. To make matters worse, that wasn't all. Shivers ran up Ukita's spine when he caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor coming from outside. The smell is gasoline? Oh no. If he burned to death in what was supposed to have been a diversionary tactic, it would be one of the most ridiculous screw-ups in history. It would be quite ridiculous, yes. But his body was so hurt that he couldn't even twitch the way he wanted. There was no escape. This isn't good. If I don't get out of here, then I'll die for real. At that moment... Get away from the Ashura. There's gasoline. Oh. The voice that echoed in his brain was familiar to him. Ukita was later safely extracted from the car by the rescue team that had rushed to the scene. But Ukita was at a loss for words when he learned that Natsuko was the one responsible for that telepathy. Don't tell me that Natsuko's BC abilities manifested because of me. Incidents happen. Horrified at the thought, Ukita spoke to Natsuhiko. Listen closely, too. This is important. Strange things might start happening around you from now on. Hopefully I'm just being a little paranoid. No, I probably am, but you know you aren't. That was both a warning for Natsuko and an admonition for himself. If his plan failed, then not only would Labo and Rockamy City's wrongdoings remain in the darkness, but Natsuko would also likely be incarcerated. I must do whatever it takes to make the plan succeed. Ukita swore that. Q's diversion tactics continued over the next few days. Thanks to that, all surveillance on Ukita had finally dropped. However, his heart ached when he heard that the diversion tactics involved causing severe property damage, such as arsons and the bombing of the PRC. I mean, it's just property damage. Who gives a shit about that too much? Like, it's just things. Things don't really matter that much. They're just things. They're just things. Come on now. Is this all really necessary for the success of the plan? Yes. You can rebuild things. You can make new things. People are different. Everyone is a unique individual in a way. Though he was conflicted, he knew the die had already been cast. Then on September 15th, one day before the plan was to be carried out, an unexpected accident occurred. Natsuko and his friends had predicted Q's terrorist plot. Yeah, somehow. Imagine. We just caught one of those terrorists. Ukita shuddered when he heard Natsuko say that. I never expected some of the people I'm trying to help would pose an obstacle to the plan. Well, that's what secrets do. That's what keeping secrets does. Ukita hid how shaken up he felt as he promised Natsuko and his friends that he'd ensure Labo's security was beefed up, then left for the time being. This is bad, this is very bad. If I don't stop them, the plan will... Ukita called Watasa on his PDA as he drove his car. Hello, Captain Kasagi. Sorry, but there's an emergency. Ukita explained the circumstances to Watasa, who then replied in a hard voice. Silence them, eh? Not like we've got a choice. You're telling us to kill children? No, don't go that far. Just threaten them and tie them up. Captain Kasagi, please, I don't like the idea of this any better than you do, but it's for those kids good too. Ukita then hung up. Okay, so that's how they found out. Okay, makes sense. He waited for Watasa's call in Labo's parking lot. It didn't take long for his PDA to range. Yeah, they are efficient. If nothing else, those three are very efficient. We took care of them. You didn't harm them, did you? Relax, we did exactly as you said. I don't want to hurt kids either, you know. I see. It seemed Watasa truly was a man he could place his trust in. On the other hand, Q's people are just... Is it me, or was it like they were just looking for an excuse to blow up the PRC out of simple revenge? I mean, they're still just people as well. Like, come on now. If they look at communicators with hostility, then I must do whatever it takes to protect the test subjects. It was with that thought that Ukita continued talking to Watasa. Say, Captain Kasagi, I have a favor to ask you. What's that? Can you promise me again that you won't kill anyone, no matter what happens? Yeah, I swear I won't. My sister's life was stolen because of the Rockaway City's twisted ambitions, so I'll never stoop to their level. I see, thank you. Ukita hung up, then stared at the gargantuan mammoth that was Labo. D-Day had finally come. And then everything else. The day of reckoning had finally arrived. September 16, 5:30 AM. Once Ukita confirmed that the hallway he was observing was unpopulated, he sprang into action. He opened the door to find that the security guards on standby were sleeping on the job. Good job. That's why you have shifts. Come on now. Come on, this is unprofessional as fuck. That's why you have like... You know, you have 3 shifts of guards. Like, realistically speaking, that's what you should have, anyway. So that this kind of bullshit doesn't happen. We're all out cold in a deep sleep. That's so fucking pathetic. This had all been due to the powerful sleeping agent Ukita had mixed into their coffee half an hour ago. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough, good. Alright. Alright, that was the part of... Alright, he said that. Oh, earlier. Right. Actually makes sense. Good. Alright, fair enough. I retract my words from a minute ago. I jumped the gun. I do that. And I'll keep doing that though, because it's fun. Looks like losing all those games of chess was worth it after all. Ukita allowed himself a small chuckle at that, then went to the engine room to bring the sprinkler system offline. Then at 6:19 AM, Ukita returned to the surveillance room, then immediately checked the monitors to confirm no one was in Area 1's inner ring. Okay then, let's begin. And that's why he was in the surveillance room and on the PA system, even though he's just a researcher who's supposed to be doing data entry job stuff. Okay, all of that is coming together. Alright, Ukita's story is also coming together. It all makes sense now. Alright, then that literally just leaves N. Yeah, why is she here, now, currently? He muttered that to persuade himself, then turned on the PA to Area 1's inner ring. Next, he took out his PDA and played the immediate detonation sound file. The ultrasonic waves then played over the PA. The explosions and shockwaves from the Area 1's inner ring faintly reached the surveillance room. Next order of business is Areas 2 and 3. Okay, no one's around the bombs. Now! He then detonated the bombs one after another, causing Labo's automatic PA to start broadcasting. A fire has broken out in B1 Area 2. A fire has broken out in B2 Area 3. A fire has broken out in B1 Area 5. Security has shifted to evacuation mode. All gates, barring those leading to Area N, have been opened. All personnel, please calmly evacuate to the surface levels. Perfect. The warning system is active. It should be sending a dispatch request to Sirius right about now. I have to evacuate the rest of the staff while they're on their way here. Ukita adopted a tone of desperation as he spoke into the facility's PA. This is an emergency broadcast. Explosions of unknown origin has just occurred within the facility. From our current understanding of the situation, explosions occurred simultaneously in 10 different locations inside the facility. Fires have broken out as a result. Researchers Eriguchi and Kashiwagi, please come to Area 2 post-haste. I wish to consult the two of you about taking out top-secret data. Ah, right, that thing. With the pieces for the plan now all in place, he stopped broadcasting for the time being. Ah, right. Get the two top researchers there so they can enter Area 0. But then, a great clamor of people desperately running for their lives had already begun, even right outside the surveillance room. By then, not but then. Fuck it. God, I can't read. Ukita opened the door and looked outside, then called to some nearby staffers. Please help. The security guards in here are unconscious. Take them outside. Okay, but what about you? I'll stay here and lead the evacuation. Don't worry about me and just get out of here. Ukita then ran on over to the control room. There were still many researchers in there. Ukita had learned a while back that they were using the X particle amplifier this morning to conduct some sort of experiment. He shouted at the group of people there still manning their posts. What are you people doing? Hurry up and get out of here! But the amplifier is still online. Brain cell will automatically take care of shutting it off if you leave it alone, right? And even in the event that it fails, you can still turn it off from the remote control room on the surface level. Just hurry up and get out of here. If you die, it'll all be for nothing. Right. And with that shout, the researchers all scrambled out of the room. Good, now's my chance. Now that he had cleared the room of people, Ukita walked up to Brain Cell's control panel. He checked the monitor to find that the WX particle amplifier was apparently maintaining a steady output of 500 MSV. If left on its own, those levels would automatically decrease. But Ukita swiftly operated the control panel and rose its output to maximum. The particle readings then gradually began to rise. 501, 502, 504. Good, this should soon render the amplifier out of control. It truly was a device that required the utmost attention to operate. It easily went haywire when the output was intentionally set to maximum. It's do or die from here on out. Ukita ran out to the control room. He then returned to the surveillance room to find that the security guards were gone. All that remained was a security card someone had dropped. Ukita picked it up and continued his acts of destruction as he made further broadcasts. The clamor soon grew faint, and eventually he could no longer spot anyone on the monitors. Ukita quickly picked up the receiver of the ringing extension phone. Hello, this is the surveillance room. Oh, so someone's still there? This is the surface floor of surveillance room. I hate to cut to the chase, but who are you? According to the roll call, 3 staff members are still in the basement. Eriguchi, Kashiwagi, and Ukita. Understood. I'll find those 2 post-haste and have them evacuate. Ukita shouted that, then hung up the phone. Eriguchi and Kashiwagi were 2 researchers Ukita had summoned over the PA earlier. According to the listing he checked beforehand, both of them had the authority to enter Area 0. It was likely that Watasa and his co-workers had already arrived and caught them at this point. Once Ukita had determined that, he turned back to the PA's mic and spoke. According to the roll call on the ground floor, evacuation of all staff members has been confirmed. In the unlikely event that anyone besides staff members has been left behind, please escape through Areas 5 and 6 immediately. He made that broadcast as a sign for Watasa and his co-workers just to be safe. But he wouldn't waste time waiting for them to arrive. He went on over to the control room and checked on the current status of the amplifier. The levels in Area N were at 2315 MC. The value was rising at a good pace. Brain Cell had begun efforts to perform an emergency shutdown on the amplifier, but it was too late. The monitor showed that the shutdown and the dampening of the particles were scheduled to finish at 6:16. About 11 hours left to go. Good, everything's gone perfectly up to this point. And when he went back to the surveillance room, Watasa and his co-workers quickly showed up, carrying the unconscious high-ranked researchers with them. We'll head on down to Area 0 and rescue the test subjects. I'll stay here and keep an eye out to make sure nothing unexpected happens. Watasa nodded, then proceeded to run out of the room with Dojima and Hiyama. But then they didn't come back when expected. A case-in hadn't been declared yet either. They're taking too long. What's keeping them? I thought I made it clear to them that they'd be in real danger once the particle levels exceeded 4,000. But his thoughts were immediately interrupted by the sudden, nigh-deafening ringing of a siren. A case-in has just been detected. In accordance with this emergency, security has shifted to blockade mode, locking down all gates and bulkheads. Ukita checked the time in surprise to find that Watasa and his co-workers were 20 minutes behind schedule. Did they make it in time? Ukita detonated the rest of the bombs while thinking that he'd check Watase and his co-workers afterwards to see if they were okay. Some of the bombs failed to detonate, but he had expected a few duds. And right as Ukita administered the ID he had prepared beforehand, Watase and his co-workers returned. "You're late. Did something happen to you three?" "No, we're okay for now, but..." "Really?" Watase replied to Ukita's concerned question with distaste. "I said we're okay, didn't I? More importantly, we're in big trouble. There's only one test subject in Area 0. "What?" Watase then proceeded to explain the situation. Subject Y2 was nowhere to be found. Ukita then realized that two high-ranked researchers were missing. He asked about their fates, and was met with an unbelievable answer. The rescue workers killed them in Area 0. Ukita started flaring up at Watase before he even knew what he was doing. "Captain Kasagi, this isn't what you promised. You told me there'd be no casualties, remember?" "Hold on, calm down, Mr. Ukita. You said you wouldn't hurt anyone, right? Was that a lie? If you're saying was, then the three of you must..." Ukita instinctively tried to grab Watase, but at that moment... slap. He was struck in the back of the head. "Why?" He could still make out Watase's voice as his consciousness faded. "I'm sorry, Mr. Ukita. It's too late for us to turn back." Watase had said us, but it didn't seem like he was including Ukita when he said that. Have I been betrayed? Ukita lost consciousness as if he were drowning in a sea of his own dismay. He had no idea how long he'd been out for. What happened to me? That's right, Captain Kasagi knocked me out. When he came to his senses, he realized that the security card around his neck and the one he had in his pocket were both gone. Where did they go? Ukita proceeded to check the surveillance monitors to get a grasp of the current situation. But most of the cameras had been damaged as a result of the explosions, so they weren't very helpful. Damn it, where the hell did they all go? Did they leave me behind? It can't be. Were they planning on making me their scapegoat from the very start? Ukita's heart still harbored the desire to trust in Watase, but the fact that Watase's team had killed two men and knocked him unconscious created a powerful sense of ambivalence in him. Forget that. First, I just need to do whatever I can for now. He had to erase all evidence that he had participated in this attack in the chance he was caught. It was with that thought that he began deleting the security footage. But a short while later, he discovered some most stunning footage. This is the kids. Ukita frantically paused the video. This is impossible. Why were they? Natsuko and his friends were right there in the security footage. The image was a bit fuzzy as a result of the explosions, but there was no doubt as to who these three were. Ukita felt his pulse skyrocket in shock. It can't be. Did they go directly to Labo after last night? Meaning they got caught up in our terrorist attack. Ukita had set off bombs a few hours ago in places where people weren't around. But he'd been so busy that he hadn't even checked the monitors thoroughly enough to see who was on them. It was for that reason he hadn't noticed Natsuko and his friends. This is bad, this is bad, this is real bad. If they weren't able to get out here, then it's all my fault, no question about it. But just as Ukita thought that, he heard voices from outside. Hey, is someone in there? What? That voice, is that you, Captain Kasagi? What? You know who I am? How could I not know you? He opened the door to find none other than Watase standing there, but his memories are gone. But it wasn't just him. Accompanying him were two rescue workers and two other women Ukita had never seen before. I'm Anna Tsubakiyama. I'm a high school teacher who was called to this facility. Yeah, that's bullshit lie. Who are you really, Anna? I'm Yuri. I'm family to one of Labo's researchers. Technically not a lie, but kinda lie. Ukita looked at their presence with suspicious eyes. Something is not right here. No matter the circumstances, only staff members are supposed to be allowed in Labo. Everyone else is forbidden. Yeah, test subject and secret government agent? I guess that's what Anna might be. I don't know. Fucking hell. No, but more importantly, that Yuri girl. Could she be subject Y too? But the one Ukita was most confused about was Watase. He had apparently gotten some form of memory impairment and couldn't even remember Ukita. What in the world is going on? Is it a lie he cooked up on the spot when he came across his other subordinates that weren't supposed to be down here? But even if that is the case, then what happened to Dojima and Hima? What about Subject N? Where did they all go? Ukita was confused by the series of unexpected events. But when he saw Subject Y2 in front of him, and remembered that Natsuko and his friends could still be trapped down in the basement, Ukita regained his composure. That's right, I must calm down and remember why everything I did today was necessary. He didn't know what was going on. Perhaps Watasa and his coworkers had betrayed him. But all of Ukita's actions on that day were for the sake of saving the test subjects and Natsuhiko. So as long as I don't allow my conviction to be shaken, I should be able to get them out of Labo. A fire began blazing in Ukita's heart, much like the one from that rainy day so long ago. And with that, Ukita and the others began to move. Their goal was to find the survivors, AD, and an escape route. Just then, a floral scent drifted in from somewhere. Aha, there we go. First false memory. This scent, yes. This is it. Mr. Ukita's memories were distorted after this point. Natsuko's consciousness tensed up at that moment. Yuri's voice echoed in his head. Hikari, look for that floral scent in the memories past this part. Yi. Then try to remember what happened after this point. Remember how Mr. Ukita felt. His memories should be repaired to their proper form depending on your feelings. God, that's so weird though. Once you've done that, you can return him back to normal. Repair someone's memories with your own feelings, that's... Sure. Memories are a very fleeting thing. Natsuko fortified his determination and began memory access once again. His search criterion? Floral scented memories. Okay, I mean... Starting... Oh, it's all on the same day. Well, yeah. When he discovered the room with 3 corpses, Ukita's doubts surrounding Watasa exploded. The memory started when Ukita and the others had discovered the 3 corpses. Dojima was lying dead in the room. To make matters worse, the jackhammer he and the others had prepared for the escape was broken. What in the world happened here in Labo while I was unconscious? All sorts of fuckery. Ukita's team left the room and soon spotted Watasa's team, who had been searching the outer ring, running towards them. The rescue workers then entered the room. And the moment Watasa came out, Ukita instinctively grabbed him. Hey, Captain Kasage, what in the world happened here? What? 3 people are dead, and even the jackhammer is broken. You know something, don't you? Answer me. Just talk already. The broken jackhammer meant that escaping through the pipe as planned was no longer an option. Alright, oh, just max out everything? Sure. That works. Perhaps Watasa, Dojima and Hima had prepared a different escape route, or perhaps they had been planning to escape when the lockdown lifted at 6:16 PM. In the first place, is it really just a coincidence that the jackhammer broke? Who knows? Or did someone break it intentionally? I mean, it's a jackhammer. It's pretty hard to break that tool, right? I mean, it's designed to break like concrete and steel almost. So it's sturdy. It's by design really sturdy. So you can't just casually break it. So yeah, it's probably intentional. It has to be intentional. Ukita glared at Watasa with those thoughts. Watasa scowled at Ukita. Huh? The hell if I know. Anyway, why are you freaking out so much, old man? We're feeling down here because we lost one of our squad mates. And yet your responses choke me. What the hell's your problem? Natsuko repaired the false memory. No, how could I know anything? Then who else would know? Nobody. But Subject Y2 stopped Ukita before he could shout that. Don't panic. People die there, right? If something like that happens again... sorry. To think I, of all people, would lose my composure like that. Yeah, that's what happened there. Ukita then started persuading himself. That's right. Calm down. Calm down and assess the situation. Their search of Labo then continued, the events of what had transpired in that room remaining a total mystery. Alright, next one. Just an hour later, the memory was of after Ukita and the others had run through the gas and arrived at the engine room. Ukita and Watasa headed deep into the room together to turn the sprinkler system back online. Stop with the sleepiness. It's not time to sleep yet. If Watasa was faking his amnesia to fool the rest of the group, then it was about high time for him to reveal the truth. Ukita chose his next words carefully, making sure to only say things that the original Watasa had known about the place. If memory serves me right, that large tank over there is full of water, nitrogen gas, and other fire extinguishing agents. Nitrogen gas? Everything at maximum, sure. There was no pretension whatsoever in Watasa's reply. Impossible. Could his amnesia actually be for real? He asked Watasa to be safe. Are you sure you don't remember anything, such as why you went down to the basement, or the names of people you were trying to save? Yeah. Really? What's with that question, old man? It feels like you're testing me or something. Is there something you want to say? That's not what happened, that's not what he said. Natsuko repaired that false memory. Nothing. Tachibana said my memories would return in time, but it seems it's taking a while. Ukita couldn't find anything suspicious in the way he had said that. If I'm to believe Captain Kasagi's words, then that means Miss Tachibana and Moribe must not doubt his amnesia at all either. If anyone were to notice something suspicious about the way Captain Kasagi was acting, it'll be Miss Tachibana and Moribe. So does that mean that Captain Kasagi really does have amnesia? It was at that point that Ukita finally decided to believe Watase had amnesia. But how did he get amnesia? Could someone have hit him on the head? If that's how it went, then the only one who could have possibly done that was... One name immediately came to mind. Was Hiyama behind all of this? Okita's heart shuddered when he reached that conclusion. If Hiyama had in fact received different orders from Q, then... Ukita couldn't help but pray that Subject N, who had been taken away by Hiyama, was still safe. At any rate, Ukita turned the sprinkler system back online, then resumed the search with the rest of the group. Then when they arrived at B2 of Area 4's outer ring... Listen to me, old man. We found Hiyama's body. What? Is that true? That sudden announcement left Ukita confused. But then who was it that killed Dojima and those two researchers? No, maybe it was still Hiyama. Perhaps he killed the three of them but got injured in the process, then got caught in the fire afterwards. The more he thought about it, the less it made sense. Yeah. Regardless, there was no way Ukita was giving up on his search for Subject N and Natsuko and his friends. He doesn't take into account the things. Oh yeah, right when he sees Anna starting up computers in Labo, Dr. Tekao's words echo through. Ukita said, yeah, Anna is doing computer stuff, right? She was doing that. The fuck is that all about? It was a memory of when the group was searching Area 5. Ukita and Jun had gone on ahead of the others to the neuroscience laboratory to look for Anna. They found her starting up one of the computers in the room. Words Ukita had once heard long ago flashed back through his mind at that moment. Curiosity killed the cat. It would be best for junior fellows to remember that phrase. Oh, we have to put this at medium. Okay. Sure. I would never guess this. I would never guess the correct way to do these things, so that's why we have the guide to the side of me. Ukita turned to Anna and shouted at her right after that. Stop it, Miss Tsubakiyama. What do you think you're doing? Well, there were all these machines I'd never seen before, so I just got curious. That's a lie. You're lying. Just get away from that computer right now. I'm telling you for this for your own safety. They conduct research related to national policy here. It'd be best not to recklessly go looking for information in this place. You will be in danger if you do otherwise. When he said that, a bewitching smile suddenly rose to Anna's face. Oh, so that's why. You really are worried about me, aren't you? Natsuko repaired that false memory. I'm sorry. Just then, Watasa and the rest of the group came running in. Hey, what happened this time? Not good. It's too late for Subject Y and Captain Kasagi, but if the other three come in to contact with Labo's top secret information, they'll... Ukita frantically warned the others about the top secret information. The things contained from Area 5 onwards are about as top secret as you can possibly get. Even if we can make it out of here in one piece, I strongly suggest that you do not tell anyone on the outside about what you saw here. The consequence for doing so could prove unexpectedly dire. Those words came straight from the bottom of Ukita's heart. Okay. And that was the state of Ukita's altered memories. Has this been enough to fix Mr. Ukita's memories? One more thing. If you're unsure, then you can always go back through his memories and try repairing them again. You're right. Besides, it doesn't feel like this is the end of it either. Back when he'd erased Watasa's malice, Subject N's spirit had still been in Watasa's brain even after he'd repaired all his memories. Then it was highly probable that it was still in Ukita's brain as well. I have to erase her to bring Mr. Ukita back to normal. Natsuko steeled his resolve, then slipped away from that memory. And the final one. Malice corrupted memories have been purified. New memory has appeared. September 16th, 2030, 12:15. Scene title, Terabyte Disk. Yeah, that's the kind of big one. It was then that Ukita encountered Subject N's body. Yeah. Natsuhiko then arrived at the memory right before Ukita had been infected with Subject N's malice. Be careful, Iken. N's just up ahead. Yeah, I got it. I'll be careful this time to make sure she doesn't corrode me like she did back when I encountered her in Watasa's memory. Natsuko pulled himself together and looked into Ukita's memories. This one began where Ukita saw Subject N's dead body. I knew it. This is where Mr. Ukita was infected with malice. But something felt off. It was too quiet. Confused, Natsuko looked around, only to find that Ukita was the only one there. Huh? But weren't the others with him at the time? I mean, it's altered memory. No, that wasn't all that was odd. Natsuko had looked around of his own accord, which meant, yeah, this isn't Mr. Ukita's memory, no. It's just like with Watase. A voice then filled the air. It would appear that you have realized that this is no ordinary memory, no? The corpse is speaking. Natsuko gasped and much in surprise as Subject N's body slowly stood up. Subject N. No, that isn't correct. I am not Subject N. On the other hand, nor am I Keiji Ukita proper. She was talking much differently than the spirit of Subject N that Natsuko had encountered in Motasa's head. Well, yeah, it melds with the mind and takes on the infected person's memories and everything and personality. So, yeah. Much like how that spirit's speech and personality had been strongly influenced by Watase, this one had most likely been influenced by Ukita. Natsuko talked back to her as he thought that. Then what are you? Malice incarnate? No, to get right to the point, I am BC particles. What? Subject N jeered at Natsuhiko. Are you familiar with the informational field theory? Yes, we've been through it multiple times now. Huh? No, I'm not. Yes, you are. Come on now. You are a disgrace to your mother. The informational field theory began as a hypothesis proposed by your mother, Dr. Miyoko Tenkawa, 16 years ago. Ah, now that she mentioned it, he had seen a book about that in the reference room when his mind was linked with Watasa's. Yes, we've been through this multiple times. Look, I'm not gonna read this a fourth time. Look, I'm kinda tired of this. Blah 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 blah, dark energy, hypothesis, information, blah yada 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 yada. We've seen this multiple times, like it's not that important. But wait, but what does my mom's thesis have to do with you? Like, it's, come on now, the final bit about the information coalescing and gaining sentience on its own effectively, because it doesn't require a thing, a body. It can just exist on its own. It would appear that apple fell far from the tree. You can use your mother's thesis to explain my existence. Exactly. Come on now. I thought originally it was Yuri, but the N is actually the manifestation of that thing. Although it still needs to be tethered to a body, apparently, or to a mind to exist, I suppose. Just as the introduction said, information is essentially energy. And that information energy is spread using BC particles as an intermediary. Even if you are incapable of BC, this process is constantly occurring, right in the middle of something that everyone possesses. What something? The girl tapped her head when Natsuhiko asked that. The brain. BC particles cover the whole globe. Naturally, that includes the people's brains as well. And the impressions and sensations that result from people's mental activities are constantly converted from the electrical signals in their brains into BC particles and are thus preserved through them. In other words, there are BC particles lying around in Ukita's brain that reflect his mental activities. Subject then transferred her own thought information into Keiji Ukita's brain. When she did, the BC particles that carried her thought information mixed with the BC particles that were in Keiji Ukita's brain to begin with. Those two groups of BC particles interacted, becoming a new distinct group of BC particles that stayed in his brain. I am those particles. So basically, you were born from the blending of Mr. Ukita and Subject N's spirits. Spirits? Ha! I never imagined Dr. Nikao's very son would believe in something so occult. Well, if that's how you want to interpret it, then go ahead. That's not the important matter at hand anyway. What is important is that I most certainly exist here. Exist? Yeah, you exist alright. Natsuko glared at her and spoke in a clear voice. Mr. Ukita suddenly going nuts is proof of that. No matter how much logic you pile in front of me, I have only one option. And that is that I will bring Mr. Ukita back to normal. Those thoughts won't change, whether you're a spirit or BC particles or whatnot. Oh? Then are you saying you'll erase my existence? Yes. Natsuko will have to commit, basically murder, 4 times. You can indeed eradicate me just by wishing for me to vanish. In the end, I am nothing more than a vague, bodiless entity. So even if you erase me, it will not weigh upon your conscience in the slightest. Is that not what you are thinking? That's kind of incorrect. Like hell it won't weigh on my conscience, but I have to do it. After all, that's what Mr. Ukita wants as well. That's what he wants, you say? Isn't that obvious? At his core, Mr. Ukita is a man of justice, so... Does your ignorance know no bounds? You're basing that delusion on your own imperfect understanding of him, boy. Boy. She glared at Natsuhiko. Just what is that you know of the man known as Keiji Ukita? You have only obtained incomplete information regarding him, the surface of his memories, and his motives for committing this act of terrorism. That's all. Yet you claim to know what it is he desires. How presumptuous can you be? Do you understand now? In the end, even a sense of sympathy is nothing more than incomplete communication. Humans can never reach a mutual understanding, no matter how much they talk, touch, or use BC on each other. They just try to understand each other by looking at fragments of information about each other. Sure, that's the best we can do, honestly. But by being in Ukita's brain, I have become one with him and seen his entire life from birth to this very moment. I am the only one who can claim to understand him. The only way to truly understand as another is to become one with them. But that's not practical, that's the Borg. Just like give up all sense of individuality, basically. Like, just become one giant conglomerate mess of brains connected like the Tyranids as well, something like that. Or like the hive mind. That's why I gave Ukita just what he wanted. Oh come on, you altered his memories, that's bullshit, that's fine. That's nonsense. What he wanted? Take this, for example. Oh, fuck off. The scene in front of them changed the moment Subject N said that. It was the memory of when Ukita had pointed a gun to Watase. Go ahead and laugh. I know it's fragile justice, but it's my choice. If killing you means I'll put an end to all of this, then I'll do what I must. If I don't, Captain Kasagi will kill both Subject Y2 and Natsuhiko. Like, what? No, false. Why did you think that? I'll protect everyone. Then my life will finally have meaning. Even if it means staining my hands in sin for the first and last time in my life. I mean, this is after his memories have already been altered. And perceptions. Well, is that or is that not his very own desire? Not really. This happens after he's, you've messed with his memories. At this point, so, You said that Ukita changed because I'm in his brain. Yes. Yes. That is what happened. Preposterous. I just gave him a little nudge, that's all. That's called changing. You affected him. Like that. Therefore you changed him, so you just admitted that. Both Ukita and I wish to punish the wicked and protect the weak. That is why we feel Captain Kasagi must be punished. Oh, fuck off now. You've done nothing more than make a fuss just because the way Ukita was acting earlier was a little different from the Ukita that you know. Now then, let me ask you again. Does Ukita himself truly desire my erasure? He doesn't even know you exist in the first place. That's a bullshit question, ignore this. Natsuko couldn't help but fall silent, because it's a bullshit question in the first place, come on now. She was just as formidable of an enemy as the Subject N in Watase's head, but in a totally different way. Natsuko could feel his fighting spirit whittle away even though he hadn't been corroded by malice. Is really okay to erase her? Yes, it is. It's just a figment left behind. The real one died. I don't think the real one was ever actually alive, in a way. Aren't I just butting my nose into Mr. Ukita's business where it isn't needed? As he started to think that, he heard Yuri's voice. Yeah, come on now. Yuri, the voice of reason. Hikarin, no, you mustn't let her logic get the better of you. It's not really logical though, like it's nonsense. It's faulty logic. Like you gave him a little nudge, that's called changing. Like that's not what Mr. Ukita wants, you just showed him what's convenient for you after you already changed him, so nonsense. Even if Mr. Ukita's desire is to judge the wicked, he would still never punish Captain Kasasagi. Because that's something the real Mr. Ukita never even considered. Yeah, he deliberately asked no one be killed. He ceased to be himself from the moment his spirit blended with Ends. So you have to bring Mr. Ukita back to his true self. Natsuko felt his nigh-depleted fighting spirit revive at Yuri's words. Composure began returning to his confused mind. It was then that he noticed the contradictions in Subject N's reasoning. You almost had me, Subject N. Whatever did you mean? Mr. Ukita's true desire wasn't just to punish the wicked, it was also to never kill anyone. There's no way you could have overlooked that, could you? Subject N suddenly laughed at that comment. Splendid insight. Sure. It would appear that you are not as stupid as I assumed. I mean, he's still pretty dumb, but still. Of course not. Maybe I can't understand Mr. Ukita in the slightest, but in spite of that, I looked through his memories that whole time with the intention to understand him. Though either way, it's still an incomplete understanding. Sure. And a look of resignation arose to her face. She then sighed and looked at Natsuhiko. But it truly is a shame. Just a bit more and I would have corroded into you. Huh? You didn't notice? I had already begun to worm my way into your mind from the moment I started listening to your opinion. Yeah. Though I failed thanks to that unexpected fly getting in the way. Yes, thank you, Yuri. Just one more step and you and I would have become one. Then you and Nikita could have killed Captain Kasasagi together. Those words sent shivers down Natsuhiko's spine. You really are malice incarnate. You only just realized that. Isn't that why you came to erase me? Yes, you're right. Natsuko looked back at her and spoke. I'm sorry, but it's about time for you to go now. You're right. I'll stop putting up any fruitless resistance. Oh, but could you promise me something before you erase me? What? Ukita is not aware of my existence, so at the very least I'd like for you to remember that I was here. I mean, how could he forget? That I was more than malice incarnate, that I was a being with a mind. Oh yeah, I used my malice to try to grant Ukita's wishes and to worm my way into you. That was all out of my own will. You see what I'm getting at? Even if someone possesses no body nor brain like me does indeed exist. Cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. Then in that case, what is the core that is the mind, that is aware of those thoughts? Is it the mental activities occurring in the brain? Can the mind only exist in the presence of brain? No. A mind is an accumulation of information. You cannot use the presence of or absence of brain as a basis to determine whether or not something possesses a mind. That applies even if I am nothing more than a gathering of information energy spread by elementary particles. Even if I were digital data recorded into a medium, I still have a mind. My life lasted for only a few hours, but I most certainly did exist. I can disappear in peace so long as you swear never to forget that. Oh, I will not forget that. Yeah, I won't forget you, Subject N. She smiled happily when she heard Natsuko tell her that. Thank you, Special Observation Target, Natsu. That was the name of the one Ukita had tried to protect. From the bottom of her heart, the girl understood Ukita's lonely sense of justice. Natsuko looked towards her with respect as he erased her. Shattered. Natsuko and Yuri returned to reality. Ukita was still unconscious. Watase looked at Natsuko and Yuri from the side. You guys done? Yeah. How long did we take? Well, only about 5 minutes, give or take. Jeez, that was like over an hour. From an objective perspective, the entire affair only took a small amount of time. Within that time, Natsuko and Yuri had their second encounter with Subject N and erased her once again. And suddenly pain ran through Natsuhiko's head. Uh-oh. He held his head and leaned against the wall. What's wrong, Hikarin? My head. What? Are you okay, Natsuhiko? The headache felt like the one he had when he arrived at Labo this morning. But it was subtly different. A bizarre discomfort shook his brain alongside the pain. And his five senses hazed over as well. What the hell? It's like molten lava pouring into my head. Lava in your head? It can't be. The after effects of contact with N. Natsuko gasped at Yuri's suggestion. That was very possible, come to think of it. When Subject N came in contact with people, she instantly destroyed their personalities, turning them into almost completely different people. Coming in contact with her brought the risk of her corroding into you. The truth of the matter was that the Subject N inside of Watasa and the Subject N inside of Ukita both tried to corrode into Natsuhiko. Natsuko shook off her malice and erased her both times, but coming in contact with her multiple times in a row could be a lot more dangerous than I thought, couldn't it? And you still have to do it twice. At least twice. In such a short span of time, Natsuhiko had fought twice with an opponent who was trying to corrupt him, which turned out to be even more of a mental and psychological burden on him than he had expected. Watasa and Yuri looked at Natsuko's face with concern. Hikarin, are you okay? Yeah, I'm okay. It's a lie. Natsuko forced a smile as he answered. More importantly, are you okay, Yuri? I think I'm okay. It wasn't as if I was directly connected to Mr. Ukita's mind, after all. And only came in contact with me indirectly through you, so her influence was minimal, I guess. I see. That's good then. It appeared that Natsuko served as a sort of padding for her. At any rate, as long as Yuri was okay, Natsuko was fine with that. And with that thought in mind, he shook his head and slapped his cheeks. His senses soon came back to him. He still had a headache, but it had faded considerably. Yeah, looks like I can keep going. No problem. No problem? Are you sure you're okay, Natsuko? You're as pale as a ghost, you know. Some of the others have to be infected with malice too. Are you sure you can keep up with the erasure? Yeah, I can. Keep them coming. Natsuko gave a strained display of bravado. At any rate, this was not the time to give up. Because if Natsuko couldn't do it, then Yuri would have to be his replacement. More importantly, we need to make sure if Mr. Ukita's malice has disappeared or not. I think we're probably good, but better safe than sorry. Yeah, that's true. Guess I'll try to wake him up. Old man, wake up, old man. After a few slaps on the cheek, Ukita finally groaned. Good, he's awake. Captain Kasagi? Ukita looked around with vacant eyes. Mr. Ukita, are you okay? How do you feel? I mean, do you feel like malice has disappeared from within your mind or anything? Huh? Natsuko and Yuri are here too? And that's Masha over there. What in the world? Ukita's eyes widened. From the looks of it, Subject N's malice had faded from him. Natsuko sighed in relief and answered his questions. It's a long story, but Natsuko summarized the situation Ukita had been put into. Okay, I think we'll take a... At that, we'll take a break. We will take a break from all of that for now. Jeez. That's a bit of a lot of memories there. But it's still early in the day. I think. Yes. Okay, here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna keep going, but I'm gonna do an intermission properly now as well. But take a little break. Oh yeah, music. In the meantime, let's listen to some music. Motley Crue, Ride with the Devil, Nazareth, Open Up Woman, Rainbow, Jealous Lover, Joseph Arthur, Shock the Monkey. That is a cover of Peter Gabriel, Shock the Monkey. It's a very, very different song. Same lyrics, but just the tone, the speed of the music, it's like, that's so different than suddenly like. And TM Revolution, Heart of Sword. That was from something. Anyway, I don't remember. I only found the music. I don't remember the show it was from. I think it was Ruroi no Kenshi or something. I don't know. I haven't seen a lot of things. I just find a lot of music. Anyway, that's that. Anyway, we shall continue with the. We covered Ukita's memories and recovery. Now we're gonna move on to the next bit after a short pause. Not in the stream, but in the recording. Anyway, bye-bye for now, Mr. Recording. I'll see you back in a few minutes. Hello there. We continue with the double before and after days extended edition, part 13. Delving into the minds of people erasing the malice that is Subject N. We've successfully erased it from Ukita's mind and gained his backstory as well. Indeed, just a few minutes ago, actually. It hasn't been several days between these intermission bits, these cuts, and stuff like that. However, it's a proper intermission, and we need to follow the set structure, as always. So, before we continue on, let's take that out of the way. We don't need that in the way, and we need to read a short story I have written from long ago. This one is called Short Story 19. I've given myself instructions how to read this. Spoken in a raspy voice, sometimes gasping for breath, slightly hoarse, with a hint of confidence and amusement, pained, occasional laugh. That's difficult? That's kind of difficult. That seems like a little difficult. You had your chance to make a deal, but now it's far, far too late. At first, you know, and this is true, I thought you were better than that. But all that talk about the higher moral ground, fighting for freedom and justice, it's all nonsense, ain't it? You're not getting anything from me, nothing, other than a lot of wasted time and my corpse. Honestly, after a while at this, I'm getting used to it. I don't want to, but you've turned me into a bit of a masochist, it hurts to laugh. Oh, but it's all too funny. Why do you even bother anymore? You know you won't get anything of value from me. I told you at the start, if you go down this path, my conscience will be absolved, and your hands will be sullied forever. How does your conscience feel? My body may be broken, perhaps bits of my mind as well, but my spirit has never been stronger. You know why? You want to know why you won't fix anything? Because you keep doing things like this. I'll make up any lie to delay my death and make you further stain your souls. I have nothing to gain now by cooperating, so go ahead. Prove me right. Okay, that's a thing. That's something. All right. I'm giving myself instructions. Well, that was convenient of me. Good foresight there. Past self, I guess. I don't know if I lived up to the expectations that I set for myself, but so be it. Anyway, yes. It hasn't been long at all. We continue. We've corrected Ukita's memories. And yes, let's just continue. There's nothing more to say. Let's go. Natsuko summarized the situation Ukita had been put into. How Subject N had used the ability known as senses sympathy on Ukita to manipulate his memories and amplify his malice. And how Natsuko and Yuri were also senses sympathy users, and were thus the only ones who could cancel out that malice. Once he finished hearing Natsuko's explanation, Ukita muttered with a bitter look on his face. So in other words, my personality was overwritten with BC. Correct. It's a very dangerous ability. I think that's an appropriate way to put it. I see. So it's an ability far more powerful than we had imagined. Yeah. Makes you really think, the whole, the reasons why they are in confinement to begin with. Like, there's a reason for that, though. Ukita spoke regretfully and then looked at Watase with a gasp. Then does that mean the same happened to Captain Kasagi? Yeah, well, something like that. After Subject N amplified my malice, I shot at the kids. So Natsuko erased all of memories in self-defense. He then finally restored memories for me just a little bit ago, you see. I see. Ukita muttered that with a complicated look on his face. Yeah, it's complicated, isn't it? Who else do you suppose is still infected with malice? Jun and Kazumi. I'd say the most likely candidates are Jun and Miss Tachibana. Wait a second, what about Luis? That girl came at me with an axe, you know. Well, yes, but that was deliberate, though. That was deliberate. There was no malice there, like, that's her normal stance. Like, that's her being normal. Natsuko thought for a second, 'cause she's a bit odd. But, like, that's normal. Louise may have had a slightly eccentric personality, but would she go so far as to take such drastic measures? I would say yes. Yes. The possibility that Louise is infected with malice isn't completely out of the question, but no, she didn't show those signs. To be honest, he was frightened by the thought. Louise already had a dangerous side to her. If she were infected with malice, her actions would become truly unpredictable and unstoppable. In that case, who's the most dangerous of them all? That would be Morbe, wouldn't it? Why would Jun be? To be honest, about 2 hours ago, I attacked her from behind and stole the bullets from her. You what? Why would you do such a thing? Because he was infected with malice, duh. He needed the bullets for the gun. Well, I thought I'd need a weapon if I wanted to oppose Captain Kasagi. And I had the gun, so... It's very possible that she's bearing a grudge against me now. Now that Natsuko understood the reason Jun's head was bleeding and why she was wandering around with that engine cutter in her hand... Oh, and to make matters worse, that same gun got snatched by Teach. By Professor Tsubakiyama. Oh yeah, right, to make matters worse. Yeah, Teach was the one who had that gun to begin with. We split it up into 3 parts, but I guess it all got back into Teach's hands in the end. Those words made Natsuko uncomfortable. Yeah. Hold on a sec, what does? About that gun Professor Tsubakiyama had. Was that one of the guns you guys prepared? No. No, it wasn't. The guns me, Dojima, and Hima had were NZ-75s, 3 in total. But the gun Teach had seems to be a different gun. What? Then where did that come from? She brought it alongside. She brought it herself. There shouldn't have been any guns in Labo other than the 3 that Ohase's comrades had brought in. And yet Eda had a gun, which meant... That's most likely Teach's personal gun. She is probably lying about finding it in Labo. Natsuhiko was aghast, and I am thrilled. Why would an ordinary high school teacher like Ena have her own gun? Because she's not. If she was neither a terrorist nor a Labo, she's, look, a third faction. Who in the world is Professor Tsubakiyama? That's a very good question, and one we need an answer to. Once Natsuko said that, Yuri's eyes widened as if she had figured something out. Maybe she's actually with Security Sector 6. I guess, yeah, that could make sense. Security Sector 6? Yuri nodded as Natsuko and Watasa tilted their heads in puzzlement. Yeah. They're a secret section of the Rokume City Security Department in charge of cover-ups. As Labo's pawns, they do a variety of dirty work. They perform cover-ups of Labo-related affairs, including communicator abduction, among other things. That's a thing? Well, yeah. Duh. It would have to be. You saw it in my memory too, didn't you? Remember how after the fire 9 years ago, those people forced their way into the hospital and tried to take me away to Labo? That was Security Sector 6. Got so many S's everywhere. Now that she mentioned it, that name had shown up in Ukita's memory too. Furthermore, Natsuko remembered hearing rumors of them back in his childhood. Rokume City 7 Wonders, number 6. Monster-ified people are captured by a secret task force working under Rokume City's security department, and are imprisoned underground, correct? Those rumors were true, all of them basically, yeah. Now he finally felt that all of the 7 Wonders had a hidden meaning behind them. Kinda not that hidden though. Could those have been no mere urban legends, but rather something someone had intentionally tried to spread? Maybe, yeah. Was it a way to disguise the sinister truth as a simple child's gag? Or was it a conspiracy someone had tried to leak to the public? As Natsuko pondered that question, Ukita spoke up. Indeed, I've heard of them before. Or I guess I should say it's only a matter of course that they exist. Such underhanded forces only come naturally with such a high-interest facility and organization as this one. Normally, you would commission an organization or enterprise to fulfill that role. But in Labo's case, the city itself goes through the lengths to provide such services. This all sounds like a bad joke. Not funny though. Well, it's not just Labo whose ethics are broken. The Rokome City's government in cahoots with them too. After all, Natsuko ground his teeth as he heard that. Up until now, he'd loved the town he was born and raised in. That didn't change even when Enna had told him about the truth of the world and how Rokome City was a fortress built to protect communicators from that world. He had thought that the security department and the surveillance cameras were all to protect the townspeople. It's a prison. But even the city's an enemy too, isn't it? It always has been. Both Labo and the city government were working in cahoots to create this abnormal world, weren't they? I mean, it's for research and stuff like that. Perhaps his dabbling in Watasa's and Ukita's memories had intensified that bitter feeling of his. Probably, a bit, when you meld your mind with another's, a bit of their mind rubs off onto you. Natsuko suddenly remembered the time he was in front of the city gate with Luis. Kind of an off-putting place. You think so, obviously. It almost gives the impression that the whole city is locked down. Which it is. Her words were on the mark. Ever since he got stuck in Labo, Natsuko had wanted to get out. But outside of that birdcage was just a bigger prison. Rokome City itself. So Professor Tsubakiyama's teaching job was just a temporary front. She's actually part of the Rokome City security department. Is she working to ensure we don't escape? No, don't think so. Just... There's no conclusive evidence of that. But if she works for the city government, slipping undercover as a Rokome Academy teacher should be no problem at all. And then she'd be able to put the students under close surveillance to see if any of the communicators demonstrate a sense of sympathy. Indeed, it wouldn't be strange at all if someone were to have that role. Yeah, that makes perfect sense actually, yeah. But even if she had an undercover role, she still normally worked as a teacher, So why would she come to Labo today? That is a very good question. I don't know that much. Perhaps she had a hunch about the terrorist information, or perhaps it was just a coincidence. In any case, now that she's here, she might be working to help cover everything up. Thinking along those lines, there were several things that came to mind. Like how she had closed her heart to the kids, and how she recommended they turn themselves into the security department when the kids were running away from them. If Professor Tsubakiyama was with the security department, then that means when she heard about the terrorist plot from us, she must have gotten on guard and concluded they'd come to Labo. That makes sense, yeah. Eventually, Watase broke his silence with a sigh and spoke up. So the point is, we should assume everyone's dangerous, regardless of if they are infected with malice or not. Yes. Damn it. Everyone's problematic though. Yeah, but nevertheless, everyone needs to be brought here. Let's start with Jun and Kazumi. Those are the simplest ones. In that case, who should we take care of next? Because they are just running about monster movie style villains. Upon hearing that question, Natsuko quickly thought of Luis. Since she had been acting independently this entire time, she most likely had less information to work with than everyone else. Correct. She could get dragged into a fight without understanding any of the circumstances and get hurt. Watase, can you bring Luis here? That's really difficult. How can you even find her? She's a ninja. Luis, eh? I know I've said this before, but that girl hates my guts. I don't think this will end well, but guess I've got no choice. Watase muttered in disgust. Perhaps because he himself was fully aware of why Luis would hate him. And also she's very dangerous, difficult to take down. Okay, then I'll go look for Luis for now. Mr. Ukita, stay here and protect the kids. What? Me protect them? But... I know. That's why I'm leaving you with this. Watase took the gun out of his pocket and handed it to Ukita. This is my gun. It's low on bullets, but at least it has a magazine. Use this if absolutely necessary. But don't aim to hit. Use it as a threat only. Okay. Ukita nervously took the gun. Okay, then I'll be going. As Watase said that and began to leave, Natsuhiko called out to him. Hold up, Watase. Are you sure you'll be fine without a gun? Don't worry, I've got these guns right here. These fucking hell. Points to his fucking biceps and stuff like that. Watasu slapped his right bicep and smiled boldly. Fucking hell. Goddamn meathead though. I see, but still, be careful out there. Yeah. And with that answer, Watasu left the shelter. Once Watasu left, the shelter went quiet. After a few silent moments, Natsuhiko spoke to Ukita. Mr. Ukita, I'm sorry. For what? I read your memo without permission. That's like a major invasion of privacy, so I'm really sorry. Oh, has that been bothering you? I don't particularly mind. It was a necessary step to cancel out Subject N's malice, wasn't it? Yeah, justifications for anything. Yeah, but I saw basically all of your memory pertaining to your motive behind carrying out this terrorist attack. Did you have a flashback to your past memories back there? Those are the memories I saw. I see, but I'm sure there weren't any memories in there that would have been problematic for you to have seen. So honestly, it's nothing to concern yourself about. Rather, I feel you helped me reaffirm my convictions. I had the opportunity to recall in such vivid detail the day I swore to fight against Labo, after all. In the process of following your memories, I experienced that day vicariously too. I think you're a brave man, Mr. Okita. A look of regret suddenly spread across Okita's face when Natsuhiko said that. I appreciate the sentiment, but the compliment itself isn't very uplifting when the result of my bravery turned out like this. What you gonna do? Naturally, I remember all of the actions I took when I was infected with malice. In hindsight, they were all illogical actions, but still. The me during the time my malice was amplified still certainly felt like me. Well, yes, amplified. As Okita muttered that, he looked at the gun in his hands. I shot at Captain Kasage with this gun, as if to push all the blame of the plan's failure onto him. The realization of just how small and cowardly I am was truly frightening. Natsuko understood the meaning behind Okita's words. No matter how good a person may be, perhaps not a single one is completely free from malice. And those who came into contact with Subject N came to know their true selves, whether they wanted to or not. Well, it's not really a true self, it's just an amplified version of what you could be if you let this part of yourself take control. So it's not your true self, it's not how that works. Like it's just a part of you that's been allowed and given free rein. It's not your true self. Your true self is who you are, not just a single part of you. Anyway, they all came to realize the monster they harbored in the depths of their minds. I never wanted to admit that part of me existed, you see. I intended to muster up all my courage and goodwill, but not only did I fail to accomplish my goals, I also ended up producing the worst possible results. Mr. Ukita, that's just... Natsuko tried to say something, but he couldn't find the words. Ukita shook his head as if to say, it's fine, and continued. That's how I've always been. No matter how much I act in accordance with my beliefs, it always turns out for the worse. I drag so many people into my mess, and in the end, I can never save anyone. And look what I've gotten everyone into now. I guess with just justice as fragile as mine, I should never have acted on it, should I? Natsuko pondered those words. Mr. Ukita's methods were indeed flawed in some places. It wasn't as if Ukita had acted in accordance with a perfect sense of justice. There should have been another way. But Yuri did not judge him. But Mr. Ukita, it's because of your desire to save us that Hikori and I were finally able to see each other. That's nice, I guess. Even if you were mistaken, it's all because you persisted in acting in accordance with your beliefs. So, well, I'm not sure if it will be any consolation for you for me to say this, but thank you. Once Ukita heard her words of gratitude, he smiled faintly. No, that's a real lifesaver. I tried to save you, but you saved me from myself. This situation's all sorts of backwards. I guess you're right. Yuri smiled at those words. Natsuko smiled as well, and then turned to his thoughts. Mr. Kid's probably okay now. He had a strong sense of justice to begin with, after all. Now that Ukita was free from malice and regretted his actions, he would probably be a reassuring ally to them now. But still, I feel like the more I know about Labo, the more I understand your feelings, Mr. Ukita. Is that so? Yes. The more you learn about the inner mechanisms of Labo, the more wicked it seems, doesn't it? I understand why you'd want to expose it, Mr. Ukita, and why you'd want to punish the upper ranks too. Indeed, Labo holds too many secrets. It's only natural since they conduct such shady business, but that's not the end of their problems. I've come to believe that it's for that reason that the antagonism between communicators and ordinary people persists in this world. I mean, yeah, they built a fucking fortress city, isolated. Of course it's gonna spread. I've talked about this, let's not regush the same topic again. But it's bad. The antagonism, eh? BC research is indeed necessary, and there are certain truths that should remain hidden. No, there shouldn't be. There shouldn't, no, fuck that. But hide too many secrets, and I doubt you'll be able to earn the understanding of those around you. To the insufficiently informed masses of ordinary people, BC and communicators are nothing more than unintelligible concepts. Yeah, that's true. Those words reminded Natsuko of what he had once heard from Ena. That outside of Rockome City, disputes between communicators and ordinary people had yet to die down. The thought made Natsuko depressed. Mr. Ukita, will there ever come a time in society where communicators and ordinary people can come to terms with each other? Yes, it will. Since communicators will just keep being born anyway, just randomly, genetics and stuff like that, that will keep happening. Like, that will eventually settle. It will have to. Because you can't go on witch hunts, like, you know. Because it's going to be born to, like, rich and powerful people as well. And, like, they're not going to let their kids just be killed off or imprisoned or something like that. Like, fuck that. That's what the research in Labo was really meant to accomplish, wasn't it? Naturally, that's what I believe in, but that's not what the high-ranking officials at Labo think. The reason we devote ourselves to BC research is to ostensibly for the benefit of public order and to prevent societal insecurity, but the real motivation is, in short, money. I mean, it always is, follow the money. Come on now, yes, obviously money. Indeed, Labo conducts world-leading BC research and sells their results to various countries. You see, there's this foreign company called Beetlejuice New Treatments that's a patron of Labo and Rockome City. The three of them are co-conspirators in a money-making scheme. If that weren't the case, Labo wouldn't even dare conduct research on confined test subjects. If it were really for the sake of public order, they could just simply confine them, maybe even let them live in a peaceful life on an uninhabited island. That wouldn't solve anything. Though, do it all out in the public. Tell them, like, although no, fuck, it's complicated actually. Like, even if you release scientific data to the public, they still, like, there's always some fucking asshole just gonna take, like, see, look at this, they're hiding, like they released the white papers talking about this and that and whatnot, and all at the same time just completely blatantly lying. And if someone were to actually read those white papers, they would get like, oh, what this crazy fucking person was talking about is complete bullshit and a lie, and the opposite of what's in these white papers. But then you go, you confront that crazy person with that fact, and they'll say, you gotta read between the lines. It's all right there, out in the open. You just gotta understand to see. Don't read the words, read the meaning. That kind of bullshit nonsense. Like, anyway. But they don't. They use them for human experimentation. Like, you can't win against crazy people like that. You literally cannot. You just ignore them. They're fucking trolls. They're fucking assholes who just want to make some money, and then they sell. Okay, never mind. I'm getting a bit too agitated about that. Okay, never mind. Bonus points if you know who I'm poorly impersonating with that language. Anyway, they use them for human experimentation. That said, the masterminds behind it all wouldn't just lay their true intentions out on the table, would they? That makes me sick. Indeed, that's why it's actually more favorable for them to aggravate the antagonism between communicators and ordinary people. So, just then Yuri interrupted Ukita before he could continue. No, Mr. Ukita. In the past, there were people who indeed conducted research for the sake of public order. I mean, that still happens as well. There's always people who want that, huh? For example, there is AD. AD's full name is Alone Desire. In other words, a drug for those who desire solitude. It's very temporary. A drug to reject BC. The power to connect people. Oh yeah, I mean, Natsuko gasped. I mean, it was right there on the box the very first time we saw that. True enough, with continued dosage of AD, a communicator would be no different from an ordinary person. Or used the other way around, an ordinary person could come in contact with communicators without fear. If AD became widespread, then communicators would no longer be seen to be as special as they are today. I've heard that there was the reason for the development of the drug. I mean, it's only 1 hour length, and you gotta administer it all the time, so it's not actually practical. That there's work that needs to be done to make it more of a permanent solution. I'm sure they will. I mean, if the drug itself exists, then yeah, there's gonna be procedure like implant, like some kind of that's way too sci-fi. Some kind of gland that continually produces this inhibitor or something. Anyway. You say that, but I worked my way up in Labo all the way to junior fellow status. You have never heard that AD was developed for that purpose at all. I can imagine. AD has apparently been continuously in development ever since Labo was established. What I believe happened is that over the course of several years, Labo's ethics shed little by little until the original purpose of AD was forgotten. I'm not exactly sure what was on the developer's mind when they gave AD its name at the start of its development, but don't you think they put their feelings into the name, regardless of what those feelings were? I think that's a little overly sentimental, but I mean, people are sentimental, so that's not that surprising. Ukita didn't completely reject Yuri's line of thought. Natsuko likewise just barely agreed. But are there any other examples besides that? There are. The fact of the matter is that the WX particle amplifier itself is one. The amplifier? What part of that thing's supposed to bridge the gap between communicators and ordinary people? Yuri calmly replied. Hikarin, do you understand exactly what the WX particle amplifier is? Not really. It amplifies the energy content of BC particles. The energy content of BC particles arises when the communicator uses BC, remember? The information energy created inside their brain is emitted outside, which in the other words means... Natsuko gasped in surprise. No way. BC particles had the property of transmitting and propagating the information energy of living creatures' thoughts. In which case, amplifying that energy meant... You see, there is a kind of artificial brain inside of that machine. Yuri calmly made that statement. An artificial brain? Is such a thing even possible with modern technology? Creating an entire brain from scratch would indeed be difficult. So a more fitting way to describe it would be a device that mimics the BC receptor alone, an artificial BC receptor. A BC receptor, the organ relating to BC usage located in the prefrontal cortex of the human brain. Natsuko had heard about it once in one of Enna's lectures. Is that true? Unmistakably. After all, we test subjects had always cooperated in the research and development of that machine. What? That machine was constructed 14 years ago, when Labo was established. It was built based off of the data obtained from the first test subject, Subject A, and improved based on the data obtained from the other test subjects. Miss A passed away before I came to Labo, and N and I never had the opportunity to meet face to face, but that machine is constructed from the data we produced. The BC we used, its foundation was built from parts of our very minds. And what was made was a machine that only generates powerful information energy, without a will, without a spirit. The generation of WX particles is, so to speak, the transmission of BC without any sort of message imbued within. All that exists within is a vague feeling. That feeling is the primal objective of the ability known as BC, the desire to connect people. Is that what it was? Natsuko noticed that what Yuri said was the answer to a question he hadn't even considered up until then. Why would an environment full of WX particles increase the efficiency of BC use? The answer was that WX particles themselves were filled with the desire to connect people. But you know, WX particle energy is too strong. They cause damage when they enter the human brain. They also affect the genes, causing mutations. The desire that WX particles have is to connect people, even if it causes pain, even if it recreates their bodies. So the cases where WX particle exposure caused aptitude to rise were because of that? Yes. Though the number of people who can withstand that change is exceedingly small, But this effect definitely has the most potential to bridge the gap between communicators and ordinary people. After all, though it's compatible with only a very select few people, that machine is still able to create acquired communicators. WX particle amplifier has the opposite use of AD. It's a machine that can turn ordinary people into communicators. Perhaps someday everyone could become a communicator through use of that machine. Or just natural birth and like intermingling. Like if this gene, the communicator gene, is like a dominant one, then that's just a thing that's gonna happen over the course of like a couple of centuries. Like as simple as that. And thus the disputes between communicators and normal people will come to an end. Apparently some people in Labo thought that way. But do you think that's really a good thing? I mean, it's just the thing that's gonna happen probably. Say Hikarin, I believe that a society like that would be extremely unnatural. Oh, come on now. Unnatural. What is natural society in the first place? Like, cities aren't natural. Like, first of all, yet we all really like the conveniences of that. So that statement means nothing. That's a meaningless statement. Like, completely. I don't agree with, like, what is a natural society? That means nothing. It means nothing. People create societies on their own, based on the information. And if there's a foreign entity, a change introduced, then people will just adapt. Again, it's the same thing. We always adapt. Our society is a result of adapting to unnatural things. But maybe we should all try to understand each other, without relying on this power of ours. Yeah, I think so too. We need the Babel fish. Come on now, let's get the fucking Babel fish. That'll cause a lot of problems, but also cause a lot of solutions eventually. If everyone understands what everyone is saying, then there will eventually be less problems. Yeah, I think so too. Because BC is a terrifying power where one wrong use could spell disaster for society. If at all possible, it would be better for people to come to a mutual understanding without relying on that power. The same went for Natsuhiko and Watase. Erasing Watase's memory would return him to the just man he once was, one that would probably not conflict with Natsuhiko's intentions. But that would not amount to true understanding with Watase at all. People change with just the slightest distortion of memory. Going so far as to erase that memory would be the same as killing their mind. And that was something Natsuko wanted to avoid. So I'll believe that Watase will change his mind even if I don't erase his memories. I mean, yeah, that people do that, generally speaking, if they're open-minded enough to, accept and integrate new information into their memories, then yeah, people change all the time. It happens. Anyway, that in time, he'll abandon Q's mission and release Yuri. Even if that was just wishful thinking, Natsuko still wagered on that hope. And as Natsuko pondered to himself, Yuri sadly murmured. But in any case, Hikarin, for some reason or another, we've acquired an ability that's more than we can handle, haven't we? In some ways, maybe it's only natural for normal people to fear us. Yeah, maybe we'd have been better off not acquiring such power unfitting of our stature. You just make do with what you have. You don't really choose where you're born and what you're born with. But if there is some sort of meaning in us getting this power, then at least I'd like to use it correctly. Despite his answer, Natsuko still did not fully understand. What was the meaning behind him getting that power? What exactly was the correct way to use BC? But at the very least, freeing everyone from malice like this is probably the correct thing to do. As soon as Natsuko had that thought, a sound rang out from outside the door. Natsuko and the others gasped and turned around. Who's there? Watase? No answer. But they could hear a sound like someone pounding on the wall outside. Did Miss Tachibana or someone else realize the existence of the shelter? Wait, but even if that's the case, nobody but us should know the password. Even in the off chance that someone remembered the keypad on the wall and repaired it, they wouldn't be able to come in. The kids were relieved at Ukita's statement, but immediately afterwards, the screeching sound of metal cutting metal echoed from the outside of from the other side of the door. Hello, Jun. Meanwhile, Watase was in the surveillance room, attempting to fix the broken PA. If he could get it working, they could call together everyone who had been infected by malice, in theory at least. It's been about an hour since they announced that the Palace was switching to backup power. That means the speakers are still online, yet the PA can't handle facility-wide broadcasts anymore. You'd think the PA wouldn't really use up that much power, would it? But, well, I don't know. Power management is a tricky thing, I guess. Although it would be one of the essential services, though, wouldn't it? It would be. It should be. Communication is a vital service to keep online in case of an emergency. That means that there's a good chance that one of the PA system circuits located near the surveillance room has been severed. He searched the area under that assumption, discovering a burnt-off cable in the wall of the room that'd been hit by the backdraft earlier. This is it. If I can just connect this... A thought crossed Watas's mind as he did repairs on it. We're getting closer and closer to escape, but what are Natsuko's thoughts on all this? Natsuko had clearly stated his opposition to the deal Watasa had made with Yuri, but agreed to cooperate for the time being. But what move would he take once they got out of here? He can probably erase my memories with just the thought. That is correct. So when this is all over, will he erase my memories again? No. That suspicion crept its way into Watasa's heart. Watasa had looked into communicators the best he could, but their true power was far greater than anything Watasa had imagined. There were people out there who could dive into people's minds and manipulate their memories as they saw fit. There was nothing that frightened Watasa more than that. Such people frightened him so much, he didn't find it that much of a stretch to label them monsters, but that's not useful, again. But even though they're not monsters, it's only natural for them to do that kind of stuff, isn't it? It's not natural, although I guess Natsuko did do that naturally and accidentally. So I'd probably do the same thing as Natsuko if I were in his shoes. Of course, Watasa could have just hidden his intentions to take Yuri to Q once everything was over. Then he would have kept his true thoughts a secret, worked himself to the bone to save everyone, gained Natsuko and Yuri's trust. Then once they escaped, he would have knocked Natsuko unconscious and taken Yuri away by force. But Watasa never wanted to play foul like that, it just wasn't in him. Then what do I want? Am I saying that I wanted to make things a bit more fair for Natsuhiko? Why am I trying to act like goody two-shoes now of all times? I'm supposed to be nothing more than a terrorist. But before he could finish that thought, he finished fixing the cable. Watasa pushed his thoughts aside and dashed back to the surveillance room. Well, I've got nothing to lose by trying. He flipped on the on switch for the PA's mic as he thought that. He then tried talking into it. Testing, and was met with the sound of his voice coming out of the speaker in the ceiling above him at the same time. Yes, I did it. It's working. Watasa celebrated, then prepared to try calling for Luis first. But at that moment, he noticed someone being displayed on one of the room's several monitors. Isn't that Moribe? It is. The image was coming from the camera located in B1 of Area 5's outer ring. Said camera was busted, so the footage was of poor quality, but he could still barely make out Jun. She was holding her engine cutter and pushing it against the wall. Oh crap, did she notice the secret room? Destroying the shelter's opening mechanism had backfired on them. Anyone would get suspicious when something that hadn't been damaged before was suddenly destroyed the next time they saw it. Moribe hates the old man. He's in danger. Watasa rushed out of the surveillance room with that thought. That door should still hold for a while, even against that engine cutter. I just have to get to the shelter before she breaks through it. Watasa continued his mad dash for Area 5, but he soon came to a halt, alright? He encounters somebody. Oh, and he could see a shadow standing in his way, though it was too dim to tell who it was. The shadow stared at him and spoke. Where are you going, Captain Kasasagi? Enna then pointed a gun at Watasa, and she's a crack shot, we know that. Ah, shit. Excitement. What? 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 The metal cutting sound kept echoing beyond the iron door, but eventually it abruptly stopped. What was that? Natsuko looked at the iron door with a bad feeling in his gut. It was supposedly sturdy enough to withstand fires and explosions, and yet there was no lock. Yuri, Mr. Kid, is there no way to make sure that that door can't open? No. Why would an emergency shelter ever even have a lock on the inside? Then let's pin down that door with something. But before Natsuko could finish, the door opened with a heavy thud. Oh, so there really was a hidden room here, eh? And the one who stood in the doorway was none other than Jun. I like this image a lot. This is fantastic. She looked around the shelter and spoke up as soon as she spotted Ukita. Terrifying. Mr. Ukita, you slip out of my sight for a second, and then I find you in a place like... Wait. Natsuko, Yuri, and even Masher too. Why are you all here? Well, that's... When Jun focused her eyes on him, Natsuko found himself at a loss for words. Jun's eyes picked up on Natsuko's and Mashra's wounds, and then she gritted her teeth. Mr. Ukita, you bastard. You weren't satisfied just attacking me, so you lay your hands on the kids too? The passion. Ukita's body froze up with a twitch. Yeah, I love this imagery. It's fantastic. Natsuko panicked and put himself between them. There's just something special about like a crazy-eyed person with a goddamn like a chainsaw thingy. Well, not chainsaw, but whatever, blade cutting machine. And that face, that's fantastic. I love that. I absolutely love that. Anyway, hold on a sec, Jun. Why are you stopping me? This old fart whacked me on the head, you know? And look at you kids, you're all covered in wounds. He's the one who shot you, isn't he? No, you're wrong. Mr. Ukita's not at fault. So, please stop. Jun stared at Natsuko and Yuri in confusion. Why are you two stopping me? You're acting strange, guys. Why would you cover for a criminal? Look, you've got it all wrong. Mr. Ukita was, well, being manipulated. Like I'd buy such bullshit. Jun suddenly stopped speaking. A look of realization then crossed her face. Uh-oh. Oh, now I get it. You kids are in cahoots with the old man, aren't you? What brings you to that conclusion? That's it, isn't it? Yuri disappeared in the middle of things, and you and Masha were nowhere to be found no matter how much we searched and searched. You kids teamed up to Mr. Ukita and tried to kill everyone. When you take the remaining stock of AD into consideration, there's no way for all 9 of us trapped here to survive. So you guys planned to kill 3 of us to save yourselves. It all fits when you think of it that way, doesn't it? There was nothing strange about Jun's tone of voice. Oh, well, I gave her a strange tone of voice. She sounded completely irrational. Well, I messed up there, but whatever. But the actual content of her words was completely devoid of reason. Jun. I never expected the Jun I knew would become like this. He shuddered in renewed fear of Subject N's power. Jun's maddened eyes glared at the kids as she spoke. You guys were the ones who killed Dojo and Hiyama and stole all the AD too, weren't you? Why in the world would you do such a thing? Why? They were genuine rescue workers who lived for the sake of saving people's lives. So why'd you have to go and kill them? Jun readied the engine kata. Ukita pointed the gun at her and threatened to shoot. Stop, and don't get any closer. Jun froze and let out a snort of disbelief. What's with the tough guy act, eh? Could that thing be filled with the bullets you snatched from me? No, it's a different gun. One that actually has a magazine this time. Lay hand on these kids and I'll shoot. I see how it is. Well, there's a whole lot of things I'd like to say, but... Go ahead, make my day. I'm seriously going to shoot. No, you're not. You don't have the guts to do it. Your actions lack the confidence. What? If you were going to kill me, then you should have just done it when you snatched the bullets. What are you saying? You think I could have done that? Then you can't do it now. It's because you lacked true conviction that you left me alive, wasn't it? Guess in the end, you're just a weak, half-assed man who can't even commit to good or evil. Shut up. Right as Ukita screamed those words, a gunshot rang out. Teach, put the gun down. Watase called out to her in a subdued voice. He had to get back to the shelter as soon as possible. He couldn't have Enna holding him up. She kept her gun trained on him and answered. I can't do that. Mr. Ukita told me that you're a terrorist. You're not denying it. I can't. It's the truth, after all. I've been plotting an attack on Labo for a year now. I remember that after I got all my memories back. Then are you really a rescue worker? Yes, he is as well. Yeah, I am. Hilarious, isn't it? I was partaking in the terrorist plot while working to save lives. It's not funny. Not at all. A lonely smile then formed on Enna's face. I was hoping that Mr. Ukita was lying. I figured you couldn't be a terrorist. I thought you were a true rescue worker who risked his life to save others. I mean, he is. Like Captain Kasagi I knew well, was a man who would run through contaminated zones and poisonous gas to save others, and he still would. Why did you do all this? Why terrorism? Watasa's heart ached at that question. He didn't have long to talk. However, he felt that he had to tell her the truth in order to get her to lower her gun. You see, I lost my family in a fire 16 years ago. Huh? Back then, I just felt sad. But it wasn't until many years later that I learned the truth. Wait. 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 Subject potentially regaining memories. The one that was discarded. Did he actually see the... No, that could... No, it couldn't... Is Enna actually Wataru? What? No. Maybe. But just showing these images back to back. Purple, like, you know, brown hair, purple eyes. Maybe? Ah. No. Yes? Ah, fuck me. Who knows? Ah. I don't know. I'm overthinking things, aren't I? I'm overthinking something again, aren't I? But we know nothing about Enna, so literally every possibility could be there. Teach, did you know that fire was caused by a single communicator? But the ones behind Rokume City and Labo covered all that up. There were very few who knew that truth. The only ones who did were Q, the affected individuals, and the Rokume City government. And listened to him all the way though, then quietly answered. I knew. I see. So she really is with the Rokume City Security Department. Watasa continued as he thought that. I couldn't stand the idea that those who deserved to be punished had avoided their judgment. It made me sick to think that the ones who were secretly behind that incident were living cozily without taking responsibility for their actions. That was my entire motive for assaulting Labo and trying to abduct the test subjects, to bring the truth to light. Enna bitterly gritted her teeth. Watasa couldn't tell what that look on her face meant. She then barely managed to squeeze her next words out. The night girl lying by the lift. She was a test subject too, wasn't she? Were you the one who shot her? No, it was either Dojima or Hiyama, my comrades. You're blaming this on the dead? No, that's not it. Had things had played out even slightly differently, I might have ended up being the one who shot her instead. Eh? Dojima, Hiyama and I were not in the right mind. Since you know about the truth of the fire 16 years ago, I'm guessing you know about how people were infected by Communique A's malice too. Well, something just like that is happening all over again in this facility right now. No way. Then are you telling me Mr. Ukita and Miss Morimo were also infected with malice? It seemed Enna had figured out everything from that one sentence, as expected of someone working for the government in the shadows. Watasa nodded and continued. I was infected with malice too. It took the hatred for communicators that I had sealed away in my heart and amplified it to the limit. And as a result, I shot Masha and Toba and Natsuhiko as well. No. I'm sorry, Teach. I'm not a rescue worker anymore. I'm just a terrorist. But you don't look like you're infected with malice. Right, you are. You can thank Natsuko and Yuri for that. They're the ones who set me free from that malice. And so I... Eh? And his eyes widened. What did you just say? Well, you see, they repaired my memories using sense of sympathy. And set me free from the malice. Wait, what are you talking about? That's news to me. Repairing the memories with sense of sympathy? Setting someone free from the malice? Are you telling me Mr. Kinkawa and Miss Yuri can do all that? What? Watasa was astonished. What's going on? Shouldn't members of the security department know all about Natsuko and Yuri? Are Labo and the security department not on the same page? Oh. No, that can't be. They'd never screw up like that. Wait, then, I mean... They would. Just who in the world is Teach? Yeah, that's a very good question. Okay. Watasa was about to ask her for more details, but at that moment he heard a sound behind him. Uh-oh, hello Kazumi. He turned around in surprise and saw Luis running at him from the other end of the hallway. Oh, goddammit. Fuck's sake, Luis. By the time he noticed her, it was too late. Luis's jump kick nailed Watase right in the chin. Ow. Thoughts raced through Watase's head as he fell to the floor. Why does this girl always have to show up at the worst possible times? Though he felt close to fainting, he could still make out Luis's and Enna's voices. Enna, what are you doing with that gun? Are you trying to shoot this man? Oh, right, there was a closed door, so obviously the cat had to get in, and then a few moments, as expected, had to get back out. Just cat things. Now. Then just shoot him already. What are you even saying, Miss Sanomiya? He could hear their voices growing louder. But his concussion rendered him unable to put any strength in his hands or feet, meaning he couldn't get up. This man shot Natsuko. He also tried to blow up the nuclear reactor and destroy the city. Vicious crimes not easily forgiven. What do you plan to do to Captain Kasasagi? Kill him. Kill him? You're just a 13-year-old kid. I don't really want to kill him either, but I have to do it to protect everyone. Goddamn, she doesn't know anything, right? No, don't do it, Miss Sanomiya. Why are you stopping me? Why? You're acting strange. You're still with this man even after I warned you. You won't open your heart to us. Furthermore, you're holding a gun. Could be that you're a terrorist too. What? Enna, say something productive, not just like... If that's the case, then I won't show you any mercy either. Come on, speak, explain yourself. Enna, to her. Come on. Watase could hear Luis walking towards Enna. It was then that his body finally moved. He stretched out his hands and swung them around Luis's leg. Luis grasped at the same time Watase shouted. Teach, get out of here. Go to B1 of Area 5's inner ring. Huh? Natsuko, Yuri, Mashiro, and the old man Ukita are all there. But there's a high chance they're being attacked by Moriba because of the malice she's been infected with. Please, save them for me. A look of hesitation rose to Enna's face for a moment when she heard Watase's pleas. You sure about that? You don't even know what I really am. You sure you can trust someone who could be infected with malice? Oh, we know you're not. Those words triggered Watase's memory. He remembered how Enna had stood up for him back when Jun and Yukita had been pressing him hard in the surveillance room. You trusted me back then, that's why I trust you. Yeah, what are you, Enna? Those words softened Enna's face. You really are too soft for your own good, you know that? She then started running down the hallway. Luis shook off Watase's grip at the same time. Out of my way. Ouch, drop kick. She kicked Watase in the head. Ouch! Watase mustered all his willpower to keep his fading consciousness tethered. Back at the shelter, Ukita and Jun were staring each other down. Problem, Mr. Ukita? Jun stepped up with that provocative line. Ukita had shot several rounds, but they had all lodged into the ground by Jun's feet. Looks like you can't hit me, eh? All you're doing is threatening me. You ain't gonna stop me like that, you know? Whatever, just stop, or I'll shoot you for real this time. Ukita trained his aim on Jun, but her feet did not stop, cause you're not gonna shoot, we know that. Natsuko reached the end of his rope and called out to her. Jun, please stop. Huh? Didn't you say you wanted to be a hero of justice? What kind of hero kills people? No worries, I ain't gonna kill you guys. Just gonna lop off an arm or a leg or two so you can't move, that's all. That's all. You won't be a rescue worker anymore if you do that, Jun. Natsuko, you know, Mr. Ukita struck me on the back of the head and snatched the bullets from me. He stole them so he could kill people. So you see, he's an attempted murderer. He wasn't himself at the time. He doesn't have thoughts like that anymore. How the hell can you say that? How the hell do you suggest an attempted murderer could ever reform? Listen, it's too late to act once someone's been killed. The dead are never coming back, but no one's dead right now, except subject. It's not like I want to do this either, damn it. If the alternative is to regret the loss of another victim, I'd rather take this guy down myself, even if his blood on my hands means I'll never work with Sirius again. Jun raised the engine cutter up high and sprung at Ukita. Stop! The moment Yuri's cry rang out, someone plunged into the room through the door. And action everywhere. Freeze! Shouting that command was Enna. with the gun in her hand, trained on Jun. Professor? Why the hell are you here? Captain Kasagi told me about it. He said a deranged one was here, about to attack people. So, what's this supposed to mean? I couldn't find you for the longest time, and now you're with the terrorists. Can it? Move and I'll shoot. This is your last warning. The surrounding air froze the moment that warning left Anna's lips. Killing intent oozed out of her entire body, condensed at her fingertip, and set itself upon the trigger. You're gonna shoot me? You're nothing but a high school teacher, no she ain't. Oh, I'll shoot, cause I'm not a teacher, you see. You're not a teacher? I thought at least someone would figure it out already, but no, there was no hints. I mean, like, okay, there were hints, but no hints at exactly what it could be. What are you? I'm a detective, okay? What? Okay. That's probably one of the less interesting options. Detective? All eyes wide at Enna's confession. Okay, or rather something like a detective, to be accurate. I belong to a group whose existence is unknown to the general public. But we conduct activities in accordance with the police. We're authorized to carry firearms, and we reserve the right to shoot to kill criminals when no other options are available. Huh, the hell's that? You'd think I'd buy such bullshit? You think it's bullshit? Try me. Jin sank into silence as if in defeat, and spoke more and more relentlessly. Put that engine cutter down slowly on the ground. One suspicious move, and you're dead. But Jin didn't relinquish the engine cutter. Anna whispered to Natsuko from the side. Mr. Nikawa, listen up. I've got Miss Moriba pinned down, so use this opportunity to erase her malice. Natsuko's eyes widened. Ah, man. Things. How does Professor Tsubakiam know about memory repair? Because Watase told her. As Natsuko questioned that point, Enna continued. I'm okay. I'm not infected with malice. Unlike Jun, who was clearly infected with malice, Enna appeared to be normal. But she did have a gun, and her true identity was still ambiguous. Can she be trusted? I don't fucking know. I don't know. Maybe. Probably. But, like, she needs to answer. What the hell? Natsuko was urged to a decision as two armed women glared at each other in front of him. And after a moment's hesitation, he made his brave decision. Yuri, let's take care of Jun first. Yeah. Even if Enna's heart wasn't open, she was more trustworthy than Jun right now. Yuri probably came to the same conclusion. The two kids held hands and focused on Jun. The problem is what criteria to use for memory access. Jun seemed unrelated to the terrorist plot, but just to be sure, they should probably take a look through her memory up until today. They should also look for floral scented memories and repair what they could find. Alright, apparently that's that, yep. And repair any they would find. Just how much in detail should I look? I get the feeling it'd be best if I didn't trespass too far in, but like, we've been through this dance before. Natsuko pondered, did he want a detailed understanding of Jun's deepest depths or not? Yes. A detailed understanding would probably be conducive to more accurate memory repair, but still, I want a detailed understanding of Jun. Why would the Jun I know change this much? I suspect I'll find the answer within her memory. Natsuko decided to have a detailed look through Jun's memories. Jun, please don't move. Huh? What are you trying to pull? It'll all be over soon. Yeah, just 5 minutes. As Jun's body stiffened, Natsuko and Yuri stepped up to her. An activated sense of sympathy, and now we're in for another hour or so. Yes. It was a memory of when Jun was 11 years old. Yeah, we kind of know what that's the side of this. Screw you, Daddy. In yet another typical day, Jun yelled those words at her father and ran out of her house. She headed to the nearby park, as always. I can't get no sense. Okay, fine. Song reference. But her father had never once chased her that far, and this day was no exception. Why couldn't Daddy be a hero of justice instead? She pondered that question as she sat on one of the benches. Jun had always loved anything hero-related she'd seen on TV for as long as she could remember. She admired heroes who risked their lives to save others and the Earth. But there was a world of difference between those kinds between those kinds of heroes and Jun's father. He was a prominent city council member who was even well known in Rokome City, but in a bad way. Heroes of justice? How ridiculous. There is no absolute justice or evil in this world. That's correct. People are not pure good or pure evil either. There are only those who lie in the continuous spectrum of grey between the two. That is correct, yes. Jun grew sad when she remembered the words her father had said earlier. I mean, that is correct. That is how the world works. He was a strict man who never took his daughter into consideration. Jun's mother had fertility issues, so she had faced a lot of hardship until she had become pregnant with Jun. But when Jun was finally born, her father lost interest in both his wife and child on the simple account that a daughter could never be his successor. Oh, come on now, that's so stupid. I've been trying real hard to act like a boy, but I guess it was all for nothing. Jun had come to think of herself as worthless due to all those long years spent unloved by her father. She felt like she was about to burst into tears from all the loneliness. But then someone called out to her. Are you crying, Jun? Hello, completely new character that exists only in Jun's life. And Nagisa. Oh, Nagisa. Jun looked up to find that the voice belonged to none other than Nagisa, a girl who lived nearby. Jun gave her a cheery smile. Nah, I'm A-okay. I see. Thank goodness. Okay, so this is Jun's Yuri, basically. Anyway, what's up with you, Nagisa? You sure it's okay to be going to the park all alone? I'm not alone. Sis came with me, but she fell asleep. Ah, right, Kazumi's sister. Right, yeah. Nagisa pointed to a young woman sleeping on the lawn. Nagisa's older sister, Kazumi. Oh, brother. Then do you want to play with me? Yee. Nagisa's face brightened at Jun's suggestion. Though Jun and Nagisa were 5 years apart in age, they got along great. They'd been best friends ever since they'd met at a neighborhood association meeting. Jun was a self-asserted tomboy, yet she acted like a kind older sister to Nagisa. Nagisa's body was a bit weak, so she apparently couldn't play all that much with other kids her age. That's why Jun made it her mission to play with her as much as possible whenever they crossed paths. And hanging out with Nagisa was also a way of healing Jun's heart. Why did Daddy say I shouldn't be playing with such a good girl? Jun's recent fight with her father had been caused by him saying, I don't want you playing with that kid in the park anymore. That kid in the park referred to Nagisa. This is Daddy we're talking here, so he's probably just being prejudiced or whatever it's called. Probably a little bit. Jun played with Nagisa as she thought that. And it wasn't long before she noticed Kazumi frantically running over to them. Jun, I'm so sorry you had to watch over Nagisa for me. Oh, don't worry. Oh, Kazumi. Nah, it's cool. I was having fun too. You were sleeping like a log, sis, so I didn't want to wake you up. I can't believe I dozed off like that. It must be because it's so nice and warm today. Jun and Nagisa laughed at Kazumi's embarrassed reaction. Oh my, looks like it's already past noon now. Why don't we go home and I'll fix you up some lunch? Yee, I'm starving. Would you like some too as thanks, Jun? It won't be anything more than spaghetti, but still. For real, yay, your spaghetti is the best, Kazumi. Oh, why thank you. Then, shall we get going? Kazumi took Jun and Nagisa hand in hand and headed off towards the Tachibana residence. The Tachibana sisters had no parents. They had both died from illness at a young age, so Kazumi worked at the flower shop to support Nagisa. Kazumi was a very kind and beautiful sister who always smelled the flowers. As a result, Nagisa never grew up feeling worthless like Jun did. Jun loved the two sisters dearly. Hey, what flavor spaghetti would you girls like? What do you think sounds good, Nagisa? I want to have that egg kind we ate that one day. You mean carbonara? Huh? Okay, I'll make it extra tasty just for you. Kazumi smiled at Nagisa. Jun felt a warm feeling spread through her chest at that sight. The sisters always looked so happy even though they didn't have parents. Every part of their home was filled with the warmth and smiles a family should have. Man, they looked so happy. Jun gripped Kazumi's hand tightly as she thought this. Okay. Just some background details. One clear day about a week later, Jun and Nagisa went out to Center Street to do some shopping. They wanted to give Kazumi a present as thanks for always working so hard. The two girls talked as they looked at the shops that lined the street. Holding out for a hero, another song, goddammit. What should we buy? What do you think sis would like? Come to think of it, Kazumi's so pretty, yet she doesn't wear all that much trendy stuff, does she? I think an accessory or something would look great on her. That sounds good. Then what should we get? Earrings? Or maybe a ring? Oh, I know. Then how about that one thing? You know, that necklace thingy that pops open. Pops open? You know, that thing people put photos in and wear around their neck. You mean a locket? Yeah, that's the one. Nagisa was a very smart girl for her age. She hadn't even started elementary school, yet she was more knowledgeable than June. June hated studying, so it didn't bother her at all that Nagisa was so much smarter. If you get her a locket, she could probably put a photo of you in it. Then your sister could always be with you. I see. Yeah, that's a great idea. Okay, then let's find us a locket. June and Nagisa checked around the accessory shops. They finally found a locket in the third one they went to. It cost 3,500 yen. June said she'd cover the whole cost, but... No, June, I think I should pay half. Huh? You sure about that? I've saved up my allowance, and I'd feel bad about making you pay for it all. Okay, that does sound better. Then it can be like a present from the both of us. You right? So we'll each pay 1750 yen. And buy this locket. And so the two of them obtained Kazumi's present. They chatted on their way back to the Tachibana residence. You think sis will like it? You kidding? I bet she'll be moved to tears by it. Cause Kazumi loves you so much. You think so? Nagisa said that with embarrassment. It looked as if she was aware of how much her sister loved her. June suddenly got jealous when she saw that. You're so lucky that you have such a nice sister, Nagisa. Huh? No one in my family gets along. I always hate being in that house. Daddy rarely comes home, Mama is always going off somewhere, and all my meals are made by my housekeeper. I just feel so lonely sometimes. I don't need a big house, I just want my family to get along. Just like you and your sister do. Forget I said that, sorry, I don't know what that got into me. Boy, it must have been a real pain to hear me whine like that. Just when June started to get embarrassed about complaining to a 6-year-old, Nagisa spoke up with determination in her voice. Then you should live with us too. Eh? I like you, and I'm sure sis likes you too. If you lived with us, then the three of us could be one happy family. You wouldn't be lonely at all. Aww, Nagisa. June stared at Nagisa, who looked absolutely pleased with herself. Ah, stupid me, I made a little girl worry about me. She's trying to be so nice to me even though she's got no mom or dad. She must be just as lonely, but she's still... It was a proposal that made her feel so pathetic, yet also sounded so charming. That'd be nice, then I guess that'd make me your little... me. That would make you my little sister. Yep, then that mean I'd have 2 big sisters. Then when Kazumi gets married, her husband will be my daddy, then I'd have a complete family, right? That's not exactly how it worked, but it was a very joyful dream nonetheless. Kazumi would definitely make a good mom. Her cooking was also top class. Her husband would no doubt be a wonderful man. Once she got married, Kazumi would be free from her day-to-day job, then I guess he could act more like a child of her age. June imagined that ideal family in her head. An outsider like me shouldn't even be there to begin with, but though she knew that, she thought it wouldn't be so bad to immerse herself in that dream. Then maybe this present will be just the ticket Kazumi needs to start snap a hubby. Yee. Alright, then let's head on home and give this to her. The two friends then broke off into a run. Kazumi had told Nagisa that she got off work early that day, so she'd be home around 3 PM. So Jun and Nagisa waited in the Tachibana residence for Kazumi to get home. Nagisa kept on glancing at the clock, muttering, "Is it time yet?" to herself. But when the bell chimed 3 PM... Uh-oh. It was drowned out by a thunderous roar. A shock ran through the building, and June heard what sounded like something collapsing. Uh-oh. A second later, she was struck by an impact, then passed out. Right, this one. This thing. June woke up to find she was lying face down under something heavy. Her back was being crushed under the weight of what appeared to be a rough debris. What's going on? June was at a complete loss. She had absolutely no idea what had happened. All she knew was that her body was pinned down by something, and she could see little apart from the floor. Nagisa was supposed to be right next to her, but she was nowhere to be found. Nagisa, where are you? Her calls were unanswered by another voice somewhere in the room. Jun, are you okay? Nagisa. Jun tried to hurry over towards Nagisa, but she couldn't make the debris budge at all, no matter how hard she struggled. Huh? Why? Something blew up. I think the ceiling fell down. Blew up? Nagisa, are you okay? I can't move either. I think I cut my head. I'm bleeding. It hurts. Nagisa, goddamn, the big sad is happening again. Fuck. this, yeah, right. I had forgotten, right? Kazumi's backstory had a dead sister. Fuck. Alright. The big sad happening again. June desperately tried to squirm her way out from under the debris. But the debris weighing on her back creaked every time she moved, sounding as though it would collapse at any second. That sounded way too close. If this thing collapses, I'll be... Just then, she heard ambulance sirens in the distance getting closer and closer. An ambulance? Yeah. I'm sure help is on the way right now. We just need to hang in there. Yeah. Jun and Nagisa held still and waited in the dark room for help to arrive. But they were taking a long time to get there. Jun talked as much as she could to keep Nagisa calm. Hey, Nagisa. Jun, what is it? But what we were talking about before. What we were talking about? You know, the thing about me becoming a part of your family? I was just thinking that if that really did happen, it would probably be so much fun. Yeah, I'm sure it would be. Hey, Jun. Huh? You said you got lonely from time to time earlier. The thing is, I'm a little lonely too, because I don't have a mom or dad. So I can't help myself sometimes when sis is always at work. So I figured I wouldn't be lonely anymore if you became my big sis too. Her frail voice was abruptly cut off. Uh-oh. Coughing fit. Nagisa, what's wrong? Smoke. I think there's a fire somewhere. Upon hearing that, Jun suddenly noticed. Without her realizing, their surroundings had become enshrouded by the burning stench of smoke. No, that wasn't all. The debris weighing on her back was starting to get hotter and hotter. It burns. The debris crushing Jun was on fire. That was the source of the heat and stench. Fear instantly ran through her. This is bad, my back's gonna get burnt. Jun instinctively twisted her body. Right at that moment, the debris collapsed and something searing hot landed on her back. Oh, fuck me. This is just... Jun. It burns. Oh, damn it, this is just... It seemed the scorching hot reinforcing bar or something like that was pressing against her back. It instantly burned through Jun's clothes and charred her skin. Fuck me, why do we need... this is very graphic descriptions. Jun gritted her teeth and twisted her body, managing to get the rebar off her back somehow. However, the heat and torturous pain didn't go away. God. Are you okay? No, she's not. This okay. I'm okay, don't... No, you're not. Thoughts ran through Jun's mind as she panted heavily. Now that the small room was on fire, help needed to get there, and fast. If it didn't, then she and Nagisa were both dead. Someone help us. Two of us are still trapped here. Jun hoarsely screamed those words. Nagisa also weakly rose her voice. Someone help us. Alright, this bit. She has telepathy. Two of us are trapped here. We're in apartment 303. Hurry, the fire's getting close. Someone. Jun then broke out into a violent coughing fit. Though she'd avoided so far because she'd been pinned to the floor, the fumes finally started flooding into Jun's mouth. Someone. With those final words, Jun started to pass out. However, yes, this is where Watase comes in. She heard the sound of the front door opening up. Jun was taken aback. The sound was then replaced by human voices. I've located a survivor. Help's finally here. Though she was barely even conscious, Jun turned towards the voice. Just then, the debris blocking her vision was removed and revealing someone's shadow. Are you okay? Jun couldn't answer, but the man gave her a reassuring smile. You did such a good job hanging there, but you're safe now. Jun managed to give him a faint smile of her own. The man had showed up to save Jun and Nagisa just in the nick of time, like he was some sort of hero straight out of a movie or something. She heard another man's voice coming from the corner of the room. There's another one over here. Good, 2 survivors secured. Hey Missy, is there anyone else in this place? No, just me and Nagisa. Thanks, then just hold on, I'll get you out of here on the double. The man shouted that, then moved the debris on Jun's back aside. And a second later, he pulled Jun out. She had been saved. The man carried Jun down the creaking hallway. She could see another man a short distance behind them carrying Nagisa. Is Nagisa okay? Nagisa, you mean that other girl? Yeah, she's my sister. Your sister? The man behind them then answered Jun's question. Don't you worry, Missy. Nagisa's safe and sound. She's unconscious right now, but her life shouldn't be in any danger. See, you don't have to worry. I see. At that moment, she suddenly felt her throat hurting from all the smoke she'd been inhaling just minutes ago. Are you okay? I'm gonna get you to a safe place soon, so just hold on tight. But it hurts. My back, my head, my eyes, they all hurt so much. Am I gonna die? Nah, you'll be fine. Now that she had confirmed Nagisa was safe, she suddenly felt so weak. But the man answered her in an encouraging voice. No, don't you worry. I'll never let you die. Never. Huh? We're rescue workers. We came to save you guys. We won't let you die now that we're here. Rescue workers. Now that she thought about it, she had heard of them before. She'd learned somewhere that there were firefighters in the sea who specialized at saving people's lives. I see, so that's how they were able to save us, like it was nothing. Rescue workers are real amazing. If I had that kind of strength too, I could have helped Nagisa sooner. And with that thought, Jun once again lost consciousness. After being saved by those rescue workers, Jun was taken to the hospital where she was treated for her burns. The burn on your back will likely leave a scar. It had been depressing to hear that from the doctor, but there were more important matters on Jun's mind. I hope Nagisa's okay. That rescue worker said she was okay, but the wounds on her head were apparently more serious than what had been thought. Nagisa had been in the ICU for an entire day after the accident, and she was still there. It appeared that Kazumi, who had come over as fast as she could, was praying for Nagisa's safety in front of the ICU the whole time. Jun also prayed from her hospital bed. Oh god, please don't take Nagisa away. But that night, as Jun struggled to fall asleep, Kazumi suddenly came in. Oh, hey Kazumi. Jun. Yeah, there's the big sad. Kazumi staggered into the sick room. Something was off about her. Hey, how's Nagisa? She's okay, right? Kazumi's face warped with grief at that question. Jun, the truth is, Nagisa's... Kazumi broke down sobbing. With a trembling voice, she then told Jun about her sister's death. April 7th, 2021. The world was informed that 4 lives had perished in the Rokume's municipal apartment gas explosion accident on that day. Nagisa's death was one of those tragedies. The debris that hit her head caused her to lose so much blood that she passed away in her sleep. Perhaps it was only a minor tragedy compared to the great Rokume City arson of 2014, but Jun had lost something irreplaceable on that day. Nagisa's funeral was held 2 days later. Though she was still recovering from her wounds, Jun forced herself to come. The sound of the sutras chanted by the Buddhist priest reverberated through the small funeral home. Not created, not annihilated, not impure, not pure, not increasing, not decreasing, therefore in the void. There are no forms, no feelings, conceptions, impulses, no consciousness. There is no eye, ear, nose, tongue, body or mind. There is no form, sound, smell, taste, touch or idea. Jun just stood there in a daze as she listened to his voice. Nagisa's dead. The tears just won't come. She still couldn't believe that Nagisa had died. If I'd been stronger, could I have prevented her from dying? Could I have saved her before the rescue workers got there? Feelings of powerlessness and resentment tormented Jun's heart. Kazumi was staring at Nagisa's casket with empty eyes. All emotion had been drained from her face. Nagisa. Nagisa didn't reply to her faint call. Jun felt her heart retch as she watched Kazumi. It appeared Kazumi had much more trouble than Jun accepting that her beloved sister was now dead. For a little while after that, Kazumi became mentally unstable. Jun first noticed something after she'd been discharged from the hospital. She had encountered Kazumi on her way home from school. Kazumi was walking around with the same empty eyes as during the funeral. Ah, where are you going, Kazumi? Oh, Jun, have you seen Nagisa? Huh? She's really late. Geez, where could she have gone? Jun gasped as she saw Kazumi talking as though Nagisa were still alive. Kazumi, Nagisa's already... Call me if you see her. It's almost time for dinner, you see. Kazumi walked off without hearing a word Jun had said. The same thing happened over and over again each time Jun saw Kazumi. Kazumi would always wander about the park Nagisa used to play in. It was like she hadn't accepted Nagisa's death at all. What do I do? Kazumi will never recover if this keeps up. But day after cruel day passed by as Jun remained at a loss for how she could help Kazumi. Then 2 weeks later or so, Jun kept the pain in her heart at bay as she headed to the park. Nagisa, tell me, what should I do? Jun looked to the heavens and asked, hoping her voice would reach Nagisa. It was at that moment she spotted Kazumi standing at the edge of the park. When she spotted Jun, she walked over to her on unstable feet. Oh Jun, have you seen Nagisa? She's really late. Jeez, where could she have gone? Kazumi was saying the exact same thing she had the other day. Kazumi. Jun knew Kazumi's heart was in pieces. Her time had stopped the moment her sister had died. I have to hurry and find her. Kazumi tried to walk off somewhere again with those words, but Jun called out to her. That's enough. That's enough, Kazumi. You'll never find her no matter how much you look. Because no matter where you look, Nagisa's already gone. Kazumi's face froze over at that moment. What are you talking about? Nagisa's dead. She got hit in the head in that explosion back then. You're lying. She must be somewhere. I'm telling the truth. You were at her funeral too, weren't you? We said goodbye to Nagisa together, remember? Tears poured out of Jun's eyes in droves when she shouted that. You have to understand that, Kazumi. If you don't, then Nagisa can't go to heaven in peace. It was with those words that Jun was also finally able to accept it. Nagisa was dead. She would never see that tender-hearted girl ever again. She and Kazumi were left behind in the world Nagisa was no longer a part of. Jun couldn't stop her tears from pouring out now that she realized that. And when she saw Jun's tears, I see. So she's dead, huh? Kazumi also finally accepted reality. Now I'm all alone. No, you're not. I know Nagisa's watching over you from heaven. No, I'm alone. She was my only sister. The two of us had lived together just by ourselves for ages. Without Nagisa... Jun's words weren't reaching her. Jun desperately thought about how to move Kazumi's heart, about how she could support her. She soon reached an answer, and when she did, she finally stopped crying. Kazumi. Jun told Kazumi her decision. I won't leave you alone, because I'll be your little sister, since Nagisa no longer can. Huh? I know I'm nothing like her, and I'm not cute at all, but I'll be your little sister, sis, so that's why. Jun knew she could never in a million years replace Nagisa, but when Kazumi heard her declaration, she gently embraced Jun and spoke. Thank you. Jun became Kazumi's new sister from that day on. She would stop by Kazumi's house frequently after Nagisa's death. Occasionally, she would stay over, and they would spend the whole night talking to each other. In the end, it looked like her actions were worth it. Kazumi slowly began returning to the calm person she'd been before the incident. She soon quit her job at the flower shop and entered the firefighting school. Nagisa's death had most likely driven her to desire a job that involved saving lives. Jun was against it, but Kazumi just wouldn't change her mind. Jun soon caved in and went from opposing her to supporting her. Kazumi then became a firefighter, and after putting in even more work, she became a rescue worker. All their sad and painful memories slowly faded with time. Jun deeply respected Kazumi for completely getting back on her feet and becoming the first female rescue worker in Rokumi City Fire Department history. Sis sure is strong. I have to get stronger too. With Jun supporting Kazumi and Kazumi serving as a role model to Jun, the two of them grew to have a mutual effect on each other. Then one day, several years later, Kazumi asked Jun a question as they went out to the city on one of their days off. Jun, what do you plan to do once you've graduated high school? Funny you asked that. See? I was thinking I also enroll in firefighting school and work to become a member of Sirius, just like you, sis. What? Just as Jun had feared, a grim look adorned Kazumi's face after she'd heard Jun's nervous answer. No, it's too dangerous for you. You could die out there. So could you. The pay is low, the job is hard, and it feels like you're diving straight into hell every time you go to work. I know all that. But you were enrolled in firefighting school even after I kept telling you not to, remember? That was years ago. These are completely different issues. Are they, though? No, they're not. No, they're not. They're the same. Exactly. Jun, why? Come on now. You understand exactly why. If I ever lost you too, I'd be... Jun knew Kazumi was truly worried about her, but there was no chance she could yield to her. Jun always felt like her heart was being crushed every time she heard a siren go off in the city or saw Kazumi come home from work hurt. Sis, I feel the same as you. I don't want you to leave me all by myself either. Jun. And besides, I've admired rescue workers for ages now, because I was a rescue worker who saved me. I see. If that's how you really feel, then I have nothing else to say. Though she said that, Kazumi was clearly a little angry. Jun then tried buttering her up. Hey, sis. What? If I do this, then I can save you whenever you're in a tight spot. Thank you. Then I'll be sure to save you whenever you are in danger. Yeah. As long as she held on to those words, Jun felt like she could do anything. Well, that was a nice ending to that memory. That's neat. I like that. Then, about a year later, Jun followed through with her plans, first by enrolling in firefighting school. She graduated at the top of her class, above all the boys who were there. She probably had the talent for it to begin with, but becoming a member of Sirius was far more difficult than becoming a firefighter. As a result, Kazumi, who had overcome many obstacles to become a rescuer, was like an idol for the female firefighters of Rokome City Fire Department. I have to do my best so I can be just like sis. So what if I'm a shrimp? What matters is effort, guts, and spirit. She kept training every day to compensate for her small body. Her peers were astounded by how she worked herself to the bone. By the time she could bench press 90 kilos, do 250 push-ups, and run 1500 meters in 5 minutes, no more obstacles remained in her path. That's fast. It's quite fast. And thus the second female rescue worker in the Rokome City Fire Department's history was born. Jun enlisted in Sirius on August 1st, 2030, where she was incorporated into the Tachibana party of Team A, commanded by Watase Kasasagi. She then easily completed several dispatches, waiting for the opportunity to truly shine. It wasn't long before that opportunity came knocking. September 16th, early morning. Just when Jun's night shift was nearing its end, the ear-splitting scream of a dispatch siren screeched through the station. Explosions of unknown origin have occurred in the 6th Laboratory of Atomic and Biological Organization. And with that ominous report, the curtain rose on the longest day of Jun's life. Jun and the others hurried on over to the dispatch site via helicopter after receiving the report. They received their orders from their commander, and Labo staff provided them with AD and Procyons. The group was split into 2 teams before they entered the facility, Team A and Team B. Team A lined up in Labo's entrance hall before Watase, who proceeded to give them instructions. Countless people are trapped in this lab as we speak, and due to the nature of this facility, this will be no ordinary dispatch. We don't know what will happen here, nor what unforeseen circumstances await us. Unforeseen circumstances. Radiation exposure, radiation damage, and death. Those phrases all clouded her head. This was the first end disaster that the whole Rokome City Fire Department had encountered. There was a possibility that the meltdown actually would happen. But I can't wuss out. I have to protect sis. Come on, put some spirit into it, Jun. New orders from the commander and a map of floors 1 and 2 were sent to Jun just as she finished stealing her resolve. According to what the commander has been able to learn so far, all the researchers in the basement have already evacuated. The only ones still trapped there on the surface floors. That's where we will conduct rescue efforts. Yes, sir. Form 2-man cells. Tachibana, you're with Madobe. Dojima, you're with Hiyama. Make sure to keep in constant contact with Team B. Don't forget this. Alright, get to work, people. Sir, yes, sir. Jun ran off with Kazumi. They were equipped with the minimum gear necessary, air tanks, a rope, and an engine kata. The search of the surface floors went smoothly. There were no signs of fire on floors 1 and 2, so the evacuation of the survivors was smoothly completed. Floor 2, Area 2, clear. That means we are all done with our search territory, right? Yes, let's head back down to the command post. Roger. They'd lost contact with Watase, Dojima, and Hiyama a little while back, so they planned to go back to the command post to check if they were alright. But then Kazumi suddenly came to a halt. What's wrong, Lieutenant? I thought I just heard someone's voice. Kazumi looked down the stairs. It went down to the basement floors. But then they say they already finished evacuating the basement. Just as she thought that, Kazumi gasped. Jun then heard a voice coming from the basement. Hey you, over here, over here. For a moment, Jun couldn't help but feel she'd heard that voice somewhere before. They then heard footsteps running off somewhere. What was that? I don't know. It appears to have come from the basement. Huh? That was odd. There wasn't supposed to be anyone down there according to the commander. Did some people go down to the basement after the fire broke out? Why? Why would they do that? To get some top secret data or something? She didn't know why they would go down after the fire or why they would run away from them. But one thing was absolutely clear. Moira, there are still people in the basement. Let's go, Lieutenant. Though neither of them had a clue what was going on, they both headed down to the basement. But there was no one to be found anymore at B2. No one's here. Why? Let's look for them. They couldn't have gotten far. Jun and Kazumi ran through Area 2, looking for the survivors. But they were nowhere to be seen. They tried looking in Area 1 too, but no one was there. They reluctantly decided to head back to the surface. But the Area 1 staircase was destroyed in a series of explosions. They tried looking for another way up, but their path was blocked with flames. Lieutenant, there's still another fire here. Wait, Mortimer, it's too much for you to handle by yourself. But we've got to put out this fire first, or we're in trouble. Jun took a fire hose and stood before the hallway, when her vision was filled with a jet of flames spurting from the fire. Jun, look out! Kazumi saved Jun in the nick of time, but their protection suits were damaged in the process, rendering them unusable. Despite that setback, they just removed the suits and continued the search as they fought fires, all while fearing the meltdown that could happen any moment. Let's go back, Lieutenant. There's a big chance the survivors ran towards Area 3. Yes. Jun and Kazumi then returned to Area 2, just as an ominous siren suddenly bellowed. What's happening? The loud alarm was accompanied by an automatic PA announcement. Keisan has just been detected. In accordance with this emergency, security has shifted to blockade mode, locking down all gates and bulkheads. All facility personnel, please enlist the AD, take shelter in the nearest room, and stay in place. Jun looked at the connecting passageway in shock. The security gate in their way closed with a loud boom. It can't be. Kazumi ran up to the gate and tried opening it. But no matter how much she tried to use the opening mechanism or how much strength she used, the gate wouldn't budge. This is horrible. What's going on? I don't know why, but it appears evacuation mode has ended. All of the gates that were open up until this point are now locked. Then that means... Yes, it seems we have been trapped inside this block. Jun started shuddering at Kazumi's statement. Trapped? What are we gonna do? What, you ask? We only have one choice. We continue with the search. There's a high probability that the survivors have also been trapped. Once we've concluded the search, we shall rescue and escape. We shall secure an escape route. Actually, wait. We have to find the security card before we can do that. There is much we have to do. We do not have time to be standing around. I know, but how can you be so calm? Don't you realize we're stuck in the basement of a nuclear research facility without protection suits? I am calm precisely because panicking will not change our situation for the better. You must keep a cool head in any situation to accomplish all necessary tasks at hand. Also, you would get scared if I panicked, right? Jun gasped at how simply Kazumi had seen through her. The lieutenant then continued in a teasing voice. It's because you are still a greenhorn. The team would fall apart if I were unable to uphold my dignity as a veteran. Hey, don't treat me like a kid. I'm not scared at all. Are you sure about that? Hell yes I am. I'm a member of Sirius too, you know. Kazumi smiled at Jun's words. Good. Keep up that attitude and you'll be fine. Well, if anything were to happen, I would protect you, so don't worry. That's my line. So let's work together, rescue the survivors, then find a way out for sure, okay? Jun and Kazumi exchanged a firm handshake. They then walked off with strength in their step. Jun and Kazumi found 2 level 2 security cards after that. They used those to search for an escape route and survivors as they put out the fires in the facility. But they weren't able to find either. And just as they were about to finish searching areas 2 and 1... Is that the captain? They found Matasa lying in a hallway in Area 1. The 3 rescue workers then began their long and arduous battle through the facility. Yes, we know the rest. At that moment, a floral scent suddenly wafted in from somewhere. The floral scent. The memories after this point were tampered with. Miss Jun should go back to normal if you repair those memories. Yee. Natsuko agreed, resuming memory access. Such a cretin was floral scented memories. Alright. Then this bit. After they reunited with us in Area 1, the group rescued Yuri, a civilian who had been caught up in the accident. But Watase had lost his memories. June hadn't especially liked him since he was always blunt and cold, but she was worried about him this one time. Be that as it were, they reformed their team and continued the search. They then saved a woman stuck in the connecting passageway between areas 2 and 3. This is a kind of... What was she doing in the fucking... Like, come on now. Okay, this is very silly. What was she doing up there? Like, you're... Like... You're not Solid Snake. But she grew very angry after she was told about the situation and started harping on the group. No way. What do you mean the bulkheads are shut? We can't figure out why it happened either. Then why don't you just destroy the damn thing with some sort of special equipment or something? We've tried everything we can, but not even our engine cutter could make a dent in that thing. We can't destroy the bulkhead with any of the equipment we have on hand. I never thought a rescue squad could be this useless. That and that apparently? No, this like that. Okay, fucking hell. Anyway, that's that. Gameplay in my visual novels don't give me that. It's true that we can't destroy it with our equipment, but the workers on the surface should have explosives with them. So it's only a matter of time before that bulkhead is destroyed and the reinforcements come. So please try to understand for now. I see. Then I guess there's nothing you can do about it. The woman let out an exasperated sigh. Hey, cut the crap, lady. That didn't happen, huh? How about being a little more thankful we saved you? Oh my, whatever do you mean? Isn't saving lives what we pay you people for? Telling Giver that you'd support supposed to have save people on the job. That didn't happen. Natsuko repaired that false memory. Now, wait just a minute, lady. Unable to sit back and let her continue berating him, Jun planned to give the woman a warning, but Kazumi held her back. More importantly, we need to give her some AD. Oh, you're right. She'll be in big trouble without it. AD? What's that? Well, you see, it's... and that thing. Kazumi explained AD to the woman. She also told her about the radiation filling the facility, the danger standards, and the procyon. The woman's attitude took a complete 180 after she'd heard all that. Radiation? That's correct. Furthermore, subjective symptoms of radiation damage easily appear in the internal organs, skin, and eyes. Are you experiencing any nausea, skin pain, or blurry vision? No, I think I'm feeling okay. Good. Then you'll be fine as long as we give you some AD now. But you'd better do it quick, you hear? If you don't, then you won't be around to keep telling us off like that. Okay, then all I have to do is inject myself like with this. Righto. Now, that's better. She wasn't thrilled by the woman's attitude, but June decided to let it go for now. She felt that it was her natural duty as a rescue worker. Complaints aside, once Jun and the others rescued Enna, the Rokume Academy teacher, they headed to the surveillance room in Area 3, where they encountered Ukita, a researcher. They then learned that Natsuko, Mashiro, and Luis, the 3 high schoolers Jun had become acquainted with over the past week, were trapped in the facility. As a result, they focused their efforts on rescuing them. With limited AD, rising radiation levels, and no escape route in sight, the situation was extremely harsh. Teamwork was more essential than anything else at this point. Yet someone disrupted that teamwork. Oh, come on. It's just smoke. I didn't take rescue workers for cowards. And that someone was none other than Enna. Jun had called the search to a halt when she spotted smoke filling the outer ring, only to get another earful from Enna. You know, you've been really getting on my nerves for a while now. You're a civilian. What right do you have to get so high and mighty? I mean, you're a civilian, but you're just a brookie, right? That's not much better. Natsuko repaired that false memory. Jun could tell she was trying to rush the search along because she was really worried about her students. But as a rescue worker, I just can't accept that. Watase, Kazumi, and Yuri came running over just as Jun thought that. What happened? Moribe, what's all this commotion about? Ah, Lieutenant. There's smoke in the outer ring up ahead. Looks like there's traces of a fire there. But we don't know where the fire is coming from since there's a ton of rooms. So I was telling Mr. Tsubaki and Mr. Ukita to wait somewhere safe, but don't be an idiot. If there's traces of a fire, then that's all the more reason why we should all be searching. Enna started yelling again. Do you want to die? Eh? If you don't want to die, then please stop complaining and listen to us. But she was rendered silent by Kazumi's blunt words. I just want to help. And I truly am grateful for that. I apologize for being harsh on you. But you can't take even the smallest of fires lightly. Please trust our judgment when it comes to disaster sites. Our mission is to ensure that everyone gets out of here in one piece. So please. Not even Anna could resist caving into Kazumi's kind yet firm appeal. Alright, then I'll leave it up to the professionals. Jun was impressed. That's sis for you. She managed to persuade Mr. Beckham so calmly in less than a minute. I should follow her example. She resolved to deal with these situations more like Kazumi in the future. Yeah. Alright, next bit. Let's fix these memories. Let's bring Jun back into the, normalcy. The facility was full of countless dangers, such as radiation, fire, and explosions. I hope we can regroup with Dojima and Hiyama as soon as possible. She'd feel much more at ease if they were able to rendezvous with Dojima and Hiyama, her two co-workers. But when they finally found Dojima, he was almost beyond recognition. The tragic sight of that room had done a serious blow to Jun, Watase, and Kazumi's willpower. But they were still short on AD, and time was wasting away by the second. So they overcame their comrade's death and continued the search. They managed to make their way through a gas-filled zone and turned on the sprinkler system. Jun and the others decided to take a short break in the little time they had from then until the system finished its job and the gas had ventilated. Moribe, teach, you guys holding up okay? My fingertips are a bit numb, but I'm fine. I think I'll be alright after a little rest myself. There are no issues with me either. All that numbness in my skin went away after I took the AD. But we can't relax. Watase glanced at his Procyon and said that. Look, it's 3,009 EMS we are now. Seems like it won't be long until it passes the first danger standard of 4,000. I hope Mr. Tenkawa and the others have some AD, but... That's true, I'm more worried about those kids than myself right now. Oh yeah, that's right, you said you were acquainted with those high schoolers, right? Yeah, though we only talked like twice or so. So they were basically strangers then. But that doesn't mean I'm not worried about them. I see, that's probably because you're not that much older than they are. You're a nice Moribe. Natsuko repaired that false memory. Jun's eyes widened at those words. She's worrying about her students first, even though she's also in danger. She may be harsh and too critical, but she really is a teacher, eh? Jun felt like she could understand Enna's heartfelt concern for Natsuko and her other students. But we've been fighting with each other so much, so it's kinda awkward to admit that. Jun struggled with her conflicting emotions, but Watase spoke up first. Teach, don't panic. The fact that we've seen empty medical boxes and AD means that there's a high chance they found some too. Ooh, nice support, Captain. Jun decided to quickly follow suit. He's right, Mr. Beckham. Rushing things will only lead to more danger. Let's just rest now while we still can. Good point. Mr. Beckham, this has all been really harsh on you, has it not? To be honest, yeah, in its own way. I've gotten tired from running around from place to place. Ah, jeez, why the hell did all this happen? Everything was totally normal until yesterday, but I guess it's true when they say no one knows what the future holds. Enna said that in a choked voice. Jun felt sympathy welling out inside her. Alright, this is where I've gotta play it cool and act like a rescue worker. Come on, Mr. Beckham. Let's stop being all gloom and doom here. We'll get you and your students out of here safely. Just you wait. I'm sorry. It looks like let everything get to me for a second there. I guess when I started thinking about the possibility that we could die in a place like this... Stop. Don't jinx us all like that. You mustn't say that. Showing weakness will only double the danger. Got that right. I'll be damned if I let a single person die here. You three sure are strong. I'm sorry for having been so rude to you up until now. You guys really are a fine rescue squad. Compared to you, all I'm good at is being all talk and no action with nothing to back it up. Huh? Oh, it's fine. Don't worry about it. But I'll try to make sure I do as you all say from now on. Enna smiled apologetically. That smile alone made Jun want to forgive her for everything she'd said up until now. Yeah, Mrs. Beckham may be a bit full of herself, but when you get down to it, she's just a civilian. I can let a little selfishness slide. Jun decided to switch to that way of thinking. She had a creed about letting the minor details go and treating those who were cooperative with kindness. Alright. After finishing their break in the engine room, Jun and the others hid their exhaustion and pressed on. They continued to search the facility for the survivors that were almost certainly there. But then, as if to crush those hopes, they discovered yet another victim. He was the final member of Team A, Hiyama. It's too late. He's already dead. No. Hiyama, not you too. Kazumi spoke bitterly to the utterly speechless Watase. Dying in the line of duty is an unavoidable risk in this line of work. But Tachibana, please don't say anything, Captain. We can save our grief for after we've rescued the survivors and gotten outside. Kazumi's noble words just served to pierce through Jun's heart. You have to do the same, Moribe. But today was the first time I've ever lost a coworker on the job. And now it's happened again. Max. I know, but you have to hold your head high. You discarded your womanhood when you joined Sirius. Remember that. But sis, Jun said that in a frail voice, like that of a normal girl. Why is everyone around me dying? Hang in there, Jun. Captain, what are you doing? Don't worry about that, just listen to me. I know it must be hard for you to have lost 2 squadmates. I don't even have memories, and it's hard on me too. I know you're scared. No matter what, you're still a girl. Not to go to repair that false memory. Could it be that both Sis and the Captain are also? The radiation levels throughout the whole facility were already past 3000 MSV. If it kept on rising, then no amount of AD they took could guarantee their lives anymore. In the first place, they didn't even have enough AD at the moment. Everyone here could die. I'm gonna be broken down to my genes too, all battered and dead in this dark basement. Just as Jun thought that, Tachibana, Moribe, can I have a minute? Watase suddenly spoke up. Huh? We're changing leaders. I'll lead the group from this point onwards. Captain, I'll be the leader for now until you've both calmed down. Let me shoulder all the weight you've been carrying so far. Didn't you hear me? Then let me make it an order, as Sirius's captain. As of this point onwards, Lieutenant Tachibana and Ensign Jun Moribe will hereby defer to Captain Captain Watase Kasasagi's command. Jun and Kazumi's body shook at those words. It was like Watase was back to being the man he was before he lost his memories. Now, let me hear you say it. Jun and Kazumi instinctively clicked their heels and replied in response to that command. Sir, Lieutenant Kazumi Tachibana deferring to Captain Watase Kasasagi's command, sir. Ensign Jun Moribe deferring to Captain's command, sir. Good. Watase gave a broad grin, then continued. And there you have it. Well, that was mainly for formality's sake. I'm still counting on you both to basically keep things running the way they've been so far. Yes, please. Good. And now we finally got our hands on a level 6 card, let's all use it to press onwards. Hiyama left that card for us. We can't let it go to waste. Hiyama left that card for us. Those words reignited Jun's spirit. She managed to recover just as she was about to fall off the brink of despair. You're right, we can't keep staying down in the dumps forever. The fires are out, and we've got a card, so now we can all go all the way to Area 6. We have nothing to fear. Yeah, that's the spirit. Watase grinned and patted Jun on the shoulder. She could feel the strength and warmth of his hand through that gesture. That's right, we're still alive, which means we've got to do everything in our power to survive. Jun looked at Hiyama's body. His legs had been broken, he'd caught fire, he'd been caught on fire, and he most likely had spent his last moments in utter despair. But despite all that, he'd still tried to survive. He would never come back, but he had left their group the key that they needed to keep moving forward. In that key lay what was most certainly the will of someone who had lived to their fullest. Those who had been entrusted with that will would accept it and carry it with them for the rest of their lives. Much like how it was Nagisa's existence that had brought Kazumi and Jun to where they were now. Thanks, Captain. And thank you too, Hiyama. I'm still alive and will do everything I can to survive until the bitter end. Thus, she would use her life to accomplish what had to be done. Saving human lives. That's right. That's the whole reason I came here after all. Jun clenched her hands into tight fists when she thought that. And that was the state of Jun's altered memories. Will this be enough to bring Jun back to normal? No, but there was still one other thing he had to do first. Erase the phantom subject N that was nesting in Jun's brain. She's probably just up ahead, around that memory of finding subject N's body by the cargo lift. And finally, Natsuko continued reading Jun's memories. Everything from when she entered the contaminated zone, found AD, helped the rest of the group save Yuri when she was almost crushed by falling debris in the factory, and finally when she watched them force open the gate to the cargo lift with a crane. Yes, this is it. This is where that memory is. Alrighty then, I'll go in first to make sure it's safe. Yeah, we're counting on you. Yep, just leave it to me. Jun went through the opening in high spirits, but on the other side of the gate, all they'd found there was the unidentified body of a girl. Natsuko witnessed that sight through Jun's eyes. This is when Jun was infected with malice. Then shouldn't that girl be showing up any second now? A remnant of Subject N's spirit must be here. Isn't that right, Subject N? Natsuko spoke to the corpse. Now come on out. I'll erase your malice from Jun. When Natsuko shouted that, "You come to kill me?" Subject N answered. She slowly stood up and glared at Natsuhiko. Natsuko looked back at her, then replied, "No, not to kill. I'm just repairing these memories back to their original state." Wrong. What you're doing sure as hell ain't repairing, bro. And what the hell do you mean by their original state anyway? Aren't you just deluding yourself to believing that? You're just distorting these memories and rebuilding them as you see fit. If that's your idea of repairing, then that's hilarious. Well, maybe it's exactly as you say. But if I leave you alone, people will really die. I'm not talking about this mental world here. I mean the real world. I can't just let that slide. Not a chance. So you're killing in the name of justice, eh? Wow, looks like we got a bona fide hero here. My body's long dead, and you erased traces of myself that I left in Jun's memories. You're annihilating me. No matter how you try to sugarcoat it, in the end, it's still murder. You didn't do it without a moment's hesitation. You've got the makings of a killer, bro. Just like Jun. Those words sent a shock through Natsuhiko's mind. Just like Jun? You're telling me that Jun has the makings of a killer too, and not just me? Well, duh. You just not picking up on that? Subject N snorted. Hey, you ever heard the phrase, "kill one to save 1,000"? Jun hates that phrase. Where's this coming from? The full way of thinking is, if killing one will end up saving many in exchange, you should do it. Though she hates it, that's exactly the path Jun chose. You heard her earlier, didn't you, bro? At that moment, Subject N's voice turned into Jun's. How the hell can you say that? How the hell do you suggest that attempted murder could ever reform? Again, this is after you altered her memory, so it doesn't count. Listen, it's too late to act once someone's been killed. The dead are never coming back. It's not like I want to do this either, damn it. But if the alternative is to regret the loss of another victim, I'd rather take this guy down myself, even if his blood on my hands means I'll never work with Sirius again. The only thing this girl has is saving people. She believes it's fine to hurt others if it means getting that done. Looks like a paradox, but it all checks out. No, it doesn't. You've seen enough of her mind so far that you catch what I'm saying, right, bro? Jun's a weak girl. She's a bundle of complexes which make her push herself to the point of recklessness. She's also real dependent on others. She's always chasing after someone, whether it's Nagisa, Sis, or the captain. Relying on others and being relied on is the only way she can find any sense of value in herself. And she hates just how damn weak she is. That self-loathing turns into aggression towards others. She just jumps away too easily at the idea of protecting lives, just because it's a just cause. You know what happened to Jun after I altered her memories? She got so damn obsessed with saving everyone's lives that she grew willing to slaughter anyone suspicious. That's literally a contradiction. The scene in front of them changed the moment Subject N said that. It was a memory of Jun from just a few hours ago. Jun was walking through a connecting passageway while cursing under her breath. Where the hell is that bastard? That bastard hit me on the head from behind. I see. So that really was it all along. It wasn't the captain. Mr. Okita was the culprit. Then I have no choice. If he stole the AD, then I gotta do something. I gotta do it or I can't protect anyone. I gotta kill that son of a bitch. I gotta do it if I want to save everyone. I gotta bite the bullet and go through with it. I gotta bite the bullet. Get a load of that. Getting out, bro? Jun wanted to kill Mr. Kita after he attacked her. Shut up. I didn't alter that memory. Jun said those things for a fact. That's after you've altered her other memories. Again, we've been through this today. We've been through this dance. She knew that he had vanished and thought everyone's lives were at stake. But snapping like that, a little over the top, don't you think? She doubted the captain too, remember? Then she even doubted you guys after all her efforts to keep you safe. Man, talk about putting the cart before the horse. She called Mr. Ukita a weak person, but the real weakling here was obviously Jun. I told you to shut up. Natsuko interrupted subject N. You know nothing about Jun. She wanted to be a hero. Not a hero that beat up bad guys, but one that saved people. Do you even know how much blame she put on herself? Do you realize just how much it mentally traumatized her to be unable to save her friend? But she endured that trauma, faced her weaknesses, and overcame them. And that made her strong. Subject N's face warped slightly at those words. Of course I knew that much. Because I'm Jun, and Jun is me. Then why are you pouring salt in her wounds? Shouldn't you at least understand that Jun's mind isn't in the right place anymore? And also, that you're the one who made her this way? So you're saying that I'm possessing Jun? That it's not just the memory altering causing this? It's not exactly what you call possession, but you use BC on Jun. BC isn't just the power to convey words and memories to others, but feelings too. Things that can't be expressed in words, memories that can't be imagined, and your vast malice. All of these feelings are now in Jun's brain as information energy. And once she took them in, Jun ceased to be her normal self. Now ain't that sentimental? The life of the dead is retained in the memory of the living, and all that jazz. Yeah, the fact that you're talking with me is proof that you actually exist here. Much like how that Nagisa girl still lives on in Jun's memory. Don't you dare say that name. Subject then glared at Natsuko. That girl pisses me off. That bitch died 9 years ago, yet she still remains in Jun's mind. Did you want to live on in Jun's mind too? No shit, Sherlock. We want to connect with others' hearts and minds, leaving our thoughts and feelings behind within them. That's what we communicate as desire above all else. I see. Maybe you're right, but Jun just can't be herself as long as you're still here in her mind. I have to erase you. Subject then gave a resigned laugh when she heard that. So in the end, you're still erasing me. You have the kill one to save 1,000 mentality too. It's nothing as impressive as that. It's for my own selfish reasons. Well, that's just nasty. That makes you no better than someone who kills for fun. No, it's kinda odd in hindsight, but maybe that's just what it is to be a hero. It was getting too painful for Natsuko to keep on listening to her. He heard Yuri's voice echo in the corners of his mind. Hikarin, it's time. You have to erase her. If she's an incarnation of Miss Jun, then she isn't saying those words because she wants to. Yeah, I know. Subject probably regretted her own actions and longed to be erased. So she had been egging Natsuko on the whole time to goad him into finishing the job. Natsuko had to justify his actions that way, or else he couldn't bring himself to carry out his duty. I'm going to kill you, Subject N. She smiled at those words. Just hurry up and get it over with already, hero. Then live a long life suffering from the guilt. Yeah, I'll live with it until the day I die. And so as he listened to Subject N taunting him even at the very end, Natsuko erased Subject N from Jun's mind. Alright. Natsuko and Yuri returned to reality. The first thing Natsuko saw was Jun slowly falling down with the engine kata still in hand. Jun. Natsuko promptly caught Jun by her hand. An intense shock ran through his body and pain ran through his wounds, and yet he still did not let go. But his body wasn't the only thing in pain. Alright. Pain ran through his head again, just like what happened when he had erased the Subject N inside of Ukita. He was also struck with that bizarre discomfort that seemed like his brain was being shaken. The pain and discomfort were clearly more intense this time. Hikarin, don't tell me it's happening again. Yuri raised her voice when she noticed something wrong with Natsuko, but he promptly replied with telepathy. Yuri, please don't bring that up now. Just as I feared, it looks like my brain takes damage each time I come in contact with Subject N. But please don't say that out loud here. It'll just make everyone worry. It won't improve our fortunes at all. So please, let's keep this a secret. Yuri looked at Natsuko in worry, but she eventually replied with telepathy. Okay, but please don't force yourself. Natsuko nodded at those words. Don't force myself, eh? He appreciated the sentiment, but there was no way he could take Yuri up on those words. No matter how much damage his brain took, he had to keep fighting, Subject N, until everyone was free from malice. In the same way that Watasa had tried to save everyone, no matter how much damage his body took. Now isn't that exciting? Will my brain crumble first, or will I erase all of Subject N's malice first? It's a battle of wits. You know what, and we shall leave it at that, as my brain is beginning to hurt, because it's been 5 hours since I started this. 2 hours of this part. It's quite a little bit I've engaged myself with today, but that's all well and good. We can leave that be for now. We shall leave that be for now. For today. We shall return tomorrow with that. But until then, what's happened? Nothing else has happened. It's been 5 hours of me doing this. But anyway, there's some other music. I prepare multiple lists in this OBS little scene thingy, just in case. Anyway, this time for this little intermission thingy, we got Bon Jovi, Dirty Little Secrets, Elbow, Grounds for Divorce, Billy Squire, Learn How to Live, Def Leppard, Rocket, and Alice Cooper, It's Me. All of them are... Well, sometimes the list will give out a bunch of very, very varied ones, and this time it's a bunch of very, very sort of similar ones. They're all rock from similar eras, I think. I don't know. I'll look up the years and dates and stuff like that a bit later. Because I don't know that information. That's not important information to me. When I find music, it's just whatever happens to be good music is good there, and that's it. But anyway, I've been rambling on for way too long. I wonder if my voice is gonna even be there tomorrow. It better be, because I absolutely wanna continue. Alright, anyway. Ta-ta for now. We shall see each other. Well, you shall hear me very, very soon. Yes, very soon indeed. Bye-bye. Properly now. Hello there. Back again. We continue with recovering people's memories, dealing with Enna and stuff like that. But before we proceed to the story proper, we of course as always have to do a little bit of vocal exercises. Proper ones. Get into the mindset of reading things properly, nicely. And right now, what I have for you is another short story. Number 20. This one's a bit longer than the other ones. Significantly, it's 2.5 pages long actually. It's all text. Anyway, that's fine. I don't really remember what this is about at all. But let us just begin. Let's plow through it. Well, not rushing it though. Let's read it properly. So, short story 20. Let me tell you about the legend of the Lost King. In his early years, still a man of flesh and blood, he went by the name of Prince Hector. His father had passed away while Hector was still a young boy, and his kingdom dissolved during his adolescence. It had already been on a decline, vassals joining forces with neighboring realms, and the people migrating to greener pastures. With not enough soldiers, as strong as they were, the once mighty land had become a lone estate by his early 20s. However, his bloodline was entangled with that of another, still powerful ruler, and, most importantly, he had been promised a bride from this king by his father, as a gesture of good faith and long-standing unity. Naturally, the agreement was seen as null and void once there was no kingdom to ally with, but Hector was bent on keeping the word of both the dead and the living king. Secretly, he had another reason for pursuing this doomed effort. You see, Hector himself had knowledge of a legend of his own time, now barely kept a myth within a tale of times long gone, and suspected of being fiction in their own right. But all of this is as true as the tales they tell, as the tales they will tell of our times when none remain to dispute or correct the record. God, that's a... Sometimes I have a penchant for writing really long-ass sentences. I should break that up one. Oh well. The legend Hector knew of was of a mighty weapon, forged by the primordial forces of nature themselves. While it is impossible to know of the true intentions of these older-than-time forces, the ingenuity of man saw fit to use it as a means to rule and dominate, as is often the case with anything with powers beyond our immediate understanding. The weapon itself was forged around a singular source of pure energy. Some say a crystal, others describe it as a spirit made physical, but what matters is that whatever shape was presented to it became empowered beyond the wildest dreams of any genius or madman. The iteration Hector would take hold of was that of a curved sword with a magnificent handle encrusted with priceless jewels. What Hector used the blade for will come in a moment, but its power was truly great. And it happened to be that the location of the blade was in the lands of the king whose daughter he was promised. Under the guise of the knight and cloak of a merchant, Hector sneaked into the perimeters of the capital and eventually reached the castle interior. It had been years since Hector had been seen the bride-to-be and her father, and their reunion was not a pleasant one. Using his natural charms, he kidnapped the princess before she even knew what had happened, when the king gave chase upon learning of this infiltration. In the escape and subsequent battle, Hector first had a taste of the power dwelling in the soul he had stolen from the forbidden crypts hours earlier, a likely cause of the king's quick realization of who the foreigner was. Hector, with the princess in tow, hurried to his estate and confronted the king, who had followed him with a mighty force at his back. As powerful and wise as the king and his men may have been, the ancient power in the blade proved far too much, and Hector personally saw to the death of the king. Not long after, he declared himself the king and the rightful heir to all the lands and loyalty of the time of his father, promising a swift and deadly end to those who denied his perceived right. Nearly all resisted at first, but as their armies were slain one by one, many saw no choice but to submit themselves to the tyrannical king. Hector, however, had a good memory, and everyone who had denied him were executed one night once his rule was so vast none would be able to unite in enough force to pose a real threat. As far as he or anyone else knew, Hector was the king of the entire world. In reality, there were other continents across the vast oceans, so his rule was over about a third of the world. Still an unimaginable feat in its own right. As is often the case, power has a price, and Hector was to pay it after an unnatural lifespan of nearly 3 centuries. It started with his people. They began to simply forget everything and live shorter and shorter lives. Then it spread to the land, the crops, the trees, the animals. It all started changing to something the people could not fully understand within a generation, even without the memory loss. Starvation, disease, and decay spread throughout the land in mere months. Hector, meanwhile, had been sitting in his throne room for over 100 years by that point. Everyone he knew was long gone. Everyone who knew him was long gone too. I didn't notice that anyway. The armies and bureaucracies had become autonomous, relying on old texts and orders, many of which older than nearly anyone there to interpret them for guidance and policy. The Phantom King, or the kingdom that lost its king, as some poets would call their ruler or homeland, they too forgot these jests. Society devolved into tribes and outbursts of anarchy, none recalling a king or kingdom, or anything beyond their immediate surroundings at all. Another 2.5 centuries passed, humanity in the known realm almost gone, nature had reclaimed most of the land, and man was in the middle of the food chain only in some less inhabited regions. But this moment was significant for one reason alone. The throne room started to crumble after countless storms, and Hector felt the sun for the first time in ages. He awoke to a land unknown to him, his memories ending when he was merely 53 years old, the kingdom in full bloom, 5 children, 2 grandchildren, peace and prosperity in all the land. Now, a hollow husk in a dead world with only the blade for company. Its power was still the same, but Hector could no more use it than his lungs could take air. Therefore, with the strength of his will alone, King Hector forced the power within the blade, the power that kept him alive, to be extinguished along with him. He died believing he had killed the power that doomed him and his people. Unfortunately, it did not. It merely slumbers beneath ruins long erased from history. True power never dies. Its motives an enigma, its capacity limitless. So ends the legend of the Lost King. Okay, I believe this uses bits and pieces, or like incorporates an earlier short story into this. I believe it was much shorter one. Oh, it's not 17. No, it's not. It's a different one. Ah, there it is. Number 16. Yes. It's a different one. Stage of business. Oh yeah, there is Hector. Oh, straight up. Huh. I guess I did have... Huh. Neat. Some kind of continuity. Cool. Anyway, it's fine. I think I kind of like that legend. Bit of a downer ending again, though that seems to be the trend. Alright. Anyway, with that out of the way, and some interruptions from my real life and other people that's not relevant. Anyway, we return to Redouble. Previously, we recovered the memories of Ukita and Jun, restored them to normalcy, more or less, and then Enna is here, revealing herself to be a detective of sorts. Who apparently doesn't really know all that much, but what's she up to? Let's find out. Anyway, and like always, there's Kazmi's memories to still be fixed and everything else. But anyway, we are back here. Oh yes, and Natsuhiko's brain is crumbling with every time he uses the, erases subject N and stuff like that. So there's gonna be some dire consequences there as well. Anyway, will my brain crumble first, or will I erase all of subject N's malice first? It's a battle of wits. A smile of bravado formed on Natsuhiko's lips. Enna and Ukita called out to him as he waited for his headache to subside. What's wrong, Mr. Tenkawa? Do your wounds hurt? Yeah, a little, but Jun's more important now. Jun, are you okay? Jun. After Natsuko called her name, Jun eventually groaned. Natsuko, Yuri. With vacant eyes, Jun looked at each person in the shelter one by one. And then, as if realizing something, she gasped. What have I done? Oh yeah, they don't lose their memories of what they did. It's okay. Jun, are you fully conscious now? Yeah, she clearly. Yeah, but it's fine. You didn't hurt anyone. That's odd. I was completely bonkers just a moment ago, wasn't I? You kind of were, but it was a great image. So, that's going to be another wallpaper on my desktop. It's fantastic. Did I just suddenly go back to normal or something? Brief explanation. Natsuko was relieved to hear those words from Jun. That's fine then. The you right now is the original you. The original me? Long story short, there's something in this facility that's causing people to become aggressive and paranoid, much like you were until just now. Huh. Why's that? That girl you found in front of the cargo lift, she was a powerful communicator. She had the power to change the minds of those around her into ones full of malice. And because of that, everyone inside the facility went crazy. No way. BC has that sort of power? Oh yeah, and more. It does. Though I do realize how unbelievable it is. Jun looked a bit dubious for a while, but judging by what happened to me, I guess I have to believe it, eh? Wait, did Mr. Ukita go crazy for the same reason? Yeah, but having said that, I don't expect you to forgive me for attacking you. Ukita and Jun looked at each other awkwardly. Yeah, a little bit awkward. Oh well. I mean, it's not as awkward as when Natsuko and Wata's had to look at each other and decide to cooperate. That's a bit awkward as well, but there's some kind of understanding. Anyway, a little while later, Jun politely bowed her head. No, I should have been the one to apologize. I chased you around with an engine cutter and said extremely rude things. Oh, that's fine. He shot you, or tried to shoot you? No, he bonked you on the head. No, it's okay. I deserved at least that much disparagement. It seemed that the discord between the two of them was settled for now. Anna took a deep breath and whispered to Natsuhiko. Thanks for trusting me, Mr. Tenkao. Looks like you were able to tie things up. Well, there's still Kazumi, and also you need to talk. Miss Anna, could you talk about everything? Or do we need to go into your mind? To pry that information out of you? No, it's all thanks to you, Professor. Detective. It was a really big help that you weren't infected with malice, Miss N. Natsuko and Yuri bowed their heads in gratitude. Don't be foolish, you two. It's too early to celebrate, you know. Yeah, we still have to get out of the facility. There's a bomb. And there's still a lot of problems to deal with. Eh? Come on now, don't forget, you know there's a bomb. Judging by what we saw of Miss Moribe, those infected with malice aren't aware of it themselves, right? Well, no. In that case, you can't be entirely sure that I'm not infected with malice, can you? Yeah, but you're not exhibiting any signs of that, though. Like, come on now. Once Natsuko heard that, he promptly stood between Anna and Yuri. Oh, come on now. Come on now. But Anna just placed her gun on the floor and spoke with a smile. Don't panic. I'm probably not infected. But I still want you to check my mind just in case. You're serious? You're telling us to peek into your mind, even though there's not even a shred of evidence that you've been infected with malice. He suddenly felt guilty about doing something like that. But Anna tried to persuade him. Mr. Tenkao, I understand why you don't like the idea. You've never liked the idea of using BC abilities in the first place, have you? Huh? The reason you've been unable to manifest your BC abilities despite your rank S aptitude is because you've been rejecting them yourself. You've avoided trespassing into other people's minds this whole time, haven't you? I have. Now that he thought of it, Anna was exactly right. I mean, she is still a teacher as well, just because she's a detective as well. Like, she can wear multiple hats. The manifestation of BC abilities was greatly affected by the user's will, and that was why Natsuko's BC abilities had never flourished. But listen, Mr. Tenkao, now you can use BC at will, and that's because you believe that you need it right now. But I don't believe that I need to peek into your mind now, Professor. No, you do. That's the only way I can completely gain your trust. That is correct. Let's learn about her. After all, you and the others see me as suspicious, don't you? Absolutely, 100%. Completely suspicious. You could be anything. There could be anything behind that memory of yours. And smiled wryly as Natsuko found himself at a loss for an answer. It's only natural. I've closed my heart to everybody and said nothing but lies. So much so that nothing I say really carries any weight anymore. Yes, correct. If you peek into my mind, I believe you'll be able to understand all of the thoughts behind my actions. Indeed. I'm sure there's still Kazumi, but basically we know pretty much all of Kazumi's background as well. I mean, the only thing that we'll learn from Kazumi's background, peeking into her mind, is like her time with Watase, and that's about it, really, because we know the trauma that caused, her to join the force, and like all that, with Nagisa and then June living with her and stuff like that. Or sort of. Anyway. So yeah, there's really not that much left to learn about Kazumi, now is there? Anyway, Anna, there's everything to learn about you. Anna placed her hand on Natsuko's shoulder. Memories don't tell lies, so dive into my mind and experience my life vicariously through them. Yes! I'm sure that you'll come to trust me if you do. Indeed, that probably would help them understand her feelings. And allow them to learn Anna's true identity and the reason her heart was closed as well. And this thing again, I forgot. Where's the guide? Give me the guide where it is. Okay. There we go. No, not that. And the max, not to guide. One. Correct. There we go. Yes. But what should I do? If I do go through with my memory access, how exactly do I go about it? What he needed to confirm was Anna's true identity and what motivated her to mobilize in Labo today, as well as whether or not she was infected with malice. Should I look in detail? Just do a quick details. You know what's details. I think it's best to keep exposure of other people's minds to minimum, but no, that's what he thought for a second, but then another thought suddenly welled up in his gut. No, I really should learn about Professor Tsubakiyama in detail. That seems to be what she wants too, after all, and that's what we want. That's what I want the most. Come on now. And with that thought in mind, Natsuko declared to Anna. Understood. If you insist, I shall go ahead and peek through your memory, Professor. Please allow me to experience your life. And as Natsuko said that, Yuri nodded beside him. Please allow me to do so as well. I want to believe you from the bottom of my heart, Professor. Those words brought a gentle smile to the teacher's face. Thanks, you two. I'll open my heart for real this time. And remember, what you see in my head is the truth of this country. Of this country? Well, that's one hell of a statement to make. Also, opening your heart doesn't really need to happen for a sense of sympathy. You don't even need to be conscious for that. And as Anna gave them that veiled warning, the kids walked up to her and activated senses sympathy. Yes. Alright. It was 16 years ago. This incident. Berkme arson. Back when I was still 8 years old. Oh, she's only 24 years old? Damn, that's young. I thought she was a bit older than that, but okay. She was strolling around town with the father she loved. Okay. Anna, this is where Daddy works now. Okay. Wow, it's such a pretty building. Anna's father took her to his workplace. He gently responded to her innocent voice. It's called the Parapsychology Research Center. It's a somewhat odd facility that's been studying things like ESP for a long time. You see, what we call ESP was recently proven to actually exist. ESP? Wow. Exciting, isn't it? All the grown-ups are really excited about the discovery too. And so this place is set to go get a lot of new staff members. So that has been reassigned here too. So are you going to study ESP too, Daddy? No, Daddy's a government official, not a researcher. So what will you do then, Daddy? I'm going to protect the Espers. Protect them from who? From the bad guys. So far, Espers have been bullied a lot, and what's worse is that nobody stood up to protect them. Poor things. I know. So that's why we established the post to protect the Espers since they need protection. If an Esper gets bullied, we'll protect them from the bad guys. On the other hand, if an Esper misuses their power, then we'll stop them. It's a very rewarding duty. That's so cool. You're like a policeman. I guess. After all, we are sort of BC police, I guess. I want to do work like you when I grow up too. Ooh, sounds good. I guess I look forward to the day when we can work together. Anna's father smiled. Anna looked forward for that day to come as well. But about half a year afterwards, she realized that day would never come. September 16, 2014. The fire. The Great Rockaway City arson. The events of that night would later be called by that name. Fires broke out all at the same time at 15 different spots in the Rockaway City. Starting with the Rockaway City Hospital, various buildings such as civilian residences, public facilities, multi-tenant buildings, and apartments were indiscriminately set fire to, and were burned down in that one single night. 118 casualties. Among them were 67 deaths due to carbon monoxide poisoning, 34 deaths due to fire, 11 deaths due to falling from high places, 3 deaths due to shock, and 2 suicides. And finally, 1 person stabbed to death by an arsonist. The one stabbed was an ordinary civil servant. To those who did not know him, he was just another one of the 118 lives lost that night. But not to Anna. To Anna, he was her beloved, irreplaceable father. Ah, big sad, straight from the get-go. Okay. Several days after the fire, Anna visited her father's workplace alone. Daddy, god damn it. Got down immediately hitting me with the big sads. No matter how many times she called out, there was no answer. She would never hear that gentle voice again. The tears that had streamed down on the day of the funeral service dampened her cheeks once again. Her father had been killed that day trying to protect someone from an arsonist. Anna did not know who her father had died protecting. It was probably Subject A then, wasn't it? But even without knowing who it was, she understood one thing, although it might not matter who it was. Daddy was probably trying to protect an Esper from the bad guys. Anna looked up to the sky and swore to protect what her father had tried to one day take up the same work her father had. Daddy, I'll keep my promise. So please watch over me in heaven until then, okay? For a young girl like her, it was still a lofty dream. But Anna swore on that dream in her heart, nevertheless, as she wiped her tears. After she had lost her beloved father, Anna and her mother moved away from Okame City to a neighboring town. Her mother refused to stay in a town that served as a constant reminder of sad memories. Fair enough. But even in the new town, Anna grew to follow in her deceased father's footsteps. She continued to pursue a job to protect communicators just like her father had. But it was by no means an easy path to follow. For her father was a government official at the ESP Bureau of the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science and Technology, MEXT. The ESP Bureau, founded in April 2014, was the organization single-handedly responsible for the administration of BC-related activities. She had thought that by entering that organization, she'd be able to obtain the same work as her father, but once she had gone into middle school and started investigating her father's life, she noticed something curious. For some reason, all employment records of him beyond his assignment to the PRC in April 2014 had been erased, and there was an absolute dearth of information on what sort of work he did for the 5 months leading up to his death on September 16th. What's the meaning of this? Was he doing some sort of special work? When Anna questioned her about the anomaly, her tight-lipped mother eventually caved in and spoke about her husband's work. Anna's father was a communicator commissioner. Communicator commissioners managed and protected communicators outside of the public eye. With that knowledge, Anna pursued her father's footsteps even more fervently. She majored in parapsychology at university, earning exceptional grades, and as she graduated, she slipped through all the obstacles to enter the ESP Bureau. Before she knew it, 13 years had passed since her father's death. On her first day at the ESP Bureau, Anna went to greet her direct superiors. In a certain building in Tokyo, Anna opened the door and went inside a room. Excuse me. Ding dong, the witch is dead. What's that about? On the other side of the door were two men. They turned to look at Anna and spoke. Oh, you must be the new girl. I am Anna Tsubakiyama, newly assigned here today. Pleasure to work with you. I am Kuroda, Chief of Communicator Commission Division 1. Kuroda. Have we heard that name before? And I am Commissioner Higa of the same division. No, we haven't heard this name before. Well, no need to be so stiff. We may be teased for a sort of PC police, but we're not actual police, obviously. So relax. Yes, thank you, sir. Despite her words, Anne didn't relax her posture at all. The man named Kuroda smiled wryly to see that as he spoke up to her. Well, okay then. How about we change the topic? I'm sure you're aware of this, but we are in charge of various administrative duties regarding BC-related activities. Our work is quite extensive, ranging from communicator protection, management and observation, all the way to the exposure of BC-related crimes. Our staff consists of people transferred from not only MEXT, but also the Police Agency, Public Security, and the Ministry of Health, Labor and Welfare. Anyway, at best we're a team of experts, and at worst we're a ragtag gang of misfits. Of course, a ragtag gang of misfits. At any rate, the situation around communicators has gotten tense over the years and outgrown what the MEXT can handle by itself. So compared to when your father was with us, we've been strengthened into quite a large-scale organization. Huh? Chief Kuroda, you knew my father? He was my superior when I was young. He taught me quite a few things. I'm truly in his debt. Back in those days, there weren't any more than 10 of us, including me and Chief Tsubakiyama. But now we've grown to quite an extensive family. Is that so? Anna was pleased to have met someone who knew her father professionally. Now then, daughter of Chief Tsubakiyama, what sort of commissioner do you wish to be? I want to be like my father. A commissioner who will protect communicators, even at the cost of my own life. I see. Kuroda smiled sadly at that declaration. I don't want you to become like your father. Huh? I understand why you'd want to follow in your father's footsteps, but you still lack awareness of the true dangers of communicators. And because of that lack of awareness, you'll end up with the same fate as your father. Kuroda watched Anna as she caught the meaning of those words. What gave us that awareness was, unfortunately, the communicator who was under Chief Tsubakiyama's protection. So it was Alice. She was the communicator brought into the PRC as a BC research test subject, codenamed Communicator A. Unlike your ordinary communicators, she possessed an extremely dangerous ability known as senses sympathy. Senses sympathy, so she's aware of that. That was an ability that even Anna, a parapsychology major, had never heard of. It's only natural that you haven't heard of it. Its very existence is hidden throughout the country. It's extremely dangerous even compared to the other BC abilities. The reason we manage communicators so strictly is directly related to that danger. Kuroda explained the ability to Anna. Sensory sharing, memory manipulation, memory erasure. And the final phenomenon associated with the ability, the collapse of the communicator's mind. With repeated usage of sense of sympathy, the communicator's sense of self would cease to function. And at the same time, they'd become a lump of malice, spreading curse-filled thoughts throughout their surroundings. But it was hard for Anna to believe. Is that true? I wouldn't get anything out of lying about it, would I? In any case, Communicator A used sense of sympathy on countless occasions throughout her lifetime, and in the end, she became a lump of malice. Why? For what purpose would A use such a dangerous ability? There was no reason for her to use it, was there? Did my father or any of the PRC researchers not stop it? A bad feeling welled up in Anna's chest as she watched Kuroda fall silent. Don't tell me the PRC researchers forced her to use sense of sympathy, all for the sake of BC research. No. Kuroda forcefully interrupted Anna. Many people make that misunderstanding, both in and out of our organization. But the reality is completely different. At the time, the PRC was exerting all its efforts in an attempt to cure Communicator A. She didn't become a lump of malice after coming to Japan. She was already showing symptoms when she was in her homeland in France. Eh? As Anna's eyes widened, Kuroda handed her an old newspaper article. This article's about the undersea witch hunt. Good, you know your stuff. It's because I researched documents on my own back in my school days. As Anna majored in parapsychology, she gained a fairly deep understanding of the history of BC. And from there, she learned the details of this particular incident as well. There was a modern witch hunt incident in February 2014 in Undersea. The victim, Alice Enflam, come on now, Flame, I can't miss that, was a girl who was 18 years old at the time of the incident. Ever since she was young, she demonstrated various abilities, and as a result, she was shunned by people around her, including her biological parents. Regardless, Alice's parents profited off of her abilities. They founded a new religion, labeling Alice as a child of God, and her telepathy as oracles, as they ripped money off of believers in what was essentially fraud. Those fools resented her. Her parents never loved her, and instead used her as a part of a money-making scheme day after day. Her spirit must have worn down considerably. The years went by, and by the time she turned 16, a new phenomenon occurred. Lawyers who had sued the religious organization for fraud were inexplicably falling victim to memory loss and stupefaction, one after another. The local police hypothesized that the religious officials had used some form of drug to induce memory defects in the lawyers, but the lawyers' bodies showed no sign of drug reactions, and thus the investigation made no developments. But one day, the dark side of the church was brought to light. A certain scientist had established a genetic test to determine BC aptitude. Townspeople began to recognize the existence of communicators. Eventually, people investigating the religious organization's illegal acts began to think, is Alice actually a communicator and not a child of God? To check their suspicions, they ran a genetic test on Alice and found a result that nobody had ever seen before. IGF2R gene abnormality type S. Alice was the world's first confirmed rank S aptitude communicator. Fraud victims and believers alike were enraged at the test results. The child of God we believed in was just an ordinary human with a genetic mutation. Alice is nothing but a filthy phony who used her bizarre powers granted to her by her defective genes to deceive people. Her power is by no means the power of God. Rather, it is the power of the devil. Ah, there it is. I was about to say that it must. But anyway, a witch's power. It's surprising they all turned immediately like that, but that's fine. The devoutly faithful had clung on to that delusion. Their resentment for having been deceived intensified, and in conjunction with their fear of communicators, their malice reached critical heat, and the people became insurgents. The building that served as both the church and Enflam family home was set aflame. Alice's parents died in the fire, but Alice herself narrowly escaped the burning church. And the next morning, once the local firefighters had her in protective care, an abnormal spectacle unfurled. A group of insurgents who tried to attack Alice all lost consciousness and fell around her. And afterwards, Alice went missing. Those were the details of the Undersea witch hunt. The incident that became the first page in the history book of anti-communicator terrorism. I'm probably mispronouncing the Undersea as well, but whatever. It was an incident that Anna had already known about. I mean, French language is fault for not spelling things the way they are supposed to be pronounced. Like, fuck. Anyway. But by connecting what she had just heard from Kuroda, she realized a new truth. It's not written in the article, but could Alice have used sense of sympathy? So then, was the string of instances of lawyers losing their memories a result of Alice using memory manipulation? Well, yeah. And the insurgents fainted as a result of her using that ability in self-defense. But there was a more important matter at hand. Anna questioned Kuroda with a trembling voice. Why would you show me this article? Does this incident have something to do with my father? Of course. The communicator that your father was protecting while he was alive was that very same Alice N. Flam, later known as Communicator A. Kuroda continued as Anna gasped in astonishment. After the witch hunt, worldwide communicator discrimination and persecution became a frequent occurrence. But at the same time, Rokume City and the PRC worked against that trend, promoting protection for communicators. Discriminated communicators were recommended to migrate to Rokume City, and in exchange for becoming test subjects for BC research, they'd receive financial aid for their entire livelihood. It was a win-win situation for both the communicators who wished to live in peace and the PRC who wished to avoid advanced BC research. And miraculously enough, the first communicator to be received by the PRC, as well as the first to be put under Chief Tsubakiyama's protective care, was none other than Communicator A. No way. That can't be. Yes, it is. Of course it is. It is unbelievable, isn't it? Try reading this then. Kuroda handed Anna a printed stack of papers. This is a journal of A's probation, as written by Chief Tsubakiyama. It was left in his government-provided computer. It appears to not be an official report log, but a simple personal journal. This document is an extreme necessity in order to understand what had happened in this town at the time. Anna read her father's journal as instructed. It was a very informal journal. In it was a record of the afterdays Alice had experienced once she had survived and overcome the crime that had come before. April 5th. Today began the first communicated probation of one who was shown into Rokume City and the PRC from the outside. I am the commissioner in charge of her. In the next, I had advanced through the fields of education and developmental psychology. I guess my personal history had been held in high regard. And then there's Assistant Communicator Commissioner Kuroda, a young man who transferred from the National Police Agency. He's a master of Taiho Jutsu and Nippon Kempo, so it seems he will also be doubling as my bodyguard. But to provide me with a bodyguard must mean that the upper ranks seem cautious regarding the current subject under protection. It's not unreasonable. After all, the communicator I've been put in charge of is none other than Alice N. Flam. But now that I've actually met her, Alice is an 18-year-old girl with innocent features appropriate for her age. Perhaps due to the cruel persecution she faced in her hometown, her eyes are always full of fear. She's only just now come to Japan, so perhaps the culture shock is another cause for her fear. We must protect her. There are efforts to hide Alice's past, so researchers at the PRC have given her the designation Communicator A. But isn't that name just a little too blunt? She's not a literal lab rat, for crying out loud. So at least in this journal of mine, I'll call her Alice, because names are important. April 7th. The researchers in charge of Alice have been chosen. The leader of the research team is Azumi. He is an extremely reliable friend of mine from our school days. I can leave Alice in his care without qualms. Alice is still frightened, but let's spend time to slowly get her to open her heart to us. May 5th. A month has passed since Alice arrived in Japan. She appears to be overcoming her fear and growing accustomed to the new environment little by little each day. At the start, we were unable to initiate any sort of communication, but gradually she's been showing compliance with our intentions. Kuroda, Azumi and I all receive Alice with gentleness from the bottom of our hearts. But Alice seems to open her heart the most to Azumi. I'm somewhat jealous. But my wife and Nen are waiting for me at home, so it's not like I'm bitter about it or anything. But Kuroda's single, so he's really bitter. Poor guy. Okay. May 13th. As the days of deep experimentation pass, we've taught Alice a few things about Japan. As a result, today Alice learned her first Japanese word, konnichiwa, an awkward but understandable greeting. But when I heard it, it reminded me of the first time Anna spoke, so I was moved. We were so happy that we all answered repeatedly in Alice's native language. Bonjour, bonjour, salut, merci, c'est bon, très bien, and so forth. Everything we could think of. Those last few didn't really have much to do with about anything, and we probably butchered the pronunciation. Yeah, so did I, most likely. But when she heard our broken French, Alice smiled just a little bit. May 27th. The PRC has other research teams besides ours. They're each in charge of a different communicator and conduct various experiments and ability training exercises. Today we exchange information with a different team. Researcher Miyoko Tenkawa and Shun Tenkawa, aka Communicator S. They're quickly showing several results. Oh, it's a Communicator S. Ah, it's a husband. Wait. Okay. Did we see? No, I don't think we did. See that designation in any of the documents there earlier? It was Senior Fellow S who did the thing. The 21 fire. Anyway. We're taking a parapsychology approach, but they seem to be using physics techniques to explain what exactly the ability called BC is. You would expect nothing less from the married couple of our country's highest aptitude communicator and a young genius physicist. Something truly motivating is how Miyoko Tenkawa keeps her sharp tongue and pointed opinions despite being 8 months pregnant. June 22nd, a major incident happened today. Miyoko Tenkawa suddenly went into labor and was taken to the hospital. Those of us left in the PRC were worried about her, but it seems she had a safe delivery. Even the aloof Mr. Shun Tenkawa seemed to have shed streams of tears upon seeing the birth of his son. When we explained the situation to Alice, she too smiled with her whole face. It seems the birth of a new life is a joyous occasion in all cultures. June 29th. It seems Kuroda is a smoker, which is odd these days. I must not be paying attention to not have noticed it. Right when Kuroda went to the designated area to smoke, Alice just happened to be walking by. And upon seeing the lighter's flame, she burst into tears. It probably triggered memories of when her house was set on fire. It wasn't Kuroda's fault, but he needs to be reprimanded. Azumi stroked her hair until she calmed down, in the same way one comforts a crying child. July 2nd. At any rate, lately, the eyes Azumi looks at Alice don't seem to be the eyes of a researcher. They're the eyes of affection. Perhaps the affection of a parent. Perhaps the affection of a lover. Alice seems to care for Azumi as well. Not once in his life had Azumi spoken of love. He dedicated his entire life to research, but perhaps spring has finally come for him. Or am I just thinking too hard here? At any rate, I can only pray for happiness in their future. July 5th. A problem occurred. A citizen group has risen up in opposition on how Rokome City is attracting communicators. The problem isn't them, but rather Alice's reaction to them. On some days like yesterday, the citizen group carries out demonstrations in front of the PRC. They've been chanting in unison with a megaphone, like a classic protest. They probably believe in their own brand of justice as they advocate their opinions. But Alice's reaction to them was not in the least bit trivial. She plugged her ears, cried out loud, cowered and trembled, almost like a child. Her panic attack continued until we had to sedate her. The citizen group probably triggered memories of the arson incident she encountered in her hometown. She came all the way to this safe haven in order to escape from that terrifying memory. And yet once again, she fell victim to persecution. July 11th. Once again, the citizen group protested, except this time they trespassed directly into the facility. They were thrown out by the security guards, but it's still discomforting. July 15th. Today a group of so-called freelance journalists came to collect data. They were apparently pursuing the trail of the Undersea Witch Hunt. Every time people like that came by, Alice becomes horribly terrified. Damn it, what's so fun about exposing her past? To hell with your so-called freedom of the press and social justice. July 30th. Something seems odd about Alice recently. It's not like she's having panic attacks like earlier, but her reactions just seem dulled. Her eyes often seem empty at times, as if she's not looking at anything. Sometimes her ears are deaf to even Azumi's voice. Why did it turn out this way? We're just desperately trying to find the cause, but we have no clues to speak of. There are way too many unknown factors about communicators and the ability known as BC itself. But this is no time to be at a loss. We can't just label the unknown as the unknown and leave it alone as is. We are writing the history of parapsychology with Alice. August 11th. Alice's mental condition is only getting worse, and it's a completely different beast from normal mental disorders. For example, we thought she might be displaying symptoms of ASD or PTSD, but it's clearly different. First, her sense of self is becoming extremely fragile. She often loses sight of who exactly she is. On the other hand, she often speaks of completely different people's personalities as if they were her own. Some parts of her disorder resemble dissociative identity disorder or schizophrenia, but it differs on a fundamental level. She is in a state of a literal loss of self. For convenience, we've named this disorder the N-ification, nobody-fication phenomenon. The cause of the enification phenomenon is still unknown. It is a universal disorder among communicators. No, is it a universal disorder among communicators, or is an effect of excessive use of BC? I'm worried about Alice's condition, but Azumi's anxiety is also hard to watch. He wants to cure Alice of her enification at all costs. I'll try to give it my best effort as well. August 16th. We went to seek advice about Alice from the Timecodes who were on parental leave, but it doesn't seem like they can think of a cause or solution either. On the way back, we came across the citizen group. Kuroda nearly threw a fist at them, but I frantically stopped him. It's not like hurting them would help Alice's mind recover at all. September 8th. The problem ailing Alice has gotten even worse. She's been acting bizarrely, with indiscriminate and continuous use of telepathy. The exact contents of her telepathy are hard to describe objectively, but in a single word, it's a curse. The curse is completely plastered over with negative emotions. This telepathy from Alice is like a lump of malice, and she's begun to transmit it indiscriminately. And that malice, believe it or not, seems to propagate to the surrounding people. The PRC researchers who received her telepathy all fell to a mental state of extreme aggression, anxiety, or unrest. Some of the ones with especially severe reactions were Erikuji and Kashiwagi. Wait, those two became senior researchers at the labo then, huh? I get the feeling that this is no ordinary telepathy. A bizarre phenomenon often accompanies this telepathy that doesn't occur with normal telepathy transmission. Memory flashbacks, mental illness, etc. We have dubbed this telepathy NBC, Negative Beyond Communication, as a temporary name. The effects of NBC appear to be temporary, but the researchers and I have realized that Alice's condition has become dangerous. As an emergency measure, we have decided to confine Alice to the PRC basement. It has been decided that the only option is to keep her asleep with continuous administration of sleep medication. It pains my heart so much to have to do this to her, but if we don't do it, then her NBC will contaminate the minds of everyone around her. It's not like we can just keep her asleep forever. But then what can we do? What if we could at least reinforce the walls of the PRC with a material that could intercept NBC? That worthless delusion was the only idea I could conceive. Azumi, Kuroda, and I are all on the brink of despair. But nevertheless, I believe that one day we can cure Alice. I might not have a single bright idea to bring to the table, but if we lose even the hope in our hearts, then that'll be the end of for sure. September 14th. About a week has passed since Alice went to sleep. The situation hasn't taken a single turn for the better. As long as she sleeps, she's safe, but the moment she wakes up, she becomes an extreme hazard. However, if we leave her sleeping like this forever, she's as good as dead. So we need to establish a facility that can treat her needs right away. What such a facility needs is, first of all, a means to prevent Alice's NBC from leaking outside of the facility. And thus all the walls inside the facility should be made with a high-tech NBC insulator. The implementation of such a BC insulator is now rapidly progressing thanks to Dr. Miyake Tekawa. Also, since Alice will be unable to leave the facility, it must be sufficiently accommodating to her living needs. The site of the facility must be large, enough to house an infirmary, offices, residential quarters, and other such amenities. In order to prevent the influence of her NBC, all the researchers who come in contact with her will need equipment, devices, or possibly medication that can protect the mind from BC. Furthermore, to protect Alice from external enemies like the citizen group, the facility also needs a superior defense system. Facilities like the PRC are very deficient in the above requirements. It may be outrageous for a single government official like me to wish for the establishment of such a facility, but the issue is no longer just Alice's problem. As long as the cause of enification remains unknown, many more communicators may subsequently fall victim to the same condition as Alice. Even Mr. Shuntenko may one day fall victim to enification. There are no guarantees. I shall petition ESP Bureau headquarters. No matter how many times they reject me, I have to keep trying. September 16th. I returned from the Tokyo ESP Bureau headquarters at night. The researchers stated that the PRC notified me that Alice had disappeared. She appeared to have escaped from the PRC basement on her own. Eriguchi apparently went to change out her IV, but he encountered some sort of trouble, and thus she escaped. The details of exactly what trouble are unknown. Eriguchi is currently in a state of extreme agitation and confusion, so no information can be obtained from him. Kuroda and I are currently searching for Alice. It's way too nerve-wracking. The journal ended on September 16th, the night of the Great Orkame City arson. As Anna finished reading, she muttered in dumbfoundment, My father really was in charge of Communicate A's protection. Yes, that is what he devoted himself to. The cause of unification is currently still unclear, but it's said that the most likely cause is the overuse of census sympathy. By the time A had gone from France to Japan, her unification had already progressed considerably. As a result of the dedicated efforts of Chief Tsubakiyama and the researchers at the PRC, she temporarily regained tranquility. But the truth of the matter was that her mind was already on the brink of collapse. Unfortunately, at the time of her arrival, Rokume City was rife with a citizen group's anti-BC demonstrations. The persecution of that citizen group triggered A's unification to progress all the way to completion. The malice she had held back came gushing forth. The completely unified A escaped from the RC, and then that tragedy occurred. What tragedy? The Great Rokume City arson. No way, you mean the Great Rokume City arson was caused by A? Yeah. 15 people infected with A's malice committed various crimes throughout the city that night. And for some reason, half of those crimes were arson. Most likely as an influence of A's thoughts. Commissioner Tsubakiyama and I looked all over town to protect A, and we finally found her late at night on September 16th. She was in Rokume Park. Right at that time, a man infected with malice was trying to stab A to death with a knife. Commissioner Tsubakiyama was stabbed trying to protect A. The stunned culprit tried to run away, but I apprehended him. The problem was what came afterwards. I didn't know how to resolve the situation. I was so afraid of being infected with malice that I couldn't approach A. But if I left her alone, then even more people would have been infected with malice. In all seriousness, the entire town could have burned to the ground, and I couldn't do a thing about it. In the end, it was Commissioner Tsubakiyama that saved the city. Even though he sustained heavy injuries and became infected with malice, he injected A with medication that put her to sleep. What? After A had been taken back to the PRC, Commissioner Tsubakiyama was brought to the hospital, but it was already too late. The town survived in exchange for his life. Anna was at a loss for words. She could say nothing about her father's heroic life and death. And that incident triggered the government to finally understand the gravity of the situation. And after just 2 years, the government put forth some serious efforts. The BC law was put in place, Rokume City became a government-designated top-secret city, and Labo was established, among other things. They recognized the deteriorating social climate and strengthened the SB Bureau as well. We've been given authority equal to the police in regards to BC-related crimes. A spent around 2 more years confined in the PRC, but once Labo was established, she was transferred there. Labo may be a BC research facility, but it's also a facility for the confinement and treatment of unified communicators. It's the fortress Chief Tsubakiyama had wished for in life. But before she could be cured, A died a year after her transfer, and thus the incident reached its conclusion. Anna gulped and then looked Kuroda in the eyes as she spoke. Is that the true history behind this town? It is. Now do you understand why I said I don't want you to become like your father? The person Chief Tsubakiyama risked his life to protect was a mind-maddening monster. If you act on your own desires to just protect communicators without knowing that fact, you very well may face the same fate as your father. Are you sure you still want to do this work? Yes. Once Anna finally gave that answer, Kuroda faintly smiled. I like your guts. Then keep that in mind. From today henceforth, you live in the shadows behind society. You must not bring to light any of the truths you learned through this work. If you were to divulge any of the truth we just discussed, then communicated persecution would likely explode all across Japan. The world would revert to the dark times of 2014. Such dark times. Therefore, we cannot speak to the truth to anyone. You must commit everything to memory, mask your true character, and still come in contact with communicators. You never know when or if the one you're protecting will become a monster. Protection and surveillance are two sides of the same coin. If you want to protect communicators, then you must never let your guard down around them. Keep your distance, observe them calmly. It's a tough job, but can you do it, Commissioner Anna Tsubakiyama? Anna smiled at those words. Tough. Preposterous. It's a job worth doing. Okay. and thus Anna began working as a communicator commissioner. For the 2 following years, she tackled various BC-related incidents alongside Kuroda and Higa. Commissioner duties had grown considerably in the past 16 years. They were now close to a police or public safety department. In 2029, they exposed researchers guilty of illegal communicated confinement and experimentation. Victimized communicators were recommended to migrate to government-designated top-secret cities. But there were also times when communicators were the victimizers rather than the victims. Criminals found uses for BC abilities. Empathy, for example, could be used in industrial espionage to gain corporate trade secrets. Anna had sought and apprehended such communicators herself. Throughout those days, she became fully aware of the meaning behind Kuroda's words. Protection and surveillance are 2 sides of the same coin. Communicators were to be both protected and put under surveillance. To protect herself, she had to take lessons in marksmanship and self-defense. Anna trained her body, and at the same time, she steeled her stoic heart. The thought that communicators have to be protected is too short-sighted and dangerous. In the same way that there are good and bad ordinary people, so too are there bad communicators. Even if they aren't identified, communicators can still be dangerous. I mustn't let my guard down. They're a different breed from us with their own unique abilities. When she thought about it, the cause of her father's death was actually created by a communicator. Eventually, it became a natural habit of Anna's to close her heart towards communicators. But then one day, Kuroda assigned Anna with a new duty. Me? A teacher? Yes, well, to be more accurate, you'll be stationed at the BC Specialty School as a commissioner to protect and observe the communicators. I know it's hard, but don't forget that at the core, we're part of the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science and Technology. Considering the education part, it shouldn't be too odd to teach, should it? I guess not. But I've never even imagined taking on such an assignment. No, you actually need this sort of experience right now. Since your heart's been hardened considerably these past 2 years, you see. Well, you'll understand as soon as you take up the assignment. Go interact with some pure-hearted children and soothe that heart of yours. Ah. And thus, on her 3rd year in the bureau, Anna reached a turning point as a commissioner. She was assigned to Rokume Academy, the BC specialty school established in Anna's hometown. Starting today, I'm going to be playing teacher. I know it's for work, but it's such a pain. Anna shook her head in frustration as she headed for the school building. She closed her heart as always and masked her true character from those around her. I'm your new teacher, Anna Tsubakian. I'll make up for my lack of experience with my surplus of eagerness, so I look forward to working with you all. Yes, ma'am. The students obediently answered Anna's greeting. To live as a teacher, the first thing Anna kept in mind was to befriend the students. The students being wary of her would hinder her work as a commissioner. So to prevent that situation, she played the part of a friendly teacher who was enthusiastic about education, but still had some playfulness to her. She played that part very well, yes. It wasn't a job she exactly wanted to do, but now that she had to do it, she thought she might as well give it her best. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, okay? One student called out in response to that invitation. Miss Anna, do you have a boyfriend? Oddly enough, it was a girl who asked that staple question. If I'm not mistaken, that girl's Mashra Tob, a rank B aptitude, ability level 3 communicator, eh? Since she has rank B aptitude, I wouldn't be surprised if she had demonstrated empathy at some point. Need to be wary of her. As she kept that thought in mind, Anna smiled and answered that question. No, I don't. Actually, I just moved into Rokumesi, so I don't have very many friends or acquaintances yet. Ah, then you can be my friend. Goddamn, Mashra's the best though. She has to wake up soon, by the way, as well. That'd be nice. As Mashra said that, the boy in the next seat accosted her. Come on, Mashra, you're being rude to Professor here. That boy is Natsuko Tenko, the rank S aptitude, ability level 0 boy. An extremely peculiar student with a clear gap between aptitude and ability. I need to observe him extremely carefully. Oh my, it's okay. I've only just now become a teacher, so there's not that big of a gap in age between us. I'd actually appreciate it if you approached me as a friend. See, Natsuko? Looks like my hunch was right. You always get carried away like this. Now, settle down, children. Now then, class, how about we start the lesson already? Okay. At any rate, Anna's life as a teacher began thusly. Rokume Academy students were all obedient, and all of the children were honest and bright by nature. A likely cause for the students' positive attitude was because they were raised in a communicator-only environment from a young age. By treating mind reading and mind conveying as normal matters of life, it seemed almost natural naturally easier to raise communicators with such straightforward personalities. But nevertheless, Anna felt stressed in that environment. An environment where almost everyone around her was a communicator. It pained her frayed heart. I need to acclimatize to this environment, and quick. Anne couldn't quite understand what Kuro's aim was. True, it might have been the perfect environment to test her aptitude as a commissioner and to temper her spirit and ability, but still. When Anna found herself confused and at a loss due to her lack of experience in her new job, it was none other than the students who came to her rescue. "Miss Anna, are you going home now?" One day, just as Anna was about to head home, Mashiro called out to her in the hallway. Beside her was Natsuhiko. "Oh, you two going home as well?" "Yes." "Then how about we go together for just a bit?" Anna thought it'd be a good opportunity to observe these two surveillance targets. As they walked, Anna spoke to the kids, all the while carefully choosing harmless and inoffensive words that fit the image of a new teacher. "Say, I hope you two don't mind me asking, but were there any problems with my lesson?" "Huh? What do you mean?" "I'm only just starting out, so I'm not too confident. If there were any parts that were hard to understand, it'd be a big help if you told me." "There weren't any at all. It was really easy to understand." "Yeah, besides, you were enthusiastic and engaged the class directly. You're somewhat different from the other teachers." "Huh? Different from the other teachers? How?" "Well, I guess it has to be how all the other newly appointed teachers to the school would build up a defensive wall against us." "Oh, she has done that too, but in a different way. I guess it's easy to make the misunderstanding that all communicators are whispers that read minds and stuff." "That's true. Normally we're not all that conscious of how we're communicators, but it might seem a little uncanny to newcomers, so it's a bit of a shock to them, perhaps. But you didn't share away at all, Miss Anna. So it was a relief to us all." "Well, it's only natural. I am a teacher after all. I'd be a failure of a teacher if I let my students intimidate me." Natsuko and Mashra smiled in relief to hear that. But in the back of Anna's mind, she felt a little guilty. For she was only playing the role of an amicable teacher, temporarily, while her true mission was something else entirely. To keep Rokami Academy students under constant surveillance to see if any of them became enified. The school constantly monitored the students' aptitude and ability through genetic tests and ability level exams entirely for that purpose as well. Particularly Natsuhiko, one of only 6 X-rank aptitude communicators currently in Japan. Both the ESP Bureau and Labo had recognized him as a top priority observation target. If by any chance Natsuko were to awaken to his BC powers and demonstrate sense of sympathy, he'd be restrained immediately. That was both part of Anna's job and the nation's regulations. But unaware of that disturbing truth, Natsuko and Mashiro looked at Anna with affectionate eyes. Please be more confident in yourself, Professor. I think you're a great teacher. I'm not good at parapsychology, but even I think your lesson was easy to understand." Natsuko, you never complimented a parapsychology teacher before, have you?" "Man, you weak. I can smell an ulterior motive all the way over here." "Goddamn Mashiro." "Huh? Ulterior motive? Please be careful around him, okay, Miss-san? This scoundrel's got a thing for older women, so he sucks up to any woman older than him. Goddamn Mashiro. She's great. I like her. A lot." "Idiot, what are you saying, Mashiro?" "She's teasing them both." "Oh my, now you've put me on the spot. I'm happy, but we have to maintain a healthy student-teacher relationship." "Don't play along with her, Professor." Anna smiled at those words. Her smile was still fake, but at least a little bit of it was genuine. Ever since that day, Anna's heart gradually softened. At first, she was only playing the part of an amicable teacher, but little by little, she genuinely grew into that role. During lessons, she received students' questions as cordially as possible. Anna had originally studied parapsychology quite earnestly in college. She had vast stocks of BC knowledge in store, and if sharing that knowledge made the students happy, it pleased her too. And thus, she gradually became accustomed to the academy. The students thronged around Anna again today. "Miss Anna, can you help me with the career survey from the other day? I'm stumped. I just can't decide." "Oh my, you don't have any dreams for the future?" Nothing definite yet. I just want to at least do something that puts my talents to good use for others, at least. Like a chef, or a counselor. Or how about Mr. Tenkawa's wife?" "What are you talking about, Miss Anna?" "You're so easy to figure out. Oh, to be young again." Natsuko turned toward the two after hearing his name in their conversation. "Huh? Did you call for me, Professor?" "No, she didn't. She didn't. Go away, Natsuko." Why do you have to be like that? Anna smiled at that little exchange. If you ignore the fact that these kids communicators, they're just normal children, eh? Even though I have to keep my guard around them, they really are still kids that I need to protect. Before she knew it, Anna had regained her original pure state of mind. But it wasn't as if she could abandon her duty as a commissioner. If Natsuko showed even the faintest sign of unification, Anna probably wouldn't hesitate to restrain him. Their peace was built upon a foundation of dangerously thin ice. If even the smallest crack were to form on the ice, it could spell a repeat of the tragedy 16 years ago. And I need to hide that fact as I interact with them. So, for the sake of these kids at the very least, Anna would protect that temporary peace with all her might. She would protect what her father could not. If I had one wish, it would be for a world where these kids could live in peace forever. And thus, after regaining her love for communicators, Anna put forth her effort into the commissioner work once again. She analyzed data from all students, not just those in her class, but everyone from elementary to high school. She also scoured archival data to find if any students in the past had shown signs of unification. But as she did so, Anna happened to come across a certain fact. A female student of this school died 9 years ago. And she met with a fire that happened in Labo. Oh yeah, right. Well, no, she didn't die though. Yuri's still alive. The student's name was said to have been Yuri Kotono. For some reason, this knowledge stuck in Anna's mind. Labo was supposed to have been protected by perfect disaster prevention and security systems. So why would a fire happen there? I'll go look into it a little. Anna began a personal investigation into the matter. She spent a weekend researching the fire that happened 9 years ago. As she fished for documents and gathered information here and there, various unusual points came to light. Mr. Tekawa was there too at the time of Yuri Kotono's death, and immediately afterwards, Mr. Tekawa's aptitude rose. Furthermore, Labo's performance improved soon afterwards. Very suspicious. It became the top-performing BC research facility in Japan, releasing innovation after innovation. Development of the BC inhibitor, AD. Development of the BC particle energy measurement instrument, the Procyon. Development of anti-BC suits. Improvement of BC insulators. Enhancement of the WX particle amplifier output. Verification of the informational field hypothesis and upgrading it to the informational field theory, among many other results. How was Labo able to produce so many different results? Anna couldn't find a connecting thread among all of these facts, but she really didn't think it could have been a coincidence. There was another time when Labo's performance improved this much, a year after Labo was established in 2016, when Communicator A was still alive and confined as a test subject within Labo. Around that time, the AD prototype was made and the WX particle amplifier's output was vastly strengthened. But with Communicator A's natural death in Labo in 2017, they had no results that stood out all the way through 2020. But starting in 2021, their productivity rose again, and it's still rising to this day. It would be great to write it all off as a coincidence, but there was one other thing that bothered Anna. After A's death, 13 years passed without them confining a single test subject. That in itself might have been a joyous occasion, but it instead felt unnatural. Communicators who demonstrated sense of sympathy were all confined to various labs, and each lab's administrator reported the confinements to the ESP Bureau. That was the secret law of the nation. But Rokome City, with its 350 communicators, had not reported a single communicator demonstrating sense of sympathy. Was that not odd? Have there really not been any appearances of ability level 6 communicators in Rokome City? Or has one really appeared and they're already confined in Labo? And Labo has merely neglected their obligation to report it to us at the ESP Bureau. So they've broken the law as well. There was only one reason to neglect the obligation to report. They must be doing something they really don't want us to know about. And the skin broke out into goosebumps the moment that thought crossed her mind. Human experimentation. That was the term that came to mind. No way, that can't be. But as Anna had traveled across the country as a commissioner, she had encountered a similar incident before. She had arrested researchers that had abducted and entrapped a communicator to perform illegal experimentation. The same exact incidents happening in a government-designated top-secret city? It was just baseless conjecture without proof on her part, but as soon as she had harbored that suspicion, Anna's eyes changed from that of a teacher to that of a commissioner. After that, she continued her investigation even further. And after 3 months of investigation, she brought her results to ESP Bureau headquarters. You're saying there's a possibility that Labo has been illegally abducting and confining communicators? Yes. And I gave a clear answer to Kuroda's doubtful question. First, concerning Yuri Kotono, a victim in the Labo fire 9 years ago. By putting the heat on the company that carried out her funeral service, I found out something quite interesting. That being, Yuri Kotono's funeral service was a complete farce. When she was laid in that coffin, she wasn't dead. They gave her sleeping medication, applied funeral makeup, and passed off the real Yuri Kotono as her own corpse. They what? Man, that's elaborate. And before they cremated her body, they replaced it with a monkey's corpse. The bereaved family believed those ashes to be the remains of Yuri Kotono and laid them to rest. And thus, she was dead to the world. Impossible. Isn't that too elaborate for an act? Yuri Kotono's death was a sudden accidental death, wasn't it? It appears the funeral service company had prepared for the opportunity beforehand. Somebody had commissioned them to do it. They did not disclose any information about the client, but it was probably somebody from Rokume City, or perhaps Labo. So then you say they feigned Yuri Kotono's death and confined her in Labo. The possibility is extremely high. After hearing Enna's report to the end, Kuroda took a deep breath. Tsubakian, you investigated this far on your own? In my spare time as a teacher, yes. Well, I'll be. You're not the same type as your father. But you seem to be quite capable in your own right, I'll give you that. As Kuroda smiled wryly, Enna continued. More importantly, how should we handle this case, Chief Kuroda? Our duty is, first and foremost, to protect communicators. Any illegal experimentation on them must be exposed. Yes, of course. Then we should conduct an on-site inspection of Labo post-haste. Given the SP Bureau's authority, that shouldn't be much of a... We can't, Tsubakiyama. And his eyes widened at Kuroda's response. Why is that? Higa and I have already suspected Labo and Rokume City are up to no good. But even if we requested compulsory inspection, the higher-ups wouldn't approve it. Oh. Why? Are we not a national agency? So why are we unable to research a facility administered by a local self-governing body? Normally, we could. We do have the authority to inspect every government-designated top-secret city and research institution. But for some reason or another, Rokume City's Labo is the only place that's off-limits to our inspection. Oh, that is extremely suspicious, the fuck. The reasons for the top brass's refusal seem to be insufficient evidence and to ensure Labo's secrecy. Okay, so it goes all the way to the top. Impossible. Even for just a simple inspection. If they don't have anything to feel guilty about, then there shouldn't be a problem at all. Yeah. So what I'm thinking is that even the top brass here at the SP Bureau have probably fallen to Labo's side. Perhaps by bribery or by blackmail. When Enna became speechless, Kuroda continued. Labo is an independent administrative institution. Strictly speaking, they're not under the rule of a government agency like us. Naturally, at first they received national guidance and were set up in accordance with national policy, but they gradually grew out of our control. Like it was taxpayer funded, wasn't it? It was government funded and everything constructed. Like, right? Right? Wouldn't it? That's sloppy. That's sloppy. That seems real sloppy on their part to not, put in measures to keep watch over that. Or perhaps they simply didn't want to. Perhaps they wanted Labo to do its thing. Suspecting that it might be a little ethically dubious, morally gray. But, the benefits outweigh the nastiness. Currently, Labo's management is handled by Rokume City, but the research results are sold over to a corporation called Beetlejuice New Treatments. In short, Labo is a commercial corporation posing as an administrative institution. Capitalism. Furthermore, since it's protected by the city, Labo can withstand all sorts of strain. It's an extremely nasty secret research facility. Then, the facility that my father wanted established to protect communicators has been reduced to a sinister corporate entity performing human exploitation for profit. Kinda, it's complicated in there, but yes. I guess we only have circumstantial evidence, but yes, that appears to be the case. Enna gritted her teeth at those words. When her father was alive, he and the BC researchers he worked with all supposedly attended to the communicators with good faith. Did the researchers' ethics decay through the 16 years following? some of them, I guess. Based on the nature of the facility, if Labo so wished, they could conduct inhuman experimentation without ever anyone being the wiser. I mean, only humans are capable of. Again, with this, designations do not take away from humans things that only humans are capable of doing. Experimentation like that is something that only humans can do. So let's not forget that. Let's not stray away from that understanding. Let's not. God, how am I supposed to phrase that properly? Like the way I want to phrase this sentiment. I've probably phrased it more or less accurately beforehand, but it bears repeating. Because, like, here's the thing. Do not take away from humans what only humans are capable of doing. Thus, you're making it possible to forget that only humans can do these things that you call inhuman or monstrous. Never forget that. Those things are literally only capable of being performed by humans. Only humans, only people can do that kind of stuff. That we often label as inhuman, as monstrous, as evil. No. No. Those kinds of extremes are... Only sentient entities are capable of going beyond, extremes. And stuff that's beyond reason. On both ends, by the way. Not just evil, also pure good. Stuff like that. Stuff that's, like, completely selfless, like, animals and stuff like that are also incapable of doing, like, the greatest and unimaginable acts of just pure kindness and devotion and, like, a self-sacrifice and stuff like that. Like, that's also technically inhuman in this way, but on the opposite end of the spectrum. And it's only humans are capable of doing that as well. Well, sentient entities. Anyway, moving on. Had they gone so far off the deep end to do just that? There's also another reason why the higher-ups are reluctant to do any compulsory inspection. A national interest. Regardless of what happens internally in there, Labo undeniably produces results. Do you know just how much foreign money had development of BC insulators and AD earned? Roughly 800 billion yen. Okay, is that a lot? It's like at some point 100 yen was $1, so 8 billion yen. That's not that much, honestly. Like, it's a lot, but on a national scale, that's really not that much. It's really not that much. Like, yes, it's a lot, but not that much. Like, when you compare it to scales of, like, nations, of GDP and stuff like that. Like, if it was trillion yen, 8 trillion over the course of, like, a decade, then that would be something, yeah. But 800 billion yen? Like, it's not that impressive. Something like Amazon makes, 8 billion over the course of a month or something. Less than that, maybe a week. They're like a $1 trillion company. Currently, or something like that. So, it's not that impressive. It's a big number, but it's not that big. A sum that large more than compensates for the abduction of 1 or 2 communicators in the eyes of the Japanese government. It's not that impressive of a sum, but sure. Okay, let's go with that. Even if the confined communicators became unified, it should be fine if they've been shut away from the beginning. Public safety shouldn't waver. And nobody bats an eye. Nobody's sad, and they all live happily ever after. Please don't joke like that. And his angry voice interrupted Kuroda's cynical sneering. What happens to abducted communicators? True, communicators at risk for unification should be confined. We can't have a repeat of the tragedy 16 years ago. But Yuri Kono had rank C aptitude, There wasn't any need for her to suffer confinement. If I just ignored this incident, then Labo could even start abducting my own students one day, for all I know. So please, I don't care what anyone says. I can't let Labo's crimes pass. Once Anna finished shouting all of that in one go, Kuroda gazed at her hard. You've really become a teacher, haven't you, Commissioner Tsubakiyama? Ah. So I take it you place priority in the dignity of the confined communicators as individuals over the nation's agenda, eh? I do. Is that so wrong? No, it's not. What about you, Chief Kuroda? Commissioner Higa? Do you feel nothing? It is our duty to protect communicators, is it not? Kuroda answered Enna's plea. Exactly. And Higa nodded as well, finally breaking his silence. Tsubakiyama, you are correct. I didn't know your father, but I've read his journal several times. According to his accounts, Communicator A was unmistakably someone in need of protection, regardless of how dangerous she may have been. I was transferred from public security. From an objective position, the national agenda is absolute, and I believe that the safety of the public should receive priority over everything. But unless it comes at the cost of the safety of the public, the dignity of the individual should be protected with the utmost care as well. I mean, individuals make up society, so it's like, yeah, it's complicated like that. Two types of people live in this country. The great majority who does not know the truth, and those of us who do know. Those who do not know the truth should be allowed to live in public peace in blissful ignorance, unaware of both justice and evil. But we're different. Among those who know the truth, we are the only ones who can execute justice. If we forget justice, it means the decay of ethics. Isn't that correct, Tsubakiyama? Yes. Kuroda smiled at Enna's response. Guess that sells it. We don't need no stinking permission. Let's make that compulsory inspection. With which members? Well, we don't know who's in the pockets of the Rokumi City government, so let's just go with the three of us. It's a dangerous mission, though, so you don't have to come with us if you don't want to, you know, little missy. No, I'll go with you. Enna answered without hesitation, for she believed that was what her father wished for. Several days later, the date of the compulsory inspection was set. Early morning, September 16th. A fateful day for Enna's division, as it was the anniversary of her father's death. Their prepared provisions included a foreign forged inspection warrant and a single handgun for Enna's self-defense only. Labo is a den of demons. We don't know what's waiting for us in there. If worst comes to worst, you need to be prepared to use this. And with those words, Enna steeled her heart. Okay, and the rest we kinda know. Several days passed, and on Sunday, the day before the Labo infiltration inspection, Enna came to Rokumi Academy to bid farewell to the school where she had spent half a year as a teacher. There's no telling what will happen tomorrow. If everything we were to go by safely, it was very likely that she'd no longer be able to come and go to school leisurely. If they were to obtain evidence of human experimentation at Labo, it would stir the upper ranks and switch things over to full-blown investigation. So today was likely the last day she could spend as a teacher in the Rokumi Academy. And with that thought in mind, the school building seemed all too precious. It was such a nice school, it was peaceful, and the students were all obedient, except for the hell that was the unrestricted telepathy, shouting into the void about all sorts of nonsense. And it wasn't just the school. All of Rokumi City was, at least ostensibly, beautiful, orderly, and peaceful. But the city was filled with lies and deception behind the scenes. Now that I think about it, Chief Kuroda said something similar. It had been right after Enna had entered the ESP bureau and returned to Rokumi City. As she had been reeling from the surprise of all the developments along the streets and the automatic driving systems installed in the vehicles, Kuroda had told her this. Hey, Tsubakima, don't let appearances fool you. Rokumi City could very well be the most dangerous city in all Japan right now. Hey? The truth is, despite the city's appearances, there have been atrocious incidents here in the past, including disasters with high casualty counts. But it would cause a huge uproar if such a huge incident happened in a government-designated top-secret city, when its entire point is to have high public order, wouldn't it? It would threaten the very meaning top-secret cities exist. So instead, the city government hushed those incidents and treated them as mere accidents. Well, true, you would expect to see a top-secret city conceal some actions here and there, but still. The city's cover-up techniques are particularly thorough too. They have no qualms about making any sort of lie as long as it's to maintain public order. Well, for example, you are like whitewashed tombs, which look beautiful on the outside, but on the inside are full of the bones of the dead, and everything's unclean. It's basically like that. And what is that? The Gospel according to Matthew. The people of the past said some good stuff, eh? I didn't think you were Christian. You don't look like the type. There's a lot more to people than meets the eye. And not just people. Same goes for everything. So, Tsubakiyama, if you wish to see through the truth of this sound, then you must doubt everything you see and hear. Doubt is the mother of investigation, sadly enough. It kinda is, yeah. After 2.5 years of working as a commissioner, Enna naturally came to learn the meaning of those words. But then again, her father's opinion had been the opposite of Kuroda's. The most important thing humans have is the ability to trust. That belief had stayed with Enna's father until the very end. I mean, trust and doubt can go hand in hand, don't they? They kind of have to, you know, that saying, trust but verify. I mean, guys, that's contradiction actually. So you don't trust them. But you gotta verify that. It's complicated. Interactions, relationships, everything else is very, very complicated. That's why the world is the way it is. There are no simple fixes for anything. Like, what was it? 8 billion people, each with their own mind, each with their own opinions, and everything else, and beliefs of what is right and wrong, and what is best, and what is worst. Well, it's actually fascinating that the world hasn't evolved into complete, breaking point, and we're still alive. That's kind of fascinating. That's the ability of adaptation and compromise. Those are the things that drive everything forward instead of this blind justice and adherence to one single principle. Unbending principles are the zealots who die on the hill, while the rest of us, continue living on with our, with compromise with the others who also didn't decide to be complete zealots. Because, civilization, basically that. The future isn't created by zealots and believers. It's by those who compromise and, decide, hey, I'm not gonna die on this hill, I'm just gonna keep living. Basically. So yeah, sure, having principles is important, but there are limits to that. Nothing is the extreme. Extremes are generally very bad for progress and survival and adaptability. It just tends not to work, does it? Not very well versed in history, honestly, but doesn't seem... Anyway, I'm meandering. I'm losing track of my mind. Anyway, yes, once we're back... Okay, yeah, I'm losing my mind. Once we are done with Ennis past, we'll stop this part. It'll be over. Anyway, that belief has stayed with Ennis' father until the very end. He believed in the innate goodness of man. He believed in the PRC's researchers. He believed even that the monstrified Communicator A could one day be healed, and he believed until he died. But father, we might already be living in an age where we cannot survive on belief alone. Outside of Rockaway City, anti-communicator discrimination still persisted. But within Rockaway, human rights were being trampled on without second thought. The city was both a cradle and a cage for communicators. But humans cannot live their entire lives in a cradle, nor were they born to die imprisoned in a cage. Will this age full of malice one day come to an end? No, it will end. She wanted to believe that. Maybe. We've lived with these kinds of things forever. It's complicated. It's complicated as fuck. There is no beginning or end to any of these societies. It just kind of shifts from one form to another. It has, always. It's just how that works. There's no definitive end point, where this, society begins here and society ends with this. No. That's just not how that works. You can't pinpoint exact dates. You can pinpoint dates of when major events, triggered change from one thing to another, but it doesn't happen overnight. The closest thing is, the revolutions. But even those still take place, there's build up to a revolution, and then there's a winding down after a revolution. Whether or not it succeeds or not, stuff changes because of it. But it takes time to implement those changes, regardless of the exact results. The French beheadings in the Napoleonic Revolution, the French Revolution that brought in the Napoleonic era. That was a major shift very quickly, but still it took a while to build up to that. Centuries of monarchies. And then, changing attitudes and other people, writing things about whatever the things inspired them. Lots of things. Everything contributes to everything else. And is reinterpreted and assimilated by everyone else and changed and everything. Super complicated. That's why it's an entire field of study that you can, spend your entire life on just studying one single topic. In fact, there probably are people who have studied just the French Revolution their entire lives, and there's still stuff to discover to this day. Most likely, that kind of stuff never ends because it's people. People are complicated. There's infinite factors with each of them. Anyway, moving on. Even if it were no more than an idealistic thought, if she were to abandon her ideals, then she would lose her love of the world for sure. As Anna had that thought, a voice abruptly echoed inside her. Miss Anna, this is an emergency. It's me, Mashiro Toba. If you're at school, please come to the staff entrance. Eh? Miss Toba? Anna was shocked. She thought there weren't any students around. An emergency? What could it be? Anna felt dubious, but she still headed for the staff entrance. And at the staff entrance, she found Mashiro, as well as Natsuko and Luis. When they moved to the BC room to speak in detail, Mashiro and the others told Anna something unexpected. Q had infiltrated the city, and Natsuko, Mashiro and Luis had been somewhat dragged into the affair. I see, so that's what happened. Miss Anna, you believe us? Yes, you are my students, so I believe what you say. She had to believe it. Anna had already heard that Q had recently been conducting destructive activity in the city. Higa had also mentioned something a while back. There had been next to zero examples of Q causing terrorism inside government-designated top-secret cities, but right after they formed, they certainly did continue to target top-secret cities. And in the spring 9 years ago, they conducted just one small-scale destructive activity. Ever since then, the city shot up security, established city gates, and surveillance cameras. But even so, it seemed Q had come to the city once more, driven only by wholehearted hatred for communicators. Not really, it turns out. They were another figure of malice, different from Labo's sinister shadow. And students of mine have been dragged into their grasp. I don't think you should involve yourselves in this incident any further. No way, why not? Because it's fucking dangerous, you idiots. Natsuko and the girls wouldn't accept Anna's answer. Perhaps because they knew nothing, they acted in accordance with their ignorant yet pure sense of justice. It was as dazzling a sight as it was a worrying one. Right, if I want you kids to understand where I'm coming from, it looks like a special lesson is in order. And thus Anna began a lecture, her final lecture as their teacher, with the whole history of the city and everything else. And then, the next day, the fateful hour had finally come. In the early hours of September 16, Anna headed to Labo with Kuroda and Higa. Oh yeah, what happened to those two actually? They were stopped at the entrance by a Labo security guard, but using her false warrant, they have forced their way inside. They were given white lab coats to change into and were taken all the way to Area 6's inner ring. But once they had arrived there, the researchers called them to a halt once more. According to them, not even ESP Bureau commissioners could be allowed further in, for the sake of preserving secrecy. Now that it had come to this, Anna was about to threaten them with her gun and force them to open up the path to Area N, but before she could, she suddenly heard a thunderous roar. What's that sound? As if to answer that question, more and more sounds echoed forth. Yeah, the explosions. The automatic disaster prevention system began broadcasting warnings like mad. Yeah, intense tremors, fires, blah blah blah. Anna was caught completely off guard. She had not expected such a thing to happen today of all days. Was it a coincidence? An inevitability? Either way, the SP Bureau members got dragged into the terrorist attack. The researchers who had called them to a halt began to scatter in all directions like headless chickens. What in the world is going on here? I don't know, but it might be a Q terrorist attack. Q? You mean those bastards know this place is a BC research facility? That's the only possibility. Anna, Kuroda and Higa had heard rumors that Q had infiltrated the city. But while Q may have infiltrated the city, Labo couldn't have just conspicuously strengthened security. That would be the same as installing signs saying, "This is a BC facility." And perhaps Labo had maintained security at normal levels for that very reason. But did they take advantage of that window of opportunity? Then let's just look for an exit for now. In case we do encounter any terrorists, well, it might be completely out of the scope of work, but I guess let's try and see if we can apprehend them. Understood. The commissioners broke off into a run to search for an exit. But they ran across a huge fire in the facility, and they got separated from Kuroda and Higa. Chief, Commissioner Higa, where are you? Voices called out in response to Anna from across the fire. Tsubakema, we can't regroup like this. Let's split up and search for exits separately. Wait for us on the surface. Got it. And a little while after they parted, an ominous siren blared out. A Kaizen has just been detected. In accordance with this emergency, security has shifted to blockade mode, locking down all gates and bulkheads, and thus Anna became trapped underground. Before she could regroup with Kuroda and Higa, she was chased by fires in the connecting passageway. Ah, damn it. Like hell am I gonna die here? Anna tossed off the lab coat given to her by Labo and made a mad dash away from the fire and smoke. And then she pulled the hose out of a hydrant and began fighting the fires herself. After extinguishing the fires, she began planning how to escape from the connecting passageway. When eventually, rescue workers appeared. What's your name? And Tsubaki am. And you guys? I'm Lieutenant Tachibana. This is Ensign Moribe. And this girl is Yuri, a civilian we found trapped down here. A civilian? So there's someone besides me who was caught up in this incident? Yes. The girl named Yuri looked at Anna with fearful eyes. Yuri, the same name as Yuri Kotono? Something's bothering me. It looks like the best course of action is to put up on the veil of an ordinary person for a while and work with them for now. Besides, she had to search for an exit anyway, and she was also worried about Kuroda and Higa's safety as well. And decided to work with this group. She took the AD just as Kazumi had instructed. Though her work experience and her already gained knowledge about the dangers of WX particles and the effects of AD, among other things. And naturally, she also knew how Labo had maintained a facade that was all related to nuclear power. But it's not like I can tell everybody about that. If any ordinary person were to know about those things, they would immediately be targeted by Labo for the purposes of concealing information. In any case, the danger was still real, and they still had to keep administering AD either way. With that thought in mind, she decided to play along and kept going for a while, and eventually she saw Kuroda and Higa again. Oh. Oh, those were... Oh, damn. Okay, so those weren't researchers, they were... Oh, that sucks. And I couldn't help but scream. For when she saw them again, Kuroda and Higa's appearance had completely changed. Perhaps they were masquerading as lab researchers, considering they were still wearing their provided lab coats. But the lab coats were no longer white, having been stained deep red by the blood oozing from their countless gunshot wounds. They were shot. Given that they were lying with their heads turned towards the door, it was possible that they had been trying to escape from the room. The various sized holes in their body, especially the big ones in their stomachs, exposed their rust-colored viscera. But Eden couldn't peel her eyes away from the dead bodies. What's any of this supposed to mean? Why were Chief Kuroda and Commissioner Higa shot to death, but the rescue worker alone had his neck snapped? Yeah, this is... Yeah, what the fuck is... How did Dojima die here? The fuck? Yeah. God, I really hope we get a recap of how this scene played out, because the fuck? This is just... this is just... I can't understand how this works. I mean, his body, mangled body like this, is the whole reason I went on the whole psychokinetic children term for the whole time throughout. For a very long time at least. I dropped it at some point apparently. But yeah, that's a mangled corpse through telekinesis. But we know that's not a thing they have. Not at all. So, what happened there? Damn it. I can only think of two answers. All three of those people were together when the terrorists came in, shot Chief Kuroda and Higa, and massacred the rescue worker. Or perhaps the rescue worker was the terrorist himself. Chief Kuroda and Higa tried to apprehend the terrorist and fought him barehanded. And the scuffle ended in a draw, with all three of them dead. She had a feeling the answer was more likely the latter. If she remembered correctly, her father's journal stated that Kuroda had transferred from the National Police Agency and had been an expert in martial arts since childhood. Oh yeah, right. That thing, I guess that explains the mangled corpse. And Higa used to be with the public security. It wouldn't have been surprising if he had matching strength too. I don't know the truth of the situation, but there's one thing I know for sure. Chief Kuroda and Commissioner Higa were killed by the terrorists. Anna gritted her teeth. Please rest in peace. I swear I will avenge you. I swear I won't let there be any more victims than this. She decided to keep up the facade of an ordinary person as she searched for the culprit. Or at least she tried to, but despite her determination, a new victim came up. Watasa looked at the dead body and muttered dumbfoundedly. Who is this girl? Anna didn't know either, but she had a hunch. This girl's clothes look almost like a hospital gown. Could it be that this girl was a test subject confined in Labo? In that case, it was highly possible that Q had killed her. Then was Miss Yuri a test subject too? Could the cause of Captain Kasagi's amnesia be related to the test subjects? If his amnesia is due to sense of sympathy, then who erased his memories, and why? Was this girl before she died? Or could it have been Miss Yuri? Several doubts seized Anna's mind. She considered revealing her true identity and using a gun as a threat to seek out the criminal, but that was too risky. If any of the members of their group were either a terrorist or an ability level 6 communicator, then that whole plan had a high chance of backfiring on her. Now that I think about it, everyone here right now is suspicious. If that rescue worker was a terrorist, then Captain Kasasagi, Miss Tachibana, and Miss Moribe might be with the terrorists as well. And then there's Mr. Okita, a possible sleeper agent, as well as Miss Yuri, an unidentified girl. There's nobody here I can rely on as an ally. She was only armed with a single gun. She couldn't risk an offensive when she didn't even know her enemy's numbers. But still, I will apprehend the culprit at all costs. It's part of my job as a commissioner. Anna felt the weight of her gun as she made her decision. Protect me, father. And thus Anna began her lonely battle, knowing that anybody could be an enemy. Bloody hell. Okay, yeah. We'll leave it at that, bloody hell. Okay, Natsuka and Yuri return to reality after Anna's memories. So let's leave it at that. Let's leave it at that for the time being, for this week, for this part. Okay, right. That's all fine and dandy, I suppose. Ah, geez. Okay, so to slightly recap, I suppose, what happened here. This part was a lot to take in. Diving through fixing Ukita's memories, fixing Jin memories, and now learning about Enna Tsubakiyama's past and background, as long as the other ones. Wait, was this part where we learned about Asus? No, that was the previous part. Yes, that was the previous week. Man, I'm already forgetting all sorts of things. Anyway, that is excellent. We have, at this point, we basically have very deep background understanding of everyone, don't we? I mean, technically we haven't delved into Kazmi's backstory in full yet, but we have plenty of details on that. We have Mashiro, we have the kids, obviously. No, wait, Luis, right, Luis. We still need explanation. We need, what's that all about? What is that all about? Luis and everything else. Jeez, okay, yeah, that's gonna be a thing to figure out next time. As we shall now, I suppose, descend into... Yes, shall leave this. Bye-bye for now. And so we can leave this part for today, for now, and descend into the void. As always. As there's always something else, something to remind us, to dissipate, to disappear into, to leave in the dust. What am I even saying? I don't know. I don't know what I say sometimes. However, what I do know is that it is now time to conclude properly with The Reign of Dio, Act 1, Rainbow, Volume 2, Rising, Chapter 13, Do You Close Your Eyes? The glow of passion between these two hides in the light when all can see. In the dark, they lay bare their secrets to one another. One curiosity, however, escapes them both when their bodies entwine. Do you close your eyes when making love? Such a little thing about each other that neither will ever discover. Thank you for listening, and goodbye.